The white deer stared at Huang Xiaolong as confusion flashed through its eyes. It didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would possess so many treasures. That's still far from enough to trade for information on the universe source stone. Huang Xiaolong brought out another white sun phoenix flame spiritual vein. Yang Dingsheng felt his legs going soft. Another one? Huang Xiaolong not only possessed 2 radiant spiritual veins of life. He also had 2 strands of white sun phoenix flame spiritual veins. How in the world did he obtain so many of them? Yang Dingsheng wouldn't dare to think that Huang Xiaolong managed to grab them all by robbing the universe first race. If he learned about it, he might question his whole existence. Nope. The white deer sighed. Huang Xiaolong took out 2 other spiritual veins. This time it was the angelic light spiritual vein. Angelic light spiritual vein? Yang Dingsheng yelled. Of course, it was of a similar rarity as the 2 spiritual veins before. Not enough. 9 Sun Dragon Zoisha spiritual vein. Not enough. Heavenly Genesis spiritual vein. After Huang Xiaolong brought out more than 8 spiritual veins at the same level as that of the radiant spiritual vein of life, everyone stared at him in shock. The white deer looked at Huang Xiaolong silently. It was obvious that it was tempted by Huang Xiaolong's offer. After all, those were no ordinary universe-level spiritual veins. How did you manage to obtain so many top-grade spiritual veins? The white deer asked. You don't need to worry about that, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Saving someone is nothing but a slight inconvenience to you. I only wish to learn of the location of the universe source stone. I'm not asking you to give it to me. It won't be easy for me to obtain it either. Weird light flashed in the white deer's eyes. It was true. Obtaining the universe source stone wasn't easy. After all, it knew where the stone was. Even after all these years, it failed to obtain it. As such, the universe source stone was nothing more than decoration to the white deer. All right, I agree. Yang Dingsheng jumped with joy when he heard what it said. Turning to Huang Xiaolong, tears of gratitude streamed down his face. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Huang. The white deer rolled its eyes when it saw Yang Dingsheng's reaction. Brat, why aren't you thanking me? Don't forget, I'm the one doing the saving. From the looks of it, you probably wish to save someone close to you, right? Turning to the white deer, Yang Dingsheng thanked profusely. Many thanks to Senior White Deer. Call me Lord White Deer. Yes, I should. Many thanks to Lord White Deer. Yang Dingsheng changed his address immediately. He knew that the white deer was a pinnacle existence in the 13 universes. He didn't think that it was weird as monsters at their level had some weird temperament. Huang Xiaolong watched as the white deer retrieved the universe-level spiritual veins and said, Since we're done here, bring me to the universe source stone. The universe source stone was an item that could secure the future of the 13 universes. It was of utmost importance that Huang Xiaolong obtained it in order to stop the destruction. Relax. The location of the universe source stone is extremely secret. No one other than me knows of its location, the white deer muttered when it saw the anxious expression on Huang Xiaolong's face. However, you're not allowed to resent me when you fail to obtain the universe source stone. I can only tell you its location. Yeah, getting it is my problem. Huang Xiaolong sighed. Lead the way. Without wasting any more time, the white deer brought Huang Xiaolong towards the depths of the white deer cave. A month passed in the blink of an eye. As the 3 of them traveled deeper and deeper into the white deer cave, Huang Xiaolong chatted happily with Yang Dingsheng. They were the only ones talking, and when it came to Huang Xiaolong and the white deer, the conversation became stale. Huang Xiaolong discovered that the surroundings were getting quieter and quieter as they went deeper into the cave. After another month, the white deer finally stopped. There wasn't anywhere else to go. A giant wall stood before the trio, and it was formed completely with black ice. No one knew how thick the wall of black ice was, but it extended infinitely. This is a wall of black source ice, the white deer explained. Universe black source ice? Yang Dingsheng sucked in a cold breath. The black source ice was the most terrifying source of frost in the 13 universes. Even if half-step universe gods touched a little bit of it, they would turn into a statue of ice. That's right. It's black source ice. A complicated look could be seen on the white deer's face. Is the universe source stone sealed within? A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Yes, even though I can't see it, I can tell that it's in there. As the owner of the White Deer Cave, nothing escapes from my detection. However, it shook its head soon after. It's too bad that I can't tear open the wall of black source ice. Even though it was the owner of the White Deer Cave and a pinnacle existence in the 13 universes, it was unable to shatter the wall of black source ice. How deep is it hidden? Huang Xiaolong asked. Probably 100,000 miles. The White Deer sighed. 100,000 miles? Yang Dingxing gasped in fright. There wasn't a need to mention 100,000 miles. It wasn't possible for them to break through 100 feet. Yang Dingxing looked at Huang Xiaolong and shook his head. Brother Huang, why don't we leave it at this? The universe origin fires should be able to burn through the black source ice, right? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. Both the White Deer and Yang Dingxing stared at him in shock. Yeah, the black source ice might be the source of all frost in the universes, but you should be able to. However, it's not easy for you to obtain the universe origin fires, the White Deer explained. A brilliant ball of flame emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body as soon as the White Deer spoke. With their jaws dropping in fright, they stared at Huang Xiaolong like they were looking at a monster. White Tiger origin fire? The White Deer shook its head slowly. Without the other fires, you probably won't get far. The 3 other universe origin fires emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body soon after. The moment they appeared, a terrifying sea of flames engulfed the lands. The thick wall of black source ice started to melt in the face of the universe origin fires. The liquid that came from the melted ice flooded the surroundings. Both the White Deer and Yang Dingxing stared at the melting ice and their eyebrows shot up in surprise. Roaring in disbelief, the White Deer raged. Why didn't you tell me that you had the universe origin fires? You didn't tell me that the universe source stone was stuck in a mountain of black source ice. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. Looking at Huang Xiaolong silently, the White Deer could only blame itself. Since I have the universe origin fires, I should be able to obtain the universe source stone, right? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The White Deer stared at Huang Xiaolong with a complicated expression on its face. You probably can. There was a look of reluctance on its face when it saw the 4 universe origin fires hovering around Huang Xiaolong. It had long since pined for the universe source stone. There was no way it could remain calm as it watched such a precious treasure being taken away. After all, the universe source stone was equally as useful to the White Deer. What if it made a move on Huang Xiaolong? The notion did indeed appear in its mind. However, the White Deer decided against it. Could tell that Huang Xiaolong was in no way weaker than it. Moreover, he had the 4 universe origin fires. It wouldn't be possible for it to obtain it from Huang Xiaolong anyway. After a short moment of hesitation, it asked, I can trade you a little universe source chi for the spiritual veins you handed over previously. I don't lack universe-level spiritual veins. What do you want for some of the chi? I have a lot of treasures from all my years of existence. Even though they aren't as precious as the universe source stone, they're comparable to your spiritual veins. As if it was afraid that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't agree, it quickly retrieved a spatial artifact and revealed its contents. Yang Dingxing cried out loud when he saw what was contained within. Golden dragon core. Heavenly phoenix flower. The treasures that could hardly be found in the outside world were piled high into a mountain. Huang Xiaolong remained completely indifferent when he looked at the pile of treasures. I have no need for any of those. However, I can agree to give you a little universe source chi if you agree to my conditions. What are they? Be my mount, Huang Xiaolong explained. What? You? A flash of rage crossed the White Deer's eyes. It glared at Huang Xiaolong with the intention to kill the filthy human before it. After all, that request was nothing more than a way to humiliate the White Deer. The White Deer was the master of the White Deer Cave, and it was one of the peak existences in the 13 universes. Not even the Black Nether King would dare to come up with a condition like that. Yang Dingsheng sucked in a cold breath as he didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would bring up such an outrageous condition. Wasn't that a little... There's no need to look at me like that, Huang Xiaolong muttered. You can disagree if you like. However, it's only a matter of time before I surpass the Black Nether King. Huang Xiaolong used the universe origin fires to melt away layers upon layers of ice after he spoke. Very quickly, he disappeared into the hole he created. The white deer felt its rage dissipating as it looked into the bottomless hole created by Huang Xiaolong. As for Yang Dingsheng, he didn't think too much about it. He spoke to the white deer. Lord White Deer, you can ignore whatever he said. He didn't mean to offend you. The white deer ignored him completely. Seeing the creature's reaction, Yang Dingsheng felt a wave of anxiousness rising in his heart. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to penetrate several thousand feet into the ice. The deeper he went, the harder it became to melt the ice. As such, he had to slow down a little. After half an hour, he finally reached the 10,000 feet mark. As he traveled closer to the universe source stone, a figure emerged outside the wall of ice. There was a holy aura surrounding his body, and his bloodline pulsated with the strength of the oldest bloodline in the 13 universes. White Feather King. The person who came was precisely the White Feather King of the universe first race. The white deer was equally as shocked to discover his presence. The White Feather King glanced at Yang Dingsheng before turning to look at the white deer. He evidently didn't expect to see the white deer and grinned. White deer? Are you also here for the universe source stone? The white deer stared at the item in the White Feather King's hand and gasped in shock. Was that how he located the universe source stone? Perhaps it was how the universe first race obtained the first piece of universe source stone in the past. Even though the white deer had no idea what the round plate-like item in his hand was, it could tell that there was a special type of energy coming from it. White Feather King, your universe first race is bound to be disappointed this time. The white deer sneered. Even if you manage to locate this place, you won't be able to grab the universe source stone. In the past, the universe first race sealed off the white deer cave in order to capture the white deer, and it had been holding a grudge ever since. A frown formed on the White Feather King's face when he saw the wall of black source ice. The white deer wasn't any weaker than it, but it failed to shatter the black source ice. There was no way he could do the same. However, he could feel a wave of energy coming from deep within the wall of ice. Could it be? Universe origin fire. There was only one treasure in the universes that could melt the black source ice. Huang Xiaolong. The White Feather King guessed the identity of the person in the black source ice immediately. Huang Xiaolong's possession of the universe origin fires was no secret. When he learned who it was, a sinister laugh escaped his lips. Little white deer, Huang Xiaolong probably entered the wall of black source ice. Looks like the heavens are helping my race. I might not be able to obtain the universe source stone myself, but someone is bringing it out for me. According to what the White Feather King knew, Huang Xiaolong was stuck at the 27 billion mark. When Huang Xiaolong emerged with the universe source stone, he would snatch it away from the kid. As for the white deer, he didn't think too much about it. He brought a special treasure refined by the Black Nether King in order to suppress the white deer. When that happened, the white deer wouldn't be able to stop him. When the white deer heard what White Feather King said, a wave of suspicion filled its heart. What the hell was he talking about? Why would Huang Xiaolong assist the universe first race in their quest to obtain the universe source stone? Is he someone from the universe first race? As questions raced through the white deer's mind, Huang Xiaolong continued to dig deeper towards the universe source stone. After several days, he finally arrived. Huang Xiaolong saw a separate space within the wall of black source ice that contained the universe source stone. It was the size of a fist with countless facets. Resplendent light was emitted from every single angle, and Huang Xiaolong felt as though it contained the power that fueled the universes. Every single surface of the universe source stone seemed to be a great world of its own. Huang Xiaolong felt the boundless power coursing through the stone. Sucking in a cold breath, Huang Xiaolong tried to calm himself. The universe source stone had far surpassed any universe-level spiritual vein he knew. No matter how many top-grade universe-level spiritual veins he obtained, he would never be able to replicate the energy contained in the Universe Source Stone. It was no wonder the Universe First Race wanted to use the Universe Source Stone as the eye of the formation. With the power contained in it, they would be truly able to activate the extermination formation. Only with the Universe Source Stone would they be able to destroy the 13 universes and harvest all lives within. Huang Xiaolong reached out slowly to grab the rock, but a wave of energy stopped him. Huang Xiaolong chuckled slightly. "Are you thinking of resisting me?" A flash of light came from inside the Universe Source Stone as though it was challenging Huang Xiaolong. He also felt like the Universe Source Stone was looking down on him. Huang Xiaolong roared with laughter. "Even if you do not wish to follow me, you don't have a choice. The Universe First Race was able to bring away your brother, and I'm more than capable of taking you with me today." Huang Xiaolong released his grand cosmos energy before reaching for the rock. No matter how powerful the light it emitted, the Universe Source Stone realized that it wasn't able to push Huang Xiaolong away, could only watch as Huang Xiaolong's hand arrived close to its surface. In a desperate attempt to stop Huang Xiaolong, it used everything it could, and Huang Xiaolong was forced to stop right before he could touch it. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Huang Xiaolong increased the amount of power he used once again. In response, the Universe Source Stone did the same. As Huang Xiaolong increased his energy bit by bit, he was finally about to touch the Universe Source Stone when he released 29.9 billion units. A tsunami of energy emerged from the Universe Source Stone, pushing Huang Xiaolong away. Huang Xiaolong snickered when he realized that that was all the Universe Source Stone had. "I refuse to believe that you have much more left in you." As soon as he spoke, he circulated the Universe Transformation Art and 29.9999 billion units of grand cosmos energy flooded towards the rock. Boom! The moment he used his full power, the entire space started to shatter. The Universe Source Stone trembled where it stood. The rays of light that came from the stone could no longer resist Huang Xiaolong, and he quickly grabbed the stone. Tossing it into the third level of restrictions on the Universe Boat instantly, Huang Xiaolong suppressed it. After he was done, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he returned, he would refine the Universe Source Stone slowly. Huang Xiaolong used the Universe Origin Fires to cut a path towards the surface. It was much faster when he left, and it took him less than a day. When he emerged, he was greeted with the sight of the White Feather King. Before the White Deer could say anything, the White Feather King spoke. "Huang Xiaolong, hand over the Universe Source Stone, and I'll spare your life today." The White Deer was shocked. It thought that Huang Xiaolong was in cahoots with the Universe First Race, but it seemed to be mistaken. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face when he heard what the White Feather King said. "Spare my life? White Feather King, do you really think that you're strong enough to determine my fate?" I remember the Golden Symbols King saying the exact same thing back in the netherworld of the unknown space, but I'm still alive and kicking. Didn't he flee with his tails tucked between his legs? Golden Symbols King? Ha ha ha, you must be mistaken. I'm no Golden Symbols King. The White Feather King looked at the White Deer and sneered. "Even if you work with this beast, you won't be able to escape." As the words left his lips, he retrieved a black ghost spike that the Black Nether King refined. The black ghost spike emitted dense rays of dark energy, and everyone could see how terrifying it was from a single glance. When they looked at it, they felt as though their souls were torn apart by horrifying beings. The White Deer's expression changed slightly. The ghost spike is refined by the Black Nether King in order to suppress the White Deer. The White Feather King grinned. "White Deer, you better not interfere with the matter between my race and Huang Xiaolong. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind unleashing its full strength on you." A figure appeared beside the White Feather King when he spoke up to that point, and in a state of shock, the White Feather King could only swing the spike out to protect himself. Clang! The ghost spike slammed into the wall that separated the White Deer cave from the outside world, and a punch landed on his chest. He was sent flying God knows how many miles away. When he finally stabilized himself, he looked at his chest where a terrifying dent could be seen. Turning to look at Huang Xiaolong in shock, he gasped. "You? How can you?" Yang Dingsheng was equally as stunned. The White Feather King of the Universe First Race was sent flying by a single punch from Huang Xiaolong. According to the information they had, wasn't Huang Xiaolong the master of the Blue Dragon Manor, someone with only 15 billion units of combat strength? Are you curious as to my increase in strength? Huang Xiaolong muttered. You can go back and ask the Golden Symbol's king when you return. Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred once again as he appeared before the White Feather King. His fist came crashing down. A radiant staff appeared in the White Feather King's hand, and the power of radiance gushed out from it unceasingly. That was one of the 13 universe treasures, the Radiant God Staff. The Ghost Staff appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand as it countered the Radiant God Staff. The White Feather King was forced to retreat once again. Ordinarily, the Radiant God Staff was more than capable of suppressing the Ghost Staff. However, everything was as the Golden Symbol's king said when he attacked Huang Xiaolong for the first time. No matter how strong one's universe treasures were, it depended on the user. Huang Xiaolong was more than capable of suppressing the White Feather King alone, and the Ghost Staff was countless times more powerful in his hands. Once again, the White Feather King was forced to retreat. He felt his arms going numb as rage filled his mind. White Feather King, who would have thought that you would be in such a sorry state? The white deer mocked from the side. It was more than happy to see the White Feather King being suppressed by Huang Xiaolong. The only thing that would make it happier was if Huang Xiaolong killed the White Feather King. Glaring at the white deer in anger, the White Feather King aimed his ghost spike at the creature before stabbing straight at it. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong's sword chi arrived the moment he made his move. He barely managed to dodge the wave of sword chi directed at him. But his hair wasn't as lucky. A huge chunk of his hair was sliced away by Huang Xiaolong. When he got to his feet, he realized that there was a giant bald patch on his head. The white deer laughed happily. White Feather King, you should change your name to the Featherless King. Huang Xiaolong, you forced me to do this. The White Feather King roared as a pair of white wings appeared behind him. His body started to expand as white feathers formed several layers over his skin. The feathers that covered him were no ordinary feathers. Every single one of them contained an extremely concentrated radiant energy, and white flames surrounded them. It was a flame created after the power of radiance reached a certain level. A sea of white flames surrounded the White Feather King, and it covered an area of several 100 million miles. The white deer's expression turned solemn when it noticed the power the White Feather King emitted. Like the White Feather King, it was able to control the power of radiance. It knew how terrifying the sea of flames was. Yang Dingsheng escaped a long time ago. Even though his strength was comparable to the Limitless Master, he would turn to ash if he came into contact with the flames. Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless as he faced the White Feather King who had gone all out. He activated all three great worlds in him as he circulated the universe transformation art. The reversal sword and three gods' halberd appeared in his hand. Huang Xiaolong, eat my radiant flame. The White Feather King swung his radiant god staff once again as the sea of flames funneled towards Huang Xiaolong. A sneer left his lips as the universe origin fires turned into a sea of flames that revolved around his body. The two blazing oceans crashed into each other. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's halberd went straight for the White Feather King's chest. As the three gods' halberd swept outwards, the black source ice that was behind him started to move. Layers upon layers of black source ice formed a massive world that slammed into the White Feather King. Boom! When the two fiery oceans crashed into each other, a heaven-shaking explosion rang through the air. The black source ice continued on its way towards the White Feather King. The white deer and Yang Dingsheng could see that the White Feather King's sea of radiant flames was completely suppressed after that one exchange. Huang Xiaolong might not be able to destroy the sea of radiant flames with his strike with the three gods' halberd alone. But the universe origin fires were the source of all fire in the universes. It suppressed the radiant flames, and the black source ice that came along with the halberd strike was more than enough to overwhelm the White Feather King. No one could deny the frightening power the black source ice possessed. Not even the white deer could melt the layers of ice to get the universe source stone after countless years. Huang Xiaolong leaped into the air once again, and the golden sun circlets appeared. It turned into a streak of light that flew straight towards the White Feather King. Golden sun circlet? The White Feather King gasped as he twisted his body unnaturally. If he had moved a second later, he would have been struck in the chest. Even so, the circlet smashed straight into his right arm. The white feathers might possess the strongest defense in the 13 universes, but the golden sun circlet was a universe treasure. A huge chunk of feathers fell from his body. Sounds of shattering bones could be heard. He was enraged as anger clouded his mind. He hadn't been injured in countless years. That was the first time he had suffered an injury, and it was at the hands of a mere human. Huang Xiaolong. His eyes turned completely red, and he gnashed his teeth together. The radiant god staff soared into the void above as endless radiance energy poured down towards them. As he absorbed the power of radiance, his injuries healed instantly. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at all. After all, the White Feather King was basically an existence similar to the white deer. They could cure every single injury instantly. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't care too much as the yin-yang flame wheels appeared under his feet. He appeared before the White Feather King as the reversal sword chopped downwards. As the sword slashed downwards, space and time reversed as the world seemed to return to its origin. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, the White Feather King raised the radiant god staff once again. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong's sword was faster, and it went deep into his chest. More than an hour passed. Their battle lasted all the way, and the White Feather King had no idea how many injuries he sustained. Luckily for him, he was able to recover almost immediately after he was struck. Other people might not be able to tell, but Huang Xiaolong and the White Deer both knew that the White Feather King's recovery speed was starting to slow down. Even though it looked to be the same, it was unmistakably slower than it once was. The White Feather King's ability to control the power of radiance was unparalleled, but his strength was starting to decline after such a terrifying battle. Since the White Deer and Huang Xiaolong could tell, the White Feather King was naturally able to notice the condition of his body. He knew that if the battle carried on, it would be a matter of time before he lost. Stopping suddenly, the White Feather King glared at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you made a wrong choice to oppose my universe first race. You'll die a horrible death. I should be the one saying that. Your universe first race will regret standing against me. Killing intent burst out from the White Feather King's eyes. You can gloat for now, but Lord Black Nether will be out from seclusion before long. When he enters the universe god realm, everyone related to you will die. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Without the universe source stone, do you really think that he can break through to the universe god realm? The White Feather King felt the words getting stuck in his throat like a bone. However, he soon snorted. Even if Lord Black Nether doesn't break through, he can still kill you with a wave of his hand. He'll break through even without the universe source stone. Do you really think that you can stop our plans by snatching away a mere rock? Huang Xiaolong sneered in response. Without the universe source stone, the Black Nether King will only be able to break through in several billion years. When that happens, I would have long since entered the universe god realm. If you choose to submit to me now, I'll spare your life when the time comes. A mocking smile appeared on the White Feather King's face when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you're comparable to Lord Black Nether? What a joke! Lord Black Nether is the first sentient spirit born during the start of time. Even Old Man Fortune was born later than Lord Black Nether. Lord Black Nether has 13 supreme bloodlines, and every one of them is unparalleled in the 13 universes. The first and only person who will enter the universe god realm is Lord Black Nether. How dare you sprout nonsense and challenge Lord Black Nether? The White Feather King continued. Take a piss and look at your own reflection. Do you really think that you have 14 supreme bloodlines or something? Huang Xiaolong felt his heart palpitating when he heard what the White Feather King said. If that was true, the Black Nether King's bloodline was definitely unparalleled. Huang Xiaolong had never heard of anyone who could possess 13 supreme bloodlines before. Not even the ferocious devil and the others knew about that. The White Deer's eyes turned wide, and it was evident that it was the first time it was hearing anything of the like. There wasn't a need to mention Yang Dingsheng. He felt the world spinning around him. Even if he has 13 supreme bloodlines, it doesn't mean a thing. He might have 13 bloodlines, but that doesn't mean he's the most talented person in the 13 universes. Huang Xiaolong quickly regained his calm. Laughter boomed through the air when the White Feather King heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Ha ha ha! Do you really think that you're more talented than Lord Blacknether? How long has he been cultivating for? Since the start of time, your Black Nether King has been striving to break through. However, I haven't even lived past the 100 million years mark. What? The White Feather King, White Deer, and Yang Dingshang yelled in fright. Not even 100 million years? The White Feather King couldn't believe his ears. That's right. In fact, Huang Xiaolong hadn't even cultivated for more than 20 million years. From the time he spent in the mortal world up to his current realm, Huang Xiaolong spent slightly more than 10 million years. That's not possible, the White Feather King sneered. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that we'll believe your lies? It's not possible for someone to reach your level in less than 100 million years. Hand over the universe source stone to us. In the future, Lord Blacknether will allow you to become the 14th king of our universe first race. The White Feather King sneered. Before anyone could react, a branch of the Star Dragon Divine Tree sent him flying. There was nowhere for him to run as the branches covered countless miles above him. After flying for countless miles, a light surrounded his body as he disappeared into thin air. Huang Xiaolong, in the future, Lord Blacknether will personally appear to take care of you. You're dead. The White Feather King's voice descended from the void. I'll be waiting, Huang Xiaolong replied impassively. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother chasing the man. After all, he wouldn't be able to suppress the White Feather King anyway. Like the Golden Symbol's king and heaven-devouring king, the Star Dragon Divine Tree couldn't stop them when they escaped. The White Deer looked at Huang Xiaolong and sighed. Who would have thought that the Black Nether King would possess 13 supreme bloodlines? He should be the first existence who would ever break into the universe god realm. When that happened, no one would be able to avoid destruction. The White Deer's fate would be the same. Huang Xiaolong muttered, Relax. Since they don't have the universe source stone, I'll be able to break through before the Black Nether King. The White Deer shook its head silently when it looked at Huang Xiaolong. It was evident that it didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong would break through before the Black Nether King. It's not as easy as you think. The White Deer sighed. The Black Nether King has unparalleled talent and unlimited support from the universe first race. Even so, he failed to break through last time. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with the White Deer any longer. After all, he wasn't planning to explain himself. Brother Yang, let's go. Huang Xiaolong spoke to Yang Dingsheng, who had been stuck in a daze since the White Feather King left. Snapping back to reality, he stuttered, Senior Huang, Nonsense. There's no need to address me as your senior. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Our relationship will remain the same until the end of time. Yang Dingsheng's expression changed slightly, but he eventually nodded his head. Finally, the two of them charged towards the entrance with the White Deer following closely behind. Yang Dingsheng was initially wary of Huang Xiaolong, but as the days passed, he started to open up. Like before, laughter filled the air. Brother Huang, I never would have thought that the White Feather King would be no match for you, Yang Dingsheng exclaimed. Huang Xiaolong laughed in response. I only managed to get lucky by bringing more universe treasures with me. Even if you didn't, the White Feather King wouldn't be a match for you. The White Deer sneered at the side. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, but he didn't dismiss the fact. However, the distance between the Black Nether King and yourself is still infinitely large. In fact, Old Man Fortune might even be stronger than you, the White Deer explained. Oh? Is Old Man Fortune really so strong? Yeah, he's extremely strong. The Black Nether King might be strong, but he's still wary of Old Man Fortune. Old Man Fortune is the only reason the universe first race didn't dare to touch the fortune space when they destroyed the universes the first time. Yang Dingsheng explained further. The fortune space is the place created by Old Man Fortune. The oldest races in the 13 universes reside there. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Now that you say that, I'm really looking forward to meeting Old Man Fortune. Yang Dingxing gasped. The white deer laughed. You better get rid of that stupid idea. Huang Xiaolong snorted and ignored them both. Right as they were about to leave the white deer cave for the Yang lightning race, a shocking power emerged from the depths of the white deer cave. This? Yang Dingxing yelled. The three of them noticed that a ton of experts were rushing towards the source of the fluctuations. Did the 14th universe treasure appear? Yang Dingxing asked. Huang Xiaolong looked at the white deer for an answer. After all, the white deer was the owner of the space. I have no idea. You don't know. Huang Xiaolong frowned. The white deer snorted in response. I might be the owner of the white deer space, but do you think I'm God? How am I supposed to know everything that happens here? Should we go take a look? Yang Dingsheng asked cautiously. When Huang Xiaolong saw the look of anticipation on Yang Dingsheng's face, he chuckled. All right, let's go take a look. He knew that Yang Dingsheng was afraid that the two would break out into a massive brawl if their argument got any worse. If that were to happen, he might not be able to save his wife. Huang Xiaolong knew exactly how Yang Dingsheng felt. As such, the three of them flew casually over to the source of the energy fluctuations. After half an hour, they saw a massive continent floating in midair. The continent was comparable to the one where Huang Xiaolong found the white deer, but there were strange white creatures growing all over the land. The white deer cave was an eerie place, and everything they saw was black. There wasn't a single speck of white throughout their journey, but an entire continent was now covered in it. The grass was white, the stones were white, and even the river that flowed in the land was white in color. Yang Dingsheng was equally as surprised. Huang Xiaolong looked at the white deer only to be greeted by a confused look. How in the world did these things turn white? It hadn't left the white deer cave for a long time, and it knew everything that happened in the lands. Such a huge change should have caught its attention. A terrifying power emerged from the depths of the land, and it was evident that there were several experts fighting within. Huang Xiaolong and the others flew deeper into the white continent. As they went deeper and deeper, there was a weird holy energy that emerged from the lands. Huang Xiaolong thought of the White Feather King when he felt the pulsating waves. Don't tell me that there's really a treasure here. A burning gaze appeared in the white deer's eyes. Could tell that the item was definitely not ordinary. The energy coming from the lands felt extremely familiar. Huang Xiaolong also felt his heart speeding up. The number of treasures that could excite him could probably be counted on one hand. However, there were definitely a few of them that could tempt him into fighting for them. It was clear that the treasure that was about to appear was anything but ordinary. Huang Xiaolong sped up after thinking about it. The white deer and Yang Dingsheng did the same. This is mine. It appeared in my white deer cave, and I'm the owner of the region. You can't fight me for it. The white deer snapped. Nonsense. Didn't the universe source stone come from your territory too? Huang Xiaolong sneered. The white deer snorted in annoyance. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive. It's the experts from the dazzling black race. Yang Dingxing gasped. Their opponents are from the ghost AO race. The members of the dazzling black race are the ones who had annoyed Huang Xiaolong previously. Even though Chao Cheng wasn't part of the battle, his subordinates were. The dazzling black race was considered one of the top races among the ancient races. The ghost AO race was close to them in strength. Those who were fighting were experts who neared the 20 billion mark. The experts of the other races were enjoying their battle at the side, and Huang Xiaolong saw a giant lake slightly past them. Completely white in color, the lake emitted a milky glow that contained dense radiant energy. Huang Xiaolong could feel a strange power condensing deep in the lake, and the might it gave off was no weaker than the universe source stone. From the looks of it, the object would only be ready after several hours. Huang Xiaolong released his Dao souls in order to spy on the object, only to be disappointed. There were countless restrictions around the lake made by the universes in order to protect the object within. It was the reason behind the massive battle that was taking place. Both parties wanted to lay claim to the item the moment it emerged. The dazzling black race ignored Huang Xiaolong's presence completely. After all, they couldn't be bothered by the weakling that traveled with Yang Dingxing. As for the white deer, it had long since concealed itself. It hid its aura and stood beside Huang Xiaolong like an ordinary creature. When the two parties were about to reach the climax of the battle, a massive flying ship tore through the air. It traveled towards them at a frightening speed, and a giant shockwave arrived before the ship came. Seeing the insignia on the massive ship, everyone gasped in fright. Golden Phoenix Race, Yang Dingxing yelled. The Golden Phoenix Race was ranked among the top 5 out of all the ancient races. The dazzling Black Race and Ghost Ao Race might be strong, but they were far from comparable to the Golden Phoenix Race. The faces of Chao Chang and the others changed, and a look of fear crossed their faces. It didn't take long for the flying ship to arrive. Several dozen people emerged from the ship, and more than half of those who emerged were existences at the same level at Yang Dingxing. Their leader was a young man who had a golden flame symbol dancing between his eyebrows. Golden Phoenix Crown Prince! Many people yelled when they saw him. The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince was someone whose combat strength closed in on the 22 billion mark. He was only weaker than the Fortune Prince in the younger generation of the ancient races. As soon as he appeared, he swept his gaze across those present and sneered. "The item in the lake belongs to my Golden Phoenix race. I'll give all of you 1 minute to leave the area." The faces of everyone present changed, but no one dared to speak out against him. Even so, no one took their leave. Ordinarily, they would listen to whatever the Golden Phoenix Crown Prince said. However, the treasure under the lake was too tempting. "Cripple anyone who doesn't leave in a minute," the Golden Phoenix Crown Prince said to the experts behind him. When everyone was still stuck in a state of shock, he walked towards the giant lake. However, a voice rang through the air as he approached. "Brat, the item under the lake is mine. If you approach the lake, I'll cripple your legs." Everyone turned to stare at the person who spoke with disbelief in their eyes. To their horror, the person who spoke was Huang Xiaolong. Chao Cheng was stunned for a second, and he didn't understand where Huang Xiaolong found his courage from. Did he not know the Golden Phoenix race? The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince paused for a second before bursting into laughter. "Brat, you wish to cripple me?" He didn't expect anyone to counter his threat with a threat of their own. "You heard me," Huang Xiaolong muttered. The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince roared with laughter and pointed at Huang Xiaolong mockingly. "Did you hear that? This brat said that he plans to cripple me." The experts of the Golden Phoenix race burst out laughing. One of the experts of the Golden Phoenix race approached the Crown Prince and said, "Your Highness, should we break his legs right now?" He looked at the white deer and Yang Dingsheng behind Huang Xiaolong and continued, "Should we break their legs too?" The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince chuckled. "All right, break them all. There's no need to waste time with them." "Yes, Your Highness." The expert laughed and started walking towards Huang Xiaolong and the others. The expert from the Golden Phoenix race who approached them wasn't weak. He was someone who closed in on the 20 billion mark, and his strength was stronger than the experts who were fighting earlier. Yang Dingsheng might have known how strong Huang Xiaolong and the white deer were, but he felt a sense of panic sweeping through his heart when he saw the expert from the Golden Phoenix race approach. After all, the Golden Phoenix race was known as one of the hegemons in the fortune space. An existence like the Golden Phoenix Crown Prince was more than enough to scare the old ancestors of the Yang Lightning race into submission. A sneer formed on the Crown Prince's face when he saw the expression on Yang Dingxing's face. He had long since recognized the man. When the expert from the Golden Phoenix race arrived before Huang Xiaolong, the white deer, and Yang Dingsheng, a golden light surrounded his fist and he punched towards the trio. He controlled his strength perfectly. Since the Crown Prince only wanted to break their legs, he would do just that. Moreover, he knew that the Crown Prince didn't wish for them to die so soon. He wanted to torture them as he wished later. It was too bad his attack was stopped 100 feet away from Huang Xiaolong and the others. The energy wave that was supposed to shatter their legs hovered in the air without dissipating. The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince gasped in shock, and so did everyone else watching the farce. "Lord Chao Cheng, who would have thought that the youngster is an expert?" The expert from the dazzling black race who was fighting earlier exclaimed. All of them knew how strong Yang Dingsheng was. As such, they quickly associated the person who stopped the attack with Huang Xiaolong. From how easily he stopped it, his combat strength should have crossed the 20 billion mark. Even in the fortune space, he would be considered a supreme expert. After all, very few experts crossed the 20 billion units mark in the fortune space. Chao Cheng might be surprised by Huang Xiaolong's strength, but a cold snort left his lips. So what? After offending the Golden Phoenix race, he's dead anyway. The expert from the Golden Phoenix race felt his expression sinking and a cold snort left his lips. Golden light surrounded his body. It was clear that he planned to go all out. An endless amount of power poured out from his body as the golden light lit up the lands. At the same time, a giant hammer appeared in his hand as it smashed towards Huang Xiaolong. In an instant, the skies seemed to be covered by countless mountain-sized golden hammers. Huang Xiaolong crossed his arms behind his back as he watched the hammers getting closer. Everyone couldn't help but break out into discussion at the side. This brat is crazy. Even if he crossed the 20 billion mark, he should defend himself. He's obviously looking down on Huang Quan. When Huang Quan smashes him into a meat paste, I'll call out in celebration. Several experts in the crown sneered at Huang Xiaolong's reaction. Seeing as the hammer was about to slam into his head, Huang Xiaolong casually raised a finger to stop it. With a light flick, the giant hammer was shattered into countless pieces. The expert from the Golden Phoenix race, Huang Quan, was sent smashing through God knows how many mountain peaks before landing at the edge of the continent. The explosions that happened when he crashed through the mountains echoed through the skies. Chao Cheng and those standing around stared at him in shock. The faces of those from the Golden Phoenix race changed. Huang Xiaolong ignored all of them as he turned to look at the Crown Prince's legs. Right now, you have already crossed the mark that I've set. The Crown Prince of the Golden Phoenix race never intended to listen to Huang Xiaolong. That was why he approached the lake when the exchange was going on. Everyone thought of Huang Xiaolong's threat and someone in the crowd gasped, "Don't tell me he's really going to cripple the Golden Phoenix Crown Prince?" That was an absurd notion. Everyone thought that Huang Xiaolong was messing around when he spoke earlier, but it seemed as though he was going to follow through with his threat. Even if he plans to cripple the Golden Phoenix Crown Prince, he might not be strong enough to do so. An ancient ancestor in the crown sneered, "The Crown Prince has more than 22 billion units of combat strength. That brat might be strong, but he isn't a match for His Highness." That's right. Lord Huang Ruoqing is here too. He's someone who reached the 23 billion units mark. Chaos broke out as everyone chattered among themselves. The Crown Prince snorted as a light of mockery flashed in his eyes. "So what if I did? Who do you think?" Before he could complete his sentence, a ray of light shot through the skies and he felt a sharp pain shooting through his legs. In the next instant, he was sent tumbling through the air. The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince landed on the ground and his face was covered in dust. Everyone saw that his legs had been completely shattered. "What?" The experts of the various races yelled in fright. "Your Highness!" Huang Ruoqing of the Golden Phoenix race gasped before running to the Crown Prince's side. When he realized what had happened, the Crown Prince's heart was filled with endless rage. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and roared, "Who the fuck are you?" "Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong." Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Could he be the owner of the Blue Dragon Manor? No way. Isn't he said to only possess 15 billion units of combat strength? Suppressing the hatred in his heart, the Crown Prince growled, "You better not come to the fortune space in the future. Otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer a fate 10,000 times worse than mine." Unexpectedly, he ordered for the members of the Golden Phoenix race to retreat after he laid down his threat. Before he left, he glared at Yang Dingsheng. "Humph?" Yang Dingsheng from the Yang Lightning race. Yang Dingsheng's expression changed, and he turned to look at Huang Xiaolong like a pitiful kid who was wronged. Huang Xiaolong casually sent a punch towards the flying ship. Boom! The punch shattered the ship completely. Whatever was left of the Golden Phoenix flying ship that was soaring through the sky's ground to a complete halt. With a single punch, Huang Xiaolong shattered the eye of the formation powering the ship and some. The experts of the Golden Phoenix race came tumbling out of the ship, including ancient ancestor Huang Ruoqing. The faces of everyone present changed. Initially, Huang Xiaolong shattered the crown prince's legs easily, and that caused everyone's evaluation of his strength to increase. Now they became even more wary of Huang Xiaolong. It seemed as though he wasn't as weak as they thought. If you dare to harm anyone related to Yang Dingsheng when you return, I'll kill my way into your territory, Huang Xiaolong growled. Leave the ship. All of you can fly back on your own. The experts of the Golden Phoenix race glared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. How dare you? One of the ancient ancestors roared. However, the crown prince stopped the man and endured the humiliation. All right, I will remember what you said here today. We're leaving the ship behind. They flew towards the entrance of the White Deer Cave. In fact, Huang Xiaolong's punch destroyed the formation on the ship completely. They couldn't drive it away even if they wanted to. Those standing around looked at each other when they saw the members of the Golden Phoenix race leaving with their tails tucked between their legs. Many people thought of leaving, but the temptation of obtaining the item in the lake was too much. Huang Xiaolong ignored all of them. As long as they didn't approach the lake, he was too lazy to deal with them. He could tell that Yang Dingsheng was still troubled by the threat of the Golden Phoenix race, and he couldn't help but sigh. Brother Yang, there's no need to worry. I'll return to the fortune space with you in the future. The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince wouldn't dare to harm anyone from the Yang Lightning race. Heaving a sigh of relief, Yang Dingsheng thanked. Thank you, Brother Huang. Huang Xiaolong patted Yang Dingsheng's shoulders several times before turning to look at the lake. The white deer finally piped up. Hey, you already got the Universe Source Stone. Leave this treasure for me. The experts turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong with a burning gaze. Huang Xiaolong has a piece of Universe Source Stone. Knowing that the white deer did it on purpose, Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered by its little plans. I was planning to give the item under the lake to you, but I changed my mind because of what you said. I'm definitely grabbing whatever appears. Huang Xiaolong's voice was firm. As an awkward expression appeared on its face, the white deer sighed. I didn't mean to reveal your secret to everyone. Actually, I can give you whatever lies below this lake. Huang Xiaolong grinned. As long as you become my mount, you can have it. Bullshit. A look of rage appeared on the white deer's face. If you bring this up again, you can't blame me for what I'll do. What do you think you can do? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The white deer might be strong, but it was comparable to the White Feather King at best. Both of them knew what happened when Huang Xiaolong fought with the White Feather King. As the white deer's face turned completely red, it glared at Huang Xiaolong without saying another word. Huang Xiaolong was right. It couldn't do anything. Lord Chao Cheng, if the brat really has the Universe Source Stone, this is great news, someone whispered to Chao Cheng. In the future, he's going to follow Yang Dingsheng to the fortune space. When that happens, Chao Cheng felt his heart pumping in excitement. I wonder what's under the lake, someone else asked. A look of greed flashed through his eyes. If everyone gets into an all-out brawl, we might stand a chance. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to challenge all of us. All of you will play by ear. When an opportunity appears, grab the treasure. Yes, Lord Chao Cheng. Huang Xiaolong's revelation of strength might have caused many of them to hesitate, but they were planning to fish in muddied waters. They would swarm Huang Xiaolong and win with sheer numbers. All of them thought the same way. Of course, Huang Xiaolong noticed everything. Too lazy to bother with them, he continued to look at the lake. Time ticked by and the white glow above the lake became more and more intense. The white light soon covered the entire continent. Under the illumination, the white continent became even more vibrant. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. A massive blast broke the silence and a massive wall of water burst out from the middle of the lake. A white flower slowly rose towards the skies. The white flower emitted brilliant rays of light that seemed to contain all the colors in the world. They were so interconnected that they looked completely white. When looking at it from afar, it looked like a snow-white arm. Everyone was shocked to discover the white flower with an odd appearance. Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in shock. Every single petal seemed to contain a great world on its own. The power that was contained within reminded Huang Xiaolong of the universe source stone. When Huang Xiaolong was still confused, a figure appeared above the lake. The figure was covered in pure darkness and no one could see his appearance. The only thing they could be sure of was his strength. He was definitely stronger than the Golden Phoenix Crown Prince and Huang Ruoqing. The moment he appeared, he reached for the white flower. However, a snow-white leg appeared and sent the expert flying. Yelling in fright, the expert was sent crashing into the edge of the continent. The wound on his chest where the leg landed extended all the way through his back, and his bones were visible to the world. The darkness around him disappeared and his appearance was revealed to the world. Black Heart Old Ancestor. Many people recognized him instantly. The Black Heart Old Ancestor was one of the strongest and most cruel experts in the 13 universes. The number of people he killed couldn't be counted, and there were rumors that his heart was pure black in color. That was how he got his title. His strength hovered around the 25 billion mark, and even the old ancestor of the dazzling black race would have to retreat in terror in the face of the Black Heart Old Ancestor. Now, he was sent flying by a single kick. When everyone turned to look at the individual who unleashed the terrifying kick, they were dumbstruck. It was the white deer that followed Huang Xiaolong around. Those who were hoping to grab the treasure for themselves felt their blood running cold. Before the white deer could retrieve the white flower, an arm reached out to stop it. A feeling of rage filled its heart when it realized that someone was in its way. However, an awkward smile soon formed on the white deer's face when it saw that it was Huang Xiaolong's arm. "That? I told you. I'm definitely going to grab that treasure," Huang Xiaolong stated blandly. "Do you really think that I'm afraid of you?" The white deer yelled. "Well, I'm sure as hell not afraid of you," Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Bouncing around with rage, the white deer eventually chose to swallow its anger before negotiating with Huang Xiaolong for a part of the treasure. After several tens of minutes, the two of them reached an agreement. Half of the petals would belong to the white deer and the others would go to Huang Xiaolong. In order to obtain half the petals, the white deer chose to work for Huang Xiaolong for 100 million years. Of course, it was only planning to work for Huang Xiaolong. Being a mount was out of the question. When the two of them were negotiating, the experts all around broke out into discussion. However, none of them chose to make a move. After all, the Black Heart Old Ancestor's fate was there for all of them to see. All of them saw how serious the old expert's injury was. Even if he could use universe-level spiritual veins to recover, he would take several hundreds of millions of years. It was extremely likely that he would never return to his peak level. Eventually, Huang Xiaolong split the treasure with the white deer. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong brought along the white deer and Yang Dingsheng as they left. The experts who were standing around only left reluctantly when Huang Xiaolong was nowhere to be seen. "Lord, should we investigate that little brat's identity?" Someone in the dazzling black race asked. Chao Cheng nodded. "Find out if he's really the owner of the Blue Dragon Manor." "What if he is?" A light flashed through Chao Cheng's eyes. After leaving the White Deer Cave, the three of them flew straight for the fortune space. At the same time, the members of the Golden Phoenix race were doing the same. They were in a sorry state as they flew back all by themselves. When the Golden Phoenix Crown Prince thought of Huang Xiaolong, anger filled his heart. He turned to an expert beside him and growled, "Doesn't Yang Dingsheng have a son?" "Your Highness, do you mean?" "Capture him right now." The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince snapped. "Cut off a piece of his flesh every day. I'll torture him to the end of time when I return. As for Huang Xiaolong, go investigate his identity. If he really is the owner of the Blue Dragon Manor, get someone to kill everyone in there." The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince passed down several orders instantly. He never suffered such humiliation before. What if Huang Xiaolong finds out? Wouldn't he? Huang Ruoqing asked. A snort left the Crown Prince's lips. So what if he does? When I return to the fortune space, he won't be able to do anything to me. Does he dare to pick a fight with our Golden Phoenix Mountain? Humph! He's asking for death if he dares to come. The old ancestor of the Golden Phoenix race was the third strongest expert in the fortune space. He was an existence whose combat strength crossed the 29 billion mark. After leaving the White Deer Cave, Huang Xiaolong was too annoyed by their slow flying speed, and he quickly brought out the universe boat. The White Deer and Yang Dingsheng stared at him in disbelief when they saw the ranked #1 universe treasure. A complicated gaze formed on the White Deer's face. Ignoring the animal, Huang Xiaolong entered the third layer of formations and brought out his portion of the white flower. Plucking off a single petal, he tossed it into the eye of the formation. Sitting down, he circulated the universe transformation art to devour the universe source qi. After several moments, Huang Xiaolong realized how much better the quality of universe source qi was. The qi produced from the petal of the white flower allowed him to comprehend the mysteries of the universe at a faster rate compared to the past. The treasure really came at the right time. Excitement filled his heart. With the universe source qi produced from the petals of the white flower, Huang Xiaolong felt that he could enter the half-step universe god realm in less than 100,000 years. Now, the universe first race was several 100,000 years away from activating their extermination formation. He could definitely break through before they tried anything. When that happened, he wouldn't even be afraid of the Black Nether King. The White Deer and Yang Dingsheng cultivated quietly on the ship. As they were unable to enter the Grand Formation, they couldn't see Huang Xiaolong's situation. All of a sudden, Yang Dingsheng's transmission symbol buzzed, and his expression turned ugly to the extreme after he read the contents. "What's wrong?" the White Deer asked. "Lord White Deer." Yang Dingsheng fell to his knees and bawled. "I received a report from one of my trusted friends from the race. He said that the Golden Phoenix Crown Prince ordered for my son's arrest. He plans to cut off his flesh every single day, and the old ancestor of my race doesn't dare to say anything about it. Lord White Deer, please save my son." The White Deer was stunned for a second, but a sneer soon formed on its lips. "That dumbass dares to ignore Lord Huang's order. He's definitely tired of living." Helping Yang Dingsheng up, it continued, "You're Lord Huang's friend. Not to worry. I promise to get your son out." Yang Dingsheng thanked the White Deer profusely. Several months later, Huang Xiaolong's group entered the fortune space and he emerged from the third layer of formations. That was when he learned that the Golden Phoenix Crown Prince captured Yang Dingsheng's son. His expression sank. "Do you know where your son is held?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "He's currently in the Lion King City in the Central Plains." "That's where we're going then," Huang Xiaolong muttered as he steered the ship towards the Central Plains. A month later they arrived. "I heard that the second piece of Universe Source Stone has appeared. It should be in the hands of someone called Huang Xiaolong. The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince ordered for Yang Dingsheng's son's arrest. Now he's held in Lion King City in order to draw Huang Xiaolong out. Nearly all the patriarchs have surrounded the city and wait for Huang Xiaolong." It didn't take long before Huang Xiaolong overheard their secret voice transmissions. Huang Xiaolong casually swiped at the air and dragged a group of experts over to himself. Not expecting anyone to grab them, they fell into a state of panic. When they were still dumbstruck, Huang Xiaolong searched through their memories. He learned quite a lot about Lion King City from them. All of them were ancient ancestors of their races, and they knew quite a bit. More than 30 experts who broke through the 20 billion mark. Huang Xiaolong scoffed. "Looks like the Universe Source Stone is really tempting." The White Deer gasped in fright. "Are there actually so many of them?" More than 30 experts had crossed the 20 billion mark. That was practically all the experts the fortune space had to offer. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Other than Old Man Fortune and several others, almost all the experts in the fortune space have come. The old ancestor of the Golden Phoenix race is also lying in wait in the city. "What?" The White Deer's expression turned serious. "It might be strong, but the other party was also someone who crossed the 29 billion units mark. No matter who it was, they wouldn't dare to look down on someone at that level." "Yeah. Other than Huang Ren, Zhou Fu, and Shi Jian are there too." The White Deer's expression became a little more serious. The two of them were also existences who crossed the 29 billion mark. Wouldn't that mean that there are 3 experts who crossed the 29 billion mark in Lion King City? The white deer sucked in a cold breath and said, "That's right. Are you afraid?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Puffing up its chest instantly, the white deer sneered, "Nonsense! Why would I be afraid of Huang Ren and those old fogies? There are only 2 people in the 13 universe that can scare me. One of them is the Black Nether King and the other is Old Man Fortune. No one else is worthy of my attention. Looks like I'm just another weakling in your eyes," Huang Xiaolong joked. An awkward smile appeared on the white deer's face. That's not what I meant." Huang Xiaolong and the white deer continued on their way towards the city in the midst of laughter. "Brother Huang, why don't we forget about it?" Yang Dingshang hesitated. "We can save him in the future." He didn't expect there to be so many supreme experts camping in the city. As an ancient ancestor of the Yang lightning race, he knew how strong they were. Any one of them could be considered a peak existence in the fortune space. Without Old Man Fortune, the 3 of them could do as they wished. If they stomped their feet, the fortune space would tremble under their might. According to Yang Dingshang, Huang Xiaolong, and the white deer couldn't go against the strongest powers of the fortune space even if they were terrifyingly strong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. "There's no need to worry. Even if Old Man Fortune came, I'll be able to save your son." That was true. There was only a single person in existence who could cause Huang Xiaolong to hesitate. He was confident that he could defeat Old Man Fortune if push came to shove. Even though Old Man Fortune was slightly stronger than him, he had the Star Dragon Divine Tree, Universe Boat, and other universe treasures. He would smash Old Man Fortune to oblivion with his collection of treasures. One day later, the city came into view as the 3 of them stopped 10,000 miles away. Huang Xiaolong released his Dao souls only to discover those waiting in the city. Other than those who crossed the 20 billion mark, there were more than 200 experts slightly weaker than them. The weakest person among them had 15 billion units of combat strength. The white deer managed to discover their presence as well, and a frown formed on its face. "Let's go. They already discovered us." Huang Xiaolong entered the city after he spoke. As soon as they entered, several pillars of light rose into the sky, and they intertwined to form a massive light barrier. They had laid down the trap a long time ago. "Hee. Huang Xiaolong, you're finally here." A mocking laughter rang through the air. The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince and several others approached Huang Xiaolong's group. Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on the prince, and he sneered. "Looks like you didn't take my warning seriously. Previously, he said that he would kill his way into the Golden Phoenix race if anything happened to people related to Yang Dingsheng." Roaring with laughter, the Crown Prince sneered. "Huang Xiaolong, who the fuck do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Our old ancestor, Lord Zhoufu, and Lord Shijian are currently waiting for you. You better follow me in obediently. Otherwise, we'll capture you right here and now." "Follow you in to greet your ancestors? They're not qualified." Huang Xiaolong snorted. The experts standing around gasped in shock. There were countless experts of the various races who came out along with the Crown Prince. The strongest among them reached the 27 billion units mark, and he was the continent master. His expression sank when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. "They're not qualified? Do you really think that you're senior fortune?" The Golden Phoenix Crown Prince sneered. Huang Xiaolong casually pulled at the space before him and dragged the prince over to himself. Holding him by the neck, Huang Xiaolong asked, "Old Man Fortune?" The experts standing around finally reacted. "Huang Xiaolong, release him immediately. Otherwise, you're definitely going to die here today." The continent master raged. "You won't be able to escape from our grand formation today." "Escape?" Huang Xiaolong smiled before popping the Crown Prince's head like a balloon. With his intentional use of the universe origin fires, there wasn't the slightest bit of resistance. Miserable howls came from the Crown Prince as his head was blown into bits. His cries rang through the city. Everyone who came with him was dumbfounded. "Huang Xiaolong, you're fucked now. The continent master roared and he lunged at Huang Xiaolong. You won't be able to pay for your sins even if you die 10,000 times over. The golden phoenix crown prince's identity in the fortune space was clear for all to see. He was comparable to the fortune prince. But Huang Xiaolong killed him like it was nothing. He basically waged war against the entire golden phoenix race. Huang Xiaolong sent a casual slap flying towards the continent master. Bang! Smashing through countless structures, the continent master slammed into the restriction, stopping Huang Xiaolong from escaping. It shook violently upon impact. Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they saw what happened. In an instant, countless figures appeared before Huang Xiaolong. The people in the lead were Huang Ren, Zhou Fu, and Shi Jian. As soon as Huang Ren appeared, he stared at the puddle of blood that was once the crown prince of his race as his expression fell. The crown prince's soul had long since been tossed into the universe boat by Huang Xiaolong. Glaring at Huang Xiaolong, killing intent spewed out from his eyes. Huang Ren growled, "Originally, we would have allowed you to live after you handed over the universe source stone. But now, you'll die a horrible death. You will wish you hadn't been born." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "Do you think you clowns are enough to back that claim up?" Anger filled the hearts of everyone present. Huang Ren and the others flew into a fit of rage. "Preposterous! Hand over the universe source stone. Why are we wasting our breath with him? Kill him and search his soul. We'll throw him into the eye of the fortune furnace and we'll torture his soul for eternity." Several experts roared in anger. Huang Xiaolong sneered as his figure started to blur. When he reappeared, he punched out with 29 billion units of grand cosmos energy. The skies changed color as a boundless energy swept towards the various experts present. When they felt the strength behind the punch, everyone felt their expressions changing. "Hurry up and flee!" Boom! Several ancient ancestors and patriarchs clashed with Huang Xiaolong's phantom fist. Miserable howls filled the air. Huang Ren and the others wanted to make their move, but they were a tad bit too late. The experts who were struck were sent flying in an instant and their faces changed. "Was that? Your combat strength reached the 29 billion units mark." Zhou Fu gasped in surprise. "Combat strength?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "That was pure grand cosmos energy." However, he didn't wish to explain himself to this bunch of fools. Once again, a giant fist formed in the air as he circulated the universe transformation art. This time, the punch was much stronger than before. Huang Ren yelled as golden flames surrounded his body. A burning knife appeared in his hand. The blade was massive, and it was 3 times bigger than any ordinary blade. It had the power to sunder the world. That was the inheritance treasure of the golden phoenix race. A pseudo-universe treasure, the golden phoenix flaming blade. Even though it wasn't a universe treasure, it was comparable to one. Phoenix blade sunders the earth. Huang Ren circulated his energy to the limit as he greeted Huang Xiaolong's fist. Buzz! A terrifying blade light came slashing down towards the fist. The blade light was God knows how many miles in length, and it was like a golden star river that came crashing down on Huang Xiaolong. Clang! As the two attacks clashed, a massive explosion rang through the air. Huang Xiaolong's fist smashed through the blade completely. The golden phoenix flaming blade let out a terrifying screech as it was flung out of Huang Ren's hand. Huang Xiaolong's fist continued on towards Huang Ren's chest. The golden armor around Huang Ren's body was shattered immediately. He was sent tumbling through the air. What? Zhou Fu and Shi Jian were stunned. They acted in unison as they rushed to block Huang Xiaolong's strike. A thunderous roar could be heard as they slammed into Huang Xiaolong's attack. Huang Xiaolong remained firmly in place as the other two were forced to retreat several thousand miles. They crashed through countless structures in the city before coming to a stop. Silence fell upon the land. Every single expert who came to snatch Huang Xiaolong's treasure felt their limbs going cold. Even the white deer and Yang Dingsheng couldn't believe what they were seeing. Shock filled the white deer's heart. Did Huang Xiaolong hold back against the white feather king back in the white deer cave? That was his true strength. From what the white deer could tell, Huang Xiaolong was far stronger than Old Man Fortune. "You!" Huang Ren tore through the skies and he glared at Huang Xiaolong in equal parts terror and rage. I told you. You, clowns, aren't capable of making me regret being born. Huang Xiaolong muttered softly. Raising his arm, Huang Ren summoned the golden phoenix flaming blade that was flung far away. When it returned to his palm, he could see a giant mark smashed into its body. The strike from Huang Xiaolong basically deformed his blade. Even though golden light spewed out from the blade, it had lost its overbearing presence. It was no longer the magnificent pseudo-universe treasure it once was. In fact, it looked like some golden garbage someone picked up from the side of the street. Zhou Fu and Shi Jian appeared beside Huang Ren, and their gaze revealed the shock in their hearts. No one dared to make a move. Initially, the plan was to bring Huang Xiaolong to the three supreme experts before forcing him to hand over the Universe Source Stone. When he handed it over, the Golden Phoenix Crown Prince would be able to do as he wished. Who would have thought that things would go in the completely opposite direction? No one knew what to do. Huang Xiaolong, no matter how strong you are, you're going against all of us alone. I refuse to believe that you can stand against the experts of the fortune space all by yourself. Huang Ren suppressed the shock in his heart and he roared. Brother Huang Ren is right. Shi Jian continued. Everyone, listen to my order. We'll join hands and kill Huang Xiaolong. We'll split the Universe Source Stone equally. With the Universe Source Stone, everyone can break through. When that happens, we won't be afraid of the universe first race any longer. Naturally, he was full of shit. However, his voice rang through the city and the experts of the various races looked at each other hesitantly. Heed my order. Kill Huang Xiaolong right now. Under Huang Ren's instructions, the various experts surrounded Huang Xiaolong in an attempt to take his life. A snort left Huang Xiaolong's lips as the Star Dragon Divine Tree, Blade of Death, and the three gods' halberd appeared. The golden sun circlet appeared to protect his body as the universe origin fires submerged the land in a sea of flames. Even though he only revealed 5 treasures, the horrifying pressure that came along with it made it hard for anyone present to breathe. Those who were charging at him a second ago jumped in fright when they noticed the 5 universe treasures. Many of them stopped dead in their tracks. Star Dragon Divine Tree. Kill Huang Xiaolong and all his treasures will belong to us. Zhou Fu yelled in excitement. Kill him right now. Leaping towards Huang Xiaolong, a giant axe appeared in his hand. The axe seemed to be born from darkness as it was jet black in color. As the axe slashed towards Huang Xiaolong, a weird absorption strength emerged. Shi Jian used a long spear that glowed an earthly yellow. It shot towards Huang Xiaolong as the earth below trembled. A shocking amount of power emerged from beneath the ground and went straight for Huang Xiaolong's legs. Huang Ren used the deformed golden phoenix flaming blade to chop at Huang Xiaolong once again. As for the other experts, they attacked in unison. What would happen when over 200 experts at their level struck at once? The heavens shattered as the city was blasted to smithereens. Every single structure in the city crumbled in an instant as the space around them showed signs of cracking. It was utter annihilation. Yang Dingxing gasped in horror as Huang Xiaolong circulated the universe transformation art. 29 billion units of grand cosmos energy poured out from his body instantly. Huang Xiaolong no longer held back. As he revealed his full strength, a blinding ray of light emerged from the various universe treasures he revealed. The Star Dragon Divine Tree spewed out Star Dragon Chi endlessly as the universe origin fires turned into a blazing inferno that swept towards the members of the fortune space. The golden sun circlets turned into a shining golden dragon as the Blade of Death emitted waves of death chi. The 3 gods' halberd drew over the power of water from all over the lands. Die! Huang Xiaolong didn't retreat in the slightest when faced with so many experts. The weapons in his hands swung towards the nearest few. Rip! The artifacts in the hands of those from the fortune space were torn to shreds by the Blade of Death and the 3 gods' halberd. When they were struck by the energy wave that followed, many of them were sent flying as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. In the instant Huang Xiaolong made his move, the white deer did the same. It rushed into the group of experts as a milky white flame covered its body. 2 rays of light emerged from its horns. The light that emerged seemed to contain the purest form of radiance energy in the 13 universes. Everyone felt as though their Tao souls were trembling when the light emerged. The faces of Huang Ren and the others changed. Beware! That's the light of life. Light of life. There was only a single existence who possessed a bloodline strong enough to wield the light of life. As the source of all life, the light of life not only had the power to give life, could also take away whatever vitality one had. Despite their warning, it came a little too late. One of the ancient ancestors was struck by the light of life. In an instant, his divine armor and the grand cosmos energy he used to protect himself shattered. The light of life didn't stop there. It continued towards someone else, pierced through another expert before carrying on to the third. Finally reacting, the third expert sent out a punch to stop the light of life, but he was far too weak compared to the white deer. The light of life pierced through his arm and went straight into his chest. Zhou Fu yelled in shock. Fuck! Don't bother fighting it. Dodge it. Unless you have a universe treasure, you won't be able to block the light of life. It was too bad the light of life reached the fourth expert. When the fifth in line managed to dodge the light of life, he heaved a sigh of relief. Slamming straight into the only structure left standing in Lion King City, the city walls, the light of life tore a massive hole through it. You're the master of the White Deer Cave. Someone gasped in terror. Previously, everyone had their eyes on Huang Xiaolong. No one would pay attention to an unassuming white deer that was beside him. Now, everyone felt their minds buzzing in shock when they thought of its identity. Huang Ren, Zhou Fu, and Shijian were equally as shocked. Even though they had never seen the white deer, they knew how scary it was. If they fought it one-on-one, none of them would be its match. Another change happened on the battlefield as blood qi filled the skies. 6 oddly shaped creatures appeared beside Huang Xiaolong. Are those the 5 monster kings from the netherworld in the unknown space? Someone screamed. They were right. Those were indeed the monster kings from the netherworld. However, there was something they were mistaken about. There were 6 of them. Not many people knew about the existence of the Ghost Devil King, but he was the strongest among the 6. No, they are the 6 monster kings. Zhou Fu yelled in fright. No one expected Huang Xiaolong to subdue them all. That's right, Huang Xiaolong muttered. It's my turn now. Kill them all. The blade of death and 3 gods' halberd disappeared all of a sudden. In their place appeared a golden boat. The golden light around the boat contained the mysteries of the 13 universes, and a mysterious qi surrounded all of them. Could it be? A horrifying thought flashed through Huang Ren's mind, and his expression changed. The golden boat in his hand expanded by tens of thousands of times, and it covered the skies above Lion King City. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand once and sent the universe boat smashing into the crowd. Not many people reacted in time, and many of them were struck. When they were sent flying. The golden light around the universe boat wasn't for show. It contained extreme power, and it shot towards Huang Ren, Zhou Fu, and Shijian. That's the universe boat. Hurry up and run. Zhou Fu gasped. It was too bad that the universe boat was too damn fast. No one could escape. Seeing as there was no way out, Shijian screamed in a last-ditch attempt to stop Huang Xiaolong. Die! He circulated all the energy he had in order to block the incoming boat. Huang Ren and Zhou Fu did the same. When they unleashed everything they had at once, not even Old Man Fortune would dare to take the strike head-on. However, Huang Xiaolong was no Old Man Fortune, and the universe boat was no ordinary treasure. Huang Xiaolong commanded the boat to crash straight into them. The instant their attacks landed on the body of the universe boat, they were sent flying. Once they were out of the picture, the universe boat's next target became those ancient ancestors and patriarchs of the various races. The speed of the universe boat was terrifying to begin with. With Huang Xiaolong's grand cosmos energy to supplement it, it didn't take long for the universe boat to arrive before the others. Miserable shrieks filled the skies. Countless experts were sent flying in an instant. If Huang Ren and the others couldn't escape their fate of being beaten badly, there was nothing more to say about those experts. The universe boat was basically an unstoppable existence. Coupled with Huang Xiaolong's unparalleled strength, it could wipe away anyone in its path. Not to mention the fact that he was using it to intentionally crash into the experts present. In 2 breaths of time, nearly half of the experts were dealt with. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong sent the universe boat straight into the light barrier that was supposed to keep him in the city. Bang! It was as though he tore a hole through the heavens as a giant gap was formed in the light barrier around the city. Darkness could be seen in the space outside the barrier. Huang Ren and the others felt the world crumbling around them when they saw how powerful Huang Xiaolong really was. Their hearts went cold and their legs went numb. They used almost every single resource in their treasury to create the formation around the city. They thought that it was extremely sturdy and no one would be able to break out of it. Now, it failed to take a single strike from the universe boat. When the universe boat was done with the formation, Huang Xiaolong turned it around and sent it towards the Huang Ren trio again. Their expressions changed and they no longer dared to take the strike head-on. They fled in 3 different directions. As soon as they disappeared from their spot, the ship smashed deep into the ground. The entire continent was blown apart as a bottomless abyss formed. Experts at the level of Huang Ren might have broken through the 29 billion mark, but they were terrified when they saw what happened. It was lucky the 3 of them dodged, otherwise they would have turned into meat paste. The universe boat was the strongest universe treasure. It was ranked number 1 in terms of offensive abilities, defensive abilities, and speed. No matter how strong their bodies were, they wouldn't be able to resist the universe boat. Huang Xiaolong recalled the universe boat and stared at the 3 of them coldly. When he was about to send the universe boat into them once again, Zhou Fu yelled, "Brother Huang, wait a minute, we have something to tell you." Huang Xiaolong looked at the 3 of them with a raised eyebrow. "Brother Huang, we were too rash. We offended you by accident as we only wanted the universe source stone to go against the universe first race." Shi Jian continued, "Brother Huang, please forgive us." "That's right. We heard that they wanted to destroy the 13 universes again. All of us wish to stop them, and our common enemy is the universe first race," Huang Ren explained. "If we fight among ourselves now, they will be extremely happy to see us kill each other off." Huang Xiaolong sneered, "Are you sure you wish to obtain the universe source stone in order to stand against the universe first race?" "Yes, of course." Zhou Fu panicked. "However, Brother Huang is a supreme being. The universe source stone will be much more useful in your hands. From what you're saying, you guys don't want the universe source stone any longer, is that right?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "We don't want it anymore," the 3 of them replied in unison. "Aren't you planning to take revenge for your grandson?" Huang Xiaolong asked Huang Ren. A stern look appeared on Huang Ren's face, and he snapped. "He went too far by offending Brother Huang. I can't blame you for his death." Huang Xiaolong remained silent as he looked at the 3 shameless bastards standing before him. All 3 of them clenched their fists tightly as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Whatever the case, I haven't been able to move my muscles. Since you're able to put up a fight, let's exchange pointers." Their expressions changed instantly. The universe boat expanded once again. Half a day later, the entire continent was turned into rubble from the battle. Huang Ren and the others were beaten so badly that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. After torturing them for a little while longer, Huang Xiaolong finally let them off. It was easy for Huang Xiaolong to defeat the 3 of them, but it wouldn't be possible for him to make them submit to him. Turning around, Huang Xiaolong left. Yang Dingxing brought his son along as he thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely. Allowing them to get up, he made them lead the way to the headquarters of the Yang Lightning Race. When Huang Xiaolong and the White Deer arrived, they received a shocking welcome from the race. Even though the old ancestor of the Yang Lightning Race didn't take part in the battle, he had long since heard the outcome. When they arrived, the White Deer didn't waste any time, and it saved Yang Dingxing's wife immediately. In a single day, Yang Dingxing's wife recovered completely. Staying in the Yang Lightning Race, Huang Xiaolong entered the universe boat to continue his cultivation. At the same time, he learned that Old Man Fortune wasn't in the fortune space. Where can he be? Huang Xiaolong frowned. It was no wonder the old man didn't appear during the battle. I heard that he left the fortune space several tens of thousands of years ago. Go look into his whereabouts, Huang Xiaolong muttered. All right. The white deer nodded before leaving. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong got the white deer to pay attention to Huang Ren, Shi Jian, and Zhou Fu before entering seclusion. Now, he had to break into the half-step universe god realm as quickly as possible. He completely refined the white flower after several dozen thousand years, and he tossed the universe source stone into the eye of the formation before comprehending the images in the nameless devil mirror. After nearly 100,000 years, pillars of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body. It contained an endless amount of power as Huang Xiaolong experienced a complete transformation. He finally entered the half-step universe god realm. Even though he broke through, Huang Xiaolong was in no rush to emerge from seclusion. He continued to comprehend the secrets behind the mirror as he devoured whatever universe source chi was in the formation. It didn't take long before the day arrived. It was the day the universe first race would activate the extermination formation. Huang Xiaolong was shocked to discover that there wasn't any movement from the universe first race. As soon as he emerged from the universe boat, he summoned the white deer. Did Huang Ran and the others do anything out of the ordinary lately? Nope. The white deer shook its head. Old Man Fortune hasn't come back either. I asked many experts in the fortune space, and all of them said that Old Man Fortune went out to look for a fortuitous encounter to break through to the universe god realm. He went to a faraway land, but no one knows where that is. Faraway land? A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. What about the universe first race? They have remained quiet in recent years. The white deer shook its head. We can only be sure that the Black Nether King isn't currently in the universe vault. Light sparkled in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that Old Man Fortune and the Black Nether King went missing at the same time. According to the conversation between Heaven Tyrant and the Star Refinement King, the extermination formation should have been activated. However, nothing happened so far, and the Black Nether King was nowhere to be found. There had to be something going on. Moreover, the universe first race was being too low profile and Huang Xiaolong felt that something was off. Retrieving his transmission symbol, Huang Xiaolong contacted the Blood Phoenix Queen and Titan King. He soon received a reply. The Black Nether King hasn't started the extermination formation and no one knows where he went. However, they said that Heaven Tyrant might have a clue as to where the Black Nether King went. Heaven Tyrant? Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Huang Xiaolong asked them about the Heaven Tyrant's whereabouts. After learning that Heaven Tyrant was staying around the Star Refinement King recently, Huang Xiaolong decided to return to the Universe Vault. Entering the Universe Vault? The white deer gasped. That's right. We're leaving in a bit. Now, Huang Xiaolong wanted nothing more than to know the Black Nether King's whereabouts. Since he entered the half-step universe god realm, he was no longer afraid of the Black Nether King. He wanted to figure out what the Black Nether King planned to do exactly. After all, Huang Xiaolong felt that the Black Nether King had always been acting a little weirdly. We're leaving in a bit? The white deer yelled. It had no idea what the rush was. Yes. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. He didn't explain too much to the white deer and quickly looked for Yang Dingsheng. Handing over countless pills and top-grade universe-level spiritual veins, Huang Xiaolong bade his farewell and left for the universe vault. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong brought out the universe boat. Even so, it took him an entire year to arrive. When he entered the universe vault, he didn't waste a second as he went straight for the Star Refinement King's palace. After several months, Huang Xiaolong arrived. He used his Dao souls to scout his surroundings and discovered that Heaven Tyrant was really hiding in the Star Refinement King's palace. The Star Refinement King, Golden Symbols King, Heaven Devouring King, and the Golden Qilin King were all present. Other than the White Feather King, every expert in the Universe Vault who crossed the 27 billion mark had arrived. Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of excitement filling his heart. Since they were all present, he would take care of all of them at once. If he hadn't broken through, he couldn't be sure that he had the ability to suppress all of them at once. Now, he was absolutely certain that he could take them all down. With a wave of his arm, the Star Dragon Divine Tree filled the skies and locked down the entire area. When he was done, Huang Xiaolong kept the universe boat away. He emerged with the white deer. Who? The moment they revealed themselves, the Star Refinement King and the others were alerted. Charging out of the palace instantly, they were shocked to discover Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong! The Golden Symbols King and Heaven-Devouring King yelled in unison. Huang Xiaolong! The Star Refinement King scoffed. Are you really Huang Xiaolong? However, his expression changed slightly when he saw the white deer. Are you the master of the White Deer Cave? He had sealed off the White Deer Cave in the past along with the White Feather King, and he was extremely familiar with the white deer. Everyone else looked at the white deer in fright. Star Refinement King? Are you surprised to see me? The white deer sneered. It looked at the palace behind them and chuckled. That's a nice palace. Looks like you really know how to enjoy life. The Golden Symbols King shattered a transmission symbol, but it was stopped by a wave of starlight. The faces of the various kings changed. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you intrude into our universe vault? You're asking to die. The Star Refinement King snorted. Do you really think that you can stop the 5 of us with just your Star Dragon Divine Tree? I can try. Huang Xiaolong laughed. A fan that emitted faint starlight appeared in the Star Refinement King's hand, and he swung it towards Huang Xiaolong. A torrent of energy surged towards Huang Xiaolong. The star fan was one of the 13 universe treasures. Remaining completely calm, Huang Xiaolong reached out a single arm to stop the energy wave. The faces of everyone changed. The White Feather King revealed Huang Xiaolong's strength after returning from the White Deer Cave. Many of them were doubtful of his claims, but now, it seemed as though everything he said was true. The Heaven-Devouring King, Golden Qilin King, and Golden Symbols King flew into the skies in unison. There were countless black swords flying towards Huang Xiaolong, and the Golden Qilin King revealed his true form. Turning into a giant qilin, a golden beam shot towards Huang Xiaolong from its mouth. As for the Golden Symbols King, he tossed out his golden cloth once again as a golden rain fell upon the lands. All of them went all out instantly. Huang Xiaolong remained completely impassive as he sent a slap flying towards the 3 of them. A single slap from Huang Xiaolong sent all 3 of them flying. When they slammed into the Star Refinement King's palace below, it exploded into countless fragments. When Huang Xiaolong met the Heaven-Devouring King and Golden Symbols King back in the unknown space, he was unable to stand against the Heaven-Devouring King, no matter how hard he tried. Now, he was able to trash them without using 1/10 of his strength. The Star Refinement King who wanted to go in for the kill stared at the 3 of them in shock. His heart thumped in his chest as he swung his star fan once again. Countless stars fell from the void and it slammed into the Star Dragon Grand Formation. With the endless amount of stars smashing into the formation, the light barrier became much dimmer than before. After all, the Star Refinement King was an expert who crossed the 29 billion mark. With a universe treasure to supplement his strength, he was no walkover. Right before he could unleash another strike, boundless Star Dragon Chi emerged from the void. The barrier that looked a little weaker than before recovered to its peak state. The Star Refinement King's expression changed. He gave it his all during the strike previously, but the Star Dragon Grand Formation restored itself before he could continue. It was obvious that he wasn't going to shatter the formation. Huang Xiaolong appeared before him with a single step. As the Star Refinement King was still stuck in a state of shock, he swung his star fan without a second thought. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother dodging, and his punch landed squarely on the Star Refinement King's chest. In front of everyone, Huang Xiaolong popped the Star Refinement King's heart. The Heaven-Devouring King and the others gasped in fright. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with the Star Refinement King any longer as he turned to look at Heaven Tyrant. Fear could be seen deep in his eyes, and just as he was about to turn to flee, Huang Xiaolong dragged him over. Too lazy to ask his question, Huang Xiaolong directly conducted a soul search. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong learned where the Black Nether King was. However, he was shocked by his discovery. According to Heaven Tyrant's memory, Old Man Fortune left in search of the universe origin. When the Black Nether King heard of it, he used all the connections he had to uncover the location of the universe origin before heading there too. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. It was no wonder Old Man Fortune didn't show up during the battle. Similarly, the Black Nether King didn't activate the extermination formation on time. As it turned out, the two of them went in search of the universe origin. The universe origin was said to be the birthplace of the 13 universes. According to the legends, that was where all the universe treasures came from, along with all 13 universes. The universe origin was akin to the mother of all things. According to even more rumors, there were special energies that existed in the universe origin. There were high-level Grand Tao laws and a special method to break through to the universe God realm. Naturally, that was just a rumor. No one had been able to enter the universe origin. Universe origin. Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. Without the universe source stone, the Black Nether King would find it impossible to break through. However, he might actually find a way to do it after locating the universe origin. He might even be able to locate a fortuitous encounter and enter the universe God realm immediately. Huang Xiaolong was sure that the Black Nether King wouldn't be able to break through no matter what he tried. But now that the universe origin was located, he wasn't so sure anymore. Moreover, there was the Old Man Fortune. His chances of entering the universe God realm might be even smaller than the Black Nether King, but nothing was set in stone. No matter who broke through, it would spell doom for Huang Xiaolong. As such, he had to locate the universe origin before any of them. However, Heaven Tyrant might know that his master went to look for the universe origin, but he had no idea where it actually was. The only question in Huang Xiaolong's mind now was to locate the universe origin. He thought about the submerged dragon institution in the Star Dragon world. Since the Star Dragon universe was one of the most ancient existences, it might know where the universe origin was. If the Star Dragon universe didn't know, Huang Xiaolong could only use all the resources available to him to look for it. 2 years later, Huang Xiaolong arrived back in the submerged dragon institution. When the Star Dragon universe met Huang Xiaolong again, it was overjoyed. However, the Star Dragon universe was stunned to discover his intentions. You wish to go to the universe origin? Senior Star Dragon universe, do you know where it is? Huang Xiaolong asked anxiously. I do, but Huang Xiaolong rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, the Star Dragon universe knew where the universe origin was. There's no need to get excited. It is extremely difficult to get there. The Star Dragon universe explained. The universe origin exists outside the 13 universes. There are countless layers of barriers standing between the two. For one to arrive at the universe origin, one will have to cross countless world barriers. They aren't exactly easy to overcome. World barriers? Huang Xiaolong gasped. He didn't expect the universe origin to be located outside the 13 universes. Yes, in order to arrive, you will need to break through 3,000 natural world barriers. The Star Dragon universe continued. The closer you get, the stronger the barrier. Without 29 billion units of combat strength, you won't be able to enter. 29 billion units? Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. Does that mean that anyone with more than 29 billion units of grand cosmos energy can arrive at the universe origin? Yes. Circulating all 3 great worlds in his body at once, boundless energy emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body. The Star Dragon universe stared at him in shock. You have already broken. It didn't expect that in the millions of years that Huang Xiaolong was gone, he would reach the half-step universe God realm. It knew that Huang Xiaolong had 3 great worlds, and as such, his grand cosmos energy definitely reached the 30 billion mark. Senior Star Dragon universe. I should be able to arrive at the universe origin with my strength, right? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Of course. Soon after, a ray of light fell from the void and entered the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. A memory of the universe origin that never existed before in Huang Xiaolong's mind appeared. It told him everything he needed to know about the dangers of getting there. Many thanks to Senior Star Dragon Universe. Huang Xiaolong was extremely grateful to the Star Dragon universe. The piece of information was too important to him. Without it, no one knew how long it would take for him to locate the universe origin. Now, he even knew about the dangers that would come with his journey. It made things much easier, and it would shorten the time he needed to travel there. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong left the institution and boarded the universe boat. He charged straight for the universe origin. Leaving behind a terrifying tear through space, the universe boat soared through the air at a terrifying pace. Huang Xiaolong didn't care if anyone were to discover his presence. Several years later, he finally arrived at the space outside the 13 universes. When he arrived, he discovered that there was nothing as far as his eyes could see. He used his Tao souls in order to investigate what lay in the void, but there wasn't a single sign of life. After getting his bearings right, Huang Xiaolong continued northwards according to the memory left behind by the Star Dragon universe. Half a day later, he arrived at the first layer of natural world barriers. The barrier was like an endless wall that extended to infinity. It was several hundred meters thick. Even though it wasn't as thick as he thought, it was incredibly sturdy. Any attacks that landed on it would be bounced back with increased power. It was nearly impossible for anyone to break a natural world barrier. However, what might be impossible for most was definitely possible for Huang Xiaolong. With a single punch, he created a massive hole in the barrier. Soaring forward, he quickly entered the gap he made. The barrier might stop most half-step universe gods, but Huang Xiaolong stood firmly at the peak of the power spectrum in the 13 universes. Soon after, he ran into the second barrier. Like before, he did the same thing. After a whole month, Huang Xiaolong crossed 100 barriers in total. After the first 100 barriers, it became a lot harder to break them. There were universe storms and black holes that would appear from time to time. Huang Xiaolong's speed started to slow down quite a bit. He used a little more than a month to break the next 100 barriers. Soon came the third and fourth set of barriers. Huang Xiaolong discovered that for every 100 barriers he broke, the difficulty would increase by a lot. There would be much more dangerous regions that appeared too. For example, there were sharp ice blades and backwinds that appeared. Saturated water appeared in the space around him after he crossed the 1000th barrier. When he broke through 2000 barriers, golden rain started to appear. The golden rain had terrifying corrosive abilities. It was the same as the one used by the Golden Symbol's king. The golden rain around the world barriers was much more terrifying than the ones used by the Golden Symbol's king. Several dozen years later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the third set of 1000 barriers. He heaved a long sigh when he arrived. The first world barrier at the 3000th barrier mark was several tens of thousands of meters thick. Moreover, there were countless runes inscribed on the world barrier. They were like golden earthworms that squirmed around on the barrier, and they possessed terrifying strength. Formless pressure filled the space around Huang Xiaolong. A serious look appeared on his face. Even though Huang Xiaolong could definitely break a hole through the barrier with his current strength, he summoned the universe boat to be safe. As the strongest universe treasure, Huang Xiaolong was more than confident in its defensive capabilities. Entering the third layer of formations on the universe boat, Huang Xiaolong circulated his grand cosmos energy as rays of resplendent light emerged from the universe boat. Turning into a streak of golden light, he tore through the barrier. The moment he entered the space after the 3000th barrier, Huang Xiaolong felt a little suffocated. The pressure that came from the universe source itself tried to enter the universe boat, but Huang Xiaolong quickly poured a little more power into the universe boat to repel the weird pressure. He traveled slowly towards the next barrier. Now, his speed was comparable to a mortal walking on the streets. He would take several hours to finally cross the barrier. After half a day, he crossed the world barrier and entered a world that was covered in light. Huang Xiaolong felt as though he was thrown into an illusion when he looked at the world around him. Reaching out to touch the light that was all over the place, he was stunned to discover that he couldn't control the power of light in the area. Using the power of space, Huang Xiaolong locked down the entire area around the universe boat. However, the ball of light wasn't affected by his power. He chose to continue onwards warily. After a day, nothing around him changed. Even after a year of traveling, The light around him didn't seem to dissipate. Other than the odd light, there was nothing else. After thinking about it, Huang Xiaolong felt that Star Dragon Universe might have made a mistake in the location. Even so, he continued to travel onwards. Another year of nothingness passed. Huang Xiaolong felt as though he was the only one left in the universe. Countless years passed just like that. However, he felt a wave of fluctuations coming from the universe origin itself, and Huang Xiaolong quickly steered the ship towards the direction of the energy waves. It didn't take long for him to discover balls of energy hovering in the skies. Even though it was extremely pure, it was still lacking a little compared to the universe source stone he obtained in the past. Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of excitement buzzing in his heart. The universe origin should be close. After all, the universe origin was the only place that could produce such power. Huang Xiaolong increased his speed once again. Huang Xiaolong drove the ship between the balls of energy, but countless days later, there was no change in his surroundings. The energy balls formed dense clouds in the space, and Huang Xiaolong traveled onwards carefully. Huang Xiaolong was the only person traveling through the vast space as several years passed in the blink of an eye. If not for there being more clouds of energy, Huang Xiaolong would have long since turned around. After dozens of years, he saw the end. Blinding rays of light came from the region outside the energy sea, and Huang Xiaolong steered his ship carefully into the distance. He was shocked to discover that the light was so dense that it formed a giant curtain that hovered in the space before him. The light curtain was endless, and it seemed to separate the space between them completely. Huang Xiaolong had no idea how large the curtain of light was, but he had a strong suspicion that he would be able to arrive at the universe origin after crossing the curtain of light. Calming himself down, Huang Xiaolong charged straight through the curtain of light. The moment he entered, a massive blast could be heard. The light curtain seemed to drape over the universe boat as the entire structure trembled. Rays of light covered the ship as Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock. The universe boat was extremely sturdy. Even if experts whose combat strength crossed the 20 billion mark gave it their all, they wouldn't be able to shake the ship in the slightest. Now, the universe boat was rocking like a tiny boat in the ocean. That alone proved how terrifying the light curtain was. Retrieving a top-grade universe-level spiritual vein, Huang Xiaolong supplied the Grand Formation with endless energy. Only then did the shaking stop. Huang Xiaolong continued onwards carefully. The further he got, the stronger the light became. Now his pace was slowed to the speed of a crawl. Several dozen years passed once again. Finally, Huang Xiaolong crossed the barrier of light. The moment he did, Huang Xiaolong gasped in fright. He entered another universe, and signs of life were everywhere to be seen. It was as though he entered the 13 universes once again. Even so, he was extremely sure that the place before him wasn't the 13 universes he came from. The spiritual energy was even purer than that in the 13 universes, and there was a special type of power contained in the air. The laws of the universe were much stronger there than in the 13 universes. Is this the universe origin? He finally arrived. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Even after taking so much time, he arrived. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong suppressed his excitement and continued onwards. Several days later, he saw a spatial black hole sitting in the middle of space. Without a second, though, he entered the black hole. When he arrived on the other side, he was greeted with a scenery greater than that in the universe vault. Taking a deep breath, Huang Xiaolong felt extremely comfortable. He continued on his way onwards. Soon, he arrived before a giant primitive forest. Huang Xiaolong released his Tao souls, and even though he couldn't cover the entire area, he knew that it was larger than whatever forest he found in the 13 universes. There were ferocious beasts at the God of Creation realm within. Huang Xiaolong's figure started to blur as he appeared above the beast he discovered. With a swing of his arm, he pulled the beast over and invaded its soul with his own. He could feel an extremely pure energy in its body. It was a combination of grand mist energy and universe source chi. The beast's physical body was different from that of the creatures in the 13 universes. The beast was a god of creation at the peak of the grand completion stage, and it barely broke through. However, its body was stronger than experts who had 15 billion units of combat strength back in the 13 universes. The runes that lined its body contained exquisite grand Dao laws. The beast stared at Huang Xiaolong in fear and yelled, "Senior, please spare my life. Relax. I won't do anything to you." Huang Xiaolong chucked and branded its soul. As he came alone, he needed to find a suitable mount after entering the universe origin. After controlling the beast, he looked through its memories. Huang Xiaolong learned that the beast and everyone who lived there called the place the origin universe. Creatures there were called origin beasts, and there were countless ancient races. Other than humans, there were many different life forms. The origin universe was larger than any of the 13 universes. Even though the creature was a god of creation at the peak of the grand completion stage, it had no idea how large the origin universe was. It only knew that one person had ever entered the universe origin. What shocked Huang Xiaolong was the fact that the beast knew the way to enter the universe god realm. A massive palace would appear in a place called the Golden Valley, and there was a mirror situated within. It contained the highest of laws in the origin universe, and legends had it that anyone who could comprehend the mysteries behind the mirror would be able to enter the universe god realm. From what it seemed, the palace would appear again in several 100,000 years. "Is the place called the Devil Mirror Palace?" Huang Xiaolong gasped. Was it possible for the mirror in the palace to be similar to the one he obtained back in the unknown space? When Huang Xiaolong thought about the secrets contained in the nameless Devil Mirror, he realized that it was eerily similar to the mirror described in the beast's memory. So that's what it is. Huang Xiaolong felt as though a veil was lifted before him. He comprehended the mysteries behind the nameless Devil Mirror, but he felt as though something was missing. Now he finally understood. In order to break through to the universe god realm, it wasn't enough to only comprehend the mysteries behind the 13 universes. One also had to understand the laws of the origin universe. The 13 universes were born from the universe origin, and they could be considered its child. As such, they would only be able to reach a state of perfection when they were combined. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief after his discovery. Without his nameless Devil Mirror, it would be useless even if the Black Nether King and Old Man Fortune comprehended the mirror in the Devil Mirror Palace. Their chances of breaking through were slim to none. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't discover anything about the Black Nether King or Old Man Fortune from the beast's memories. It seemed as though they hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, they went into hiding the moment they did. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. It was too easy to obtain news on the Devil Mirror Palace. If either of them entered the origin universe, they would have learned of it too. When the palace appeared, they would definitely run into each other. The Devil Mirror Palace was split into the outer palace and the inner palace. The beast Huang Xiaolong caught had only been to the outer palace. The number of people who could enter the inner palace were peak experts in the origin universe. According to what the beast knew, there were 4 regions surrounding them and only one expert was qualified to enter the inner palace. He was called the Heaven Sage Human Emperor. He was an expert of the human race, and he was one of the 10 strongest experts in the origin universe. He had 27 billion units of combat strength. Heaven Sage Human Emperor. As long as Huang Xiaolong found him, he would understand the situation in the inner palace. He could actually determine if the Devil Mirror was of the same type as his own. Moreover, comprehending the Devil Mirror would be much easier when he knew what was going to happen in there. The biggest problem was locating the other party. Huang Xiaolong leaped onto the beast and flew deeper into the continent. The beast was called a jade-eyed beast, and even in the origin universe it was a supreme existence. It had an ancient supreme bloodline and it flew extremely quickly. It wasn't any slower than the beasts in the 13 universes that had 15 billion units of combat strength. If Pangu used his full strength, he would probably be as quick as the jade-eyed beast. However, Huang Xiaolong discovered a human being surrounded by 2 beasts on his way towards the central region. Casually saving the human, he subdued both beasts. The man was a god of creation at the peak of the grand completion stage. Comparable to Pangu in strength, the man wasn't weak at all. As for the 2 beasts, they were both golden lions. One of them was male and the other was female. Their strength was comparable to the jade-eyed beast Huang Xiaolong rode on. Seeing as he was saved, the expert thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely. "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life." Huang Xiaolong waved his arms casually. Soon after, the group of them traveled out of the forest. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong learned that the man was called Peng Xian, and he was the old ancestor of the Peng family. The ancestor of the Peng family entered the heavenly phoenix forest in order to look for the egg of a heavenly phoenix. He wanted to refine a pill using the egg of the godly creature, and he managed to accomplish his goal. It was too bad he was discovered by the lions before he could leave. Peng Xian muttered in embarrassment. "If not for the Senior's help, I wouldn't be able to leave this forest today." It didn't take long for him to invite Huang Xiaolong to his Peng family. "In a few days, I will be celebrating my 10 billionth birthday. I will invite the experts in the region over, and I hope that I will get the honor of hosting an esteemed senior in my family," Peng Xian explained. Seeing the sincere expression on Peng Xian's face, Huang Xiaolong nodded. "All right, since I have nowhere to go anyway." An awkward smile formed on Peng Xian's face. Senior definitely broke through the 10 billion combat abilities mark. "How can you have nowhere to go?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Not planning to explain his strength, he spoke of his current situation. "I came to the Nine Cauldron land not too long ago." Peng Xian thought that Huang Xiaolong came from some other continent and asked, "Senior, are you also here to obtain the 9 cauldrons?" Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow casually. "There have been rumors that the guardian treasure will soon appear in the continent. Many experts have flocked over from all over the origin universe in order to try their luck at obtaining it," Peng Xian explained. "So that's the case." Huang Xiaolong smiled. Huang Xiaolong knew what a guardian treasure was. In the origin universe, every single continent had its own guardian treasure. There were some who obtained the guardian treasures of some random continent, and there were continents whose treasures remained ownerless. The 9 cauldrons of the 9 cauldron land hadn't been claimed by anyone, and it was an opportunity for the experts in the origin universe. Huang Xiaolong also knew that the strength of the guardian treasures was slightly worse than his universe treasures. Of course, they were still stronger than pseudo-universe treasures. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Peng family manor. The manor was located in the Imperial Dragon City, and it was one of the largest cities in the 9 cauldron land. Peng Xian might be a god of creation at the peak of the grand completion stage, but his family wasn't considered part of the strongest few in the city. As Peng Xian had been around for 10 billion years, there were several hundred experts attending his birthday celebration even though he wasn't the old ancestor of a peak-level family. When Huang Xiaolong arrived, there was only a single day left until the banquet. As such, the festivities were in full swing. Several God of Creation realm experts who arrived earlier had already entered the manor. Peng Xian personally arranged for Huang Xiaolong's lodgings in the manor. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had no other instructions, Peng Xian returned to his palace. As soon as he did, his son, Peng Zhe, could be seen waiting in the main hall. "Father, you're back." Peng Zhe bowed. Seeing the look on his son's face, Peng Xian knew that something was up. "What's going on?" After a slight hesitation, Peng Zhe explained, "Father, I heard that Wang Kaifei from the Eastern Plains has returned." "What? He's still alive?" Peng Xian's expression changed slightly. Wang Kaifei was the old ancestor of the Wang family in the Imperial Dragon City. The Wang and Peng families had always been at odds. The Peng family had always been weaker than them, and when the Wang family's old ancestor went out in search of opportunities, there were rumors saying that he died in recent years. As such, the Peng family started suppressing the Wang family in recent years. Who would have thought that Wang Kaifei would return? As an existence who was a half-step universe god, Wang Kaifei's return spelled trouble for the Peng family. "I heard that he didn't return alone." Peng Zhe lowered his head and muttered, "What do you mean?" He seemed to come back with Lord Shen and," Peng Zhe explained. His voice trembled slightly when he mentioned Shen En. "Lord Shen En? Which Shen En are you talking about?" Peng Xian didn't think too much about it and snapped in irritation. "Lord Shen En from the Heaven Sage Palace." "What? Heaven Sage Palace?" Peng Xian yelled as he jumped to his feet. The Heaven Sage Palace was the Holy Land in the Nine Cauldron Land. The person who created the Heaven Sage Palace was the Heaven Sage Human Emperor, the expert whose combat strength crossed the 27 billion mark. To people like Peng Xian, there wasn't even a need to mention the Heaven Sage Human Emperor. Anyone who crossed the 20 billion mark would be comparable to God in his eyes. Once Peng Zhe mentioned where Shunan came from, Peng Xian's mind raced to connect the dots. Shunan was the direct disciple of the Heaven Sage Human Emperor. How can this happen? What's going on? Peng Xian yelled in shock. How in the world did Wang Kaifei get acquainted with Lord Shunan? That's not possible. Did you make a mistake somewhere? Peng Zhe knew that his father was pushing his luck, but he had to explain the situation no matter the cost. Wang Kaifei was said to have been saved by Lord Shin and back in the Eastern Plains. Lord Shin and looked highly upon him and quickly promoted Wang Kaifei to be his right-hand man. Peng Xian's expression changed drastically. This might not be true, however. It's extremely likely that's what happened. Peng Zhe sighed. Wang Kaifei returned to his manor just a moment ago, and Lord Shunan was invited in as a guest of honor. Peng Zhe continued. The last trace of hope in Peng Xian's heart disappeared. Falling to the ground, Peng Xian felt the world crumbling around him. Why do the heavens wish to see my Peng family destroyed? Why? Did I do something to anger the heavens? Peng Zhe felt tears welling up in his eyes when he saw the state his father was in. Since Huang Xiaolong remained in the inner palace, he didn't bother going out to explore the city. He spent his time comprehending the nameless devil mirror. As dawn broke the very next day, Peng Xian went over to Huang Xiaolong's palace early in the morning. He might have hidden his expressions well, but Huang Xiaolong could see that he had a lot on his mind. Since Peng Xian didn't wish to talk about it, Huang Xiaolong didn't pry. After all, it probably had something to do with his family. Peng Xian quickly brought Huang Xiaolong over to the main palace. It was Peng Xian's birthday, but he allowed Huang Xiaolong to take the seat of honor in the room. Of course, Huang Xiaolong could read the room. He didn't wish to take the limelight away from the man celebrating his 10 billionth birthday, and he chose a seat on the left of the main throne of the hall. Even so, everyone was shocked to discover Peng Xian's intention. They started to guess Huang Xiaolong's identity. Could he be someone invited by the Peng family? He might be a half-step universe god. Even if he is, there's no use. Who dares to offend the Heaven Sage Palace? Wang Kaifei threw in his lot with Lord Shunan, and he's someone under their banner now. Humph. Wang Kaifei will definitely show up later. If he does, we'll be in for a treat. Several experts spoke among themselves. Even though Peng Xian couldn't hear what they said, nothing could be hidden from an expert at Huang Xiaolong's level. Heaven Sage Palace? A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. From their secret conversations, Huang Xiaolong could tell that the Wang family was at loggerheads with the Peng family. Moreover, he learned that Wang Kaifei just returned from the Eastern Plains after throwing in his lot with Shunan. The moment Peng Xian arrived, many people came up to present their gifts. However, the festivities were broken by a shrill cry as experts of the Peng family were thrown into the hall. All of them suffered serious injuries, and there were some whose bodies were split wide open. Some of them also had sharp spikes stabbed straight through their eye sockets. The faces of Peng Xian and Peng Zhe turned extremely ugly as the hall fell silent. Everyone could guess what was going on. Indeed, mocking laughter rang through the air. Old man Peng, it's your birthday today and it's weird that you didn't invite me. I hope you don't mind that I invited myself. A middle-aged man clad in purple gold battle robes strode into the hall followed by a group of experts from the Wang family. Peng Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw the person who came. It was none other than Wang Kaifei, the old ancestor of the Wang family. The experts of the Peng family no longer dared to stop him after the carnage he caused. They retreated over to Peng Xian's side, and the experts who came to offer their congratulations made their way to the side of the hall. Wang Kaifei, what's the meaning of this? Peng Xian growled as he looked at the disciples on the ground. Even though the Wang family was strong, they wouldn't dare to cripple the disciples of the Peng family in their territory, much less core disciples. I don't have any other intentions. I'm here to celebrate your birthday for you. In fact, I brought you a lavish gift." As soon as he spoke, he gestured for someone to bring a metal case forward. A feeling of foreboding appeared in the hearts of Peng Xian and Peng Zhe. Opening the lid, Wang Kaifei revealed the contents to everyone in the hall. It was the head of a man whose eyes were filled with indignation and hatred. "Tower!" Peng Zhe screamed. That was the head of his son, Peng Tao. In a fit of rage, he wanted to charge at the members of the Wang family but was stopped by Peng Xian. Staring at Wang Kaifei, Peng Xian growled, "Where's my grandson's Dao soul? Dao soul? Ha ha ha. It's in the furnace of my Wang family. We're torturing him as we speak." Peng Zhe roared with rage. "Wang Kaifei, the grudge between our families will never be buried." Killing intent filled Peng Xian's heart, and he snapped, "Wang Kaifei, aren't you afraid that I'll do the same to your son and grandson?" Even though Wang Kaifei had been missing for a long time, the Peng family merely suppressed their businesses. They kept their bottom line, and they didn't kill members of the Wang family. Wang Kaifei sneered, "Peng Xian, do you really think that you will get the chance to do anything? Today might be your birthday, but it'll be the anniversary of your Peng family's extermination in a year." Several figures appeared around the manor after he spoke. When Peng Xian recognized those who were surrounding the manor, he gasped in fright, "Heaven Sage Palace!" The members who arrived were precisely members of the Heaven Sage Palace. Moreover, all of them were half-step universe gods. They might not have broken through the 10 billion mark, but they were more than sufficient to exterminate the Peng family. That's right. These 4 experts are Lord Shen and subordinates. Wang Kaifei gloated. "Today, no one in your Peng family will be able to live." Terror appeared in the eyes of the disciples of the Peng family. One of the God of Creation realm experts who came to the banquet asked in haste, "Brother Wang, we might have come to celebrate his birthday, but we're not related to the Peng family." Many other experts started to explain themselves in succession. All of them drew a clear line with the Peng family. Peng Xian roared with anger. "You!" All of them were friends he made in the past. Who would have thought that they would leave the Peng family to die in the slightest bit of trouble? Someone in the crowd sneered, "Peng Xian, you can't blame us for this. You offended the Heaven Sage Palace on your own. You can only blame yourself." Wang Kaifei clapped and laughed. "Did you hear that? You can only blame yourself for your bad luck." Peng Xian's expression sank as he glared at Wang Kaifei. All of a sudden, the experts of the Heaven Sage Palace released their aura and locked on to the members of the Peng family. As long as anyone tried anything funny, they would be killed. Wang Kaifei swept his gaze across the hall and saw a young man casually sipping on his tea, and his expression turned dark. Who would have thought that there would be a dumbass who doesn't know how to read the room? Wang Kaifei was extremely unhappy to see that Huang Xiaolong wasn't flustered at all. Even though he had no idea who Huang Xiaolong was, he could tell that he was a guest invited by Peng Xian. According to him, Peng Xian wouldn't be able to invite anyone important. As such, he felt that everyone in the hall was merely peasants. After all, he was someone from the Heaven Sage Palace now. Those standing around burst out laughing when they heard what Wang Kaifei said. Huang Xiaolong raised his head and snorted coldly, "Slap him! Slap him!" Before Wang Kaifei could retort, a fine hand appeared in the skies and slapped him across the face. He was sent flying out of the hall, and he landed heavily on the platform outside. Cracks formed in the ground. Everyone stared at Wang Kaifei in shock. The gaze in their eyes changed when they looked at Huang Xiaolong. The ancestors who were in the hall quickly drew their distance from Huang Xiaolong. Despite his obvious attack, no one saw how Huang Xiaolong did it. Peng Xian was unable to see what he did, and neither could the experts of the Heaven Sage Palace. The 4 half-step universe gods felt their pupils shrinking when they looked at Huang Xiaolong once again. The experts of the Wang family felt their hearts pounding in their chests as they stood rooted in place. Crawling to his feet, Wang Kaifei felt that his entire body was in shambles. The slap earlier caused all the teeth in his mouth to fall out. "You!" Glaring at Huang Xiaolong, Wang Kaifei roared with rage. He was someone who served Lord Shen and of the Heaven Sage Palace. After he returned from the Eastern Plains, he had never suffered from such disrespect. Kneel, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Next, Wang Kaifei felt a formless pressure that contained the weight of the world crashing down on his shoulders. Falling to his knees, he realized that he couldn't move a single muscle. His knees shattered the rocks beneath his feet. The faces of those standing around changed once again. Silence fell on the Peng family manor. One of the 4 experts from the Heaven Sage Palace spoke up all of a sudden. No matter who you are, you better control yourself. Right now, Wang Kaifei is someone who works for Lord Shen and he's someone from our Heaven Sage Palace. You! Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Xiaolong cited, "If you wish to speak to me, get down here." Another formless arm appeared in the skies to send the 4 of them slamming into the ground. Gasps filled the air. Peng Xian was shocked. He thought that Huang Xiaolong might be someone who crossed the 10 billion mark, but from what it seemed, Huang Xiaolong was much stronger than he thought. No ordinary expert who barely broke through the 10 billion mark could drive 4 half-step universe gods into the ground. Is he someone who reached the 11 billion unit mark? Or perhaps 12 billion units? Expressions of rage could be seen on their faces when they crawled to their feet. Who do you think you are? Do you know what will happen if you choose to go against our Heaven Sage Palace? The person who spoke earlier snapped at Huang Xiaolong. Oh, why don't you tell me what will happen? Huang Xiaolong chuckled before placing his cup down on the table. When the experts of the Heaven Sage Palace saw that, they felt as though something bad was about to happen. Hesitating slightly, he eventually snorted in irritation. Don't get cocky. Lord Shen is currently in the city. It was true. Shen was in the Wang family manor and he sent 4 experts to follow Wang Kaifei. From his estimates, they were more than enough to destroy the Peng family manor many times over. As such, he didn't bother showing up personally. Shen was the direct disciple of the Heaven Sage Human Emperor, and he was extremely famous in the region. He had 14 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Huang Xiaolong released his Dao soul and covered the entire city. Flicking his fingers slightly, a hole appeared in the void and several figures came crashing down. When the experts in the hall saw the arrival of the newcomers, they were shocked. Lord Shen. The people Huang Xiaolong dragged over were Shen and his subordinates. There were 5 people in total and all of them were brought over in an instant. Just a moment ago, Shen and the others were discussing matters about the 9 cauldrons when they felt the space around their body tightening up. They couldn't move as the world started to spin around them. The next thing they knew, they were in the main hall of the Peng family. Looking around, Shen was shocked to discover the 4 experts he sent over with Wang Kaifei. What's going? Before Shen could ask his question, Huang Xiaolong interrupted him. Are you Shen? Shen spun around only to be confronted by Huang Xiaolong. One of the experts who came with Wang Kaifei ran over hastily to tell Shen everything that went down. When he was done, a look of suspicion appeared in Shen's eyes as he stared at Huang Xiaolong cautiously. Who are you? Shen asked Huang Xiaolong in a dignified manner. What matters have you got for calling me over? What matters have you got? Despite sounding polite, it was clear from his tone that he was in fact questioning Huang Xiaolong. As Heaven Sage Human Emperor's grand disciple, he was called over by Huang Xiaolong for no good reason, and on top of that, he plummeted from high air, denting his image. This made Shen extremely displeased, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of Huang Xiaolong's strength, he would have attacked Huang Xiaolong by now. Detecting Shen's questioning tone towards him, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother to answer. His hand reached out and grabbed Shen from across space towards him. Shen panicked for a split second and was about to retaliate and break free from Huang Xiaolong's grasp. But he discovered he couldn't move at all. What are you doing? Shen roared angrily in a reflex reaction. Lord Shen. Everyone attack. Rescue Lord Shen. Heaven Saint Palace's several half-step universe gods bellowed in anger towards the surrounding Wang family's experts while they themselves pounced towards Huang Xiaolong. Seeing this, the present Wang family also attacked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was unperturbed and disinterested, as he remained seated. With a wave of his hand, he sent all the Heaven Saint Palace and Wang family's experts flying out, crashing down on the street outside of the Peng family manor. For a moment, screams and shrieks reverberated through the street. Peng Xian and the other gods of creation couldn't hide their shock. Ignoring the terror-filled expressions on Peng Xian's and other gods of creation's faces, Huang Xiaolong directly conducted soul-searching on Shen En. Shen En and the Saint Heaven Palace's experts had come to Nine Cauldron Land when the Nine Cauldrons were about to appear, and they did so probably under the Heaven Sage Human Emperor's order to survey the situation. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's soul-searching came to an end. From Shen En's memories, Huang Xiaolong learned that he had indeed come here under the Heaven Sage Human Emperor's order to inquire about the Nine Cauldrons. Not only Shen En, but also Shen En's master, and several of the Heaven Sage Human Emperor's personal disciples, had also come to the Nine Cauldron Land under his order. However, the Heaven Sage Human Emperor's personal disciples did not travel together with Shen En. Neither Shen En nor his master knew the whereabouts of the Heaven Saint Human Emperor. But one thing was certain, that when the Guardian Treasure Nine Cauldrons appeared, the Heaven Sage Human Emperor would appear as well. So, Huang Xiaolong only needed to concentrate on inquiring about the Nine Cauldrons, and it would soon lead him to the Heaven Sage Human Emperor. Huang Xiaolong then turned his attention to the many gods of creation in the hall. Deterred by the strength Huang Xiaolong had shown thus far, the gods of creation who had come to participate in the birthday banquet had withdrawn to the sides of the hall. Their hearts tightened as Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept past them. An overwhelming aura spread from Huang Xiaolong's body, covering the entire Peng family manor, and every person within the manor crouched to the ground in fear. With a casual wave of Huang Xiaolong's hand, all these present gods of creation's Dao souls were instantly branded by his Dao soul mark. Although these god of creation experts weren't all that powerful, none of them had battle power above 10 billion, but fortunately, there was a large number of people, over 700 to 800 of them. With these people helping him to inquire news, Huang Xiaolong would immediately know once the Nine Cauldrons appeared. As for Wang Kaifei, Shen En, and experts from the Saint Heaven Palace and Wang family, Huang Xiaolong put all of them under his control as one more person added a little bit more strength. Go look for clues, Huang Xiaolong ordered after he had everyone under his control, sending everyone out to search for news and clues related to the Nine Cauldrons. The gods of creation complied and each sped away after respectfully saluting Huang Xiaolong. With their departures, the Peng family manor was much quieter. Peng Xian, Peng Zhe, and the others stood nervously, looking ill at ease. Huang Xiaolong looked at the nervous Peng Xian, chuckling softly. Peng Xian, I have disturbed your birthday celebration banquet, so take this peak-grade universe origin spiritual vein as compensation. He took out a peak-grade universe origin spiritual vein as he said so. Peng Xian panicked hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, shaking his hands in a hurry. No, Lord, you subdued Wang Kaifei and the others, saving our Peng family from top to bottom. I, Peng Xian, am unable to repay your grace. How could I take any compensation from you? If the Lord does not mind, the Peng family is willing to serve you with all we can. Even though Huang Xiaolong had branded Wang Kaifei, Shen En, and the others' Dao souls with his soul mark, he had skipped the Peng family in the process. At Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he wasn't afraid that any of the Peng family would leak a word out about him. Looking at the group of Peng family's experts kneeling on the floor, Huang Xiaolong told them to stand up, and he nodded his head in agreement to the Peng family's submission. Upon obtaining Huang Xiaolong's acceptance, Peng Xian was thrilled beyond words, and kowtowed in gratitude to Huang Xiaolong. Wang Kaifei, Shen En, and the others were forcefully controlled by Huang Xiaolong, whereas their Peng family submitted voluntarily. Hence, the Peng family's status in front of Huang Xiaolong was naturally different. After accepting Peng Xian's submission, Huang Xiaolong gave him the peak-grade universe origin spiritual vein he had taken out earlier. Peng Xian hesitated but accepted it in the end, and got down on his knees again, thanking Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong stayed at the Peng family manor as he waited for news. In the meantime, he began studying the Nameless Devil Mirror's 13 universes esoterics and laws. As news of the Nine Cauldrons' impending appearance spread, There was an influx of God of Creation experts from other lands into the Nine Cauldron land. At any other time, experts breaking the 10 billion mark rarely appear in public in a million years, but now, with the rumors of the Nine Cauldron appearing, even experts of 20 billion mark had emerged from seclusions. Huang Xiaolong didn't care about these influxes of the gods of creation into the Nine Cauldron land, as he was only concerned about the Heaven Sage human emperor's whereabouts at the moment. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Huang Xiaolong suddenly received a message from Shen. The Nine Cauldron has appeared. At the Big River Mountain. Huang Xiaolong stood up immediately after reading the message. The Big River Mountain was a famous strange mountain in the Nine Cauldron land, and it was located a short distance from the Imperial Dragon City. On the universe boat at full speed, it would only take 3 to 4 days. Without wasting time, Huang Xiaolong tore up space and left the Peng family manor. After Huang Xiaolong left the Peng family manor, he took out the universe boat and sailed it to its fastest speed towards the Big River Mountain. Under Huang Xiaolong's effort, the universe boat turned into a streak of golden light, traversing through space at unbelievable speed that even experts of 10 billion mark wouldn't be able to capture the boat's movements. Experts across these cities merely detected strong ripples in space, but it recovered almost immediately, causing them to think they probably hallucinated it. When Huang Xiaolong finally reached the Big River Mountain 3 days later, the area was already crowded with experts from various forces. On the mountain peaks nearby, experts were gathered from various celestial empires and cities, and there were experts from the Nine Cauldron land as well as other lands. There was a crystal-clear river winding around the Big River Mountain with the waters roiling endlessly. At this time, the river surface was boiling and there were rays of auspicious light shining from the bottom of the river. This was a clear sign that a treasure was about to appear. Huang Xiaolong was calm. He did not check out the river but spread his senses, staying alert as he waited for the Heaven Sage human emperor to appear. More experts arrived at the Big River Mountain as time passed, and amongst them weren't any hegemons with less resounding reputations. Old Granny Void. The crowd stirred when an abrupt cry rang in the air as an old woman with a head of gray-silver hair approached from the distant sky, holding a cane with a dragon head carving as the grip. She was born with a pair of clear-cut phoenix eyes, and despite her gray-silver hair, her complexion was ruddy, and she didn't look older than a middle-aged woman in her 50s, exuding an indescribable allure and charm. Old Granny Void was not a native of Nine Cauldron land. She was an expert of 20 billion mark from the neighboring land. Even though her reputation was not as loud as the Heaven Sage human emperor, she was capable of holding her own, and she was a supreme existence who could deter many other similar experts in this region. In the unknown space, the ferocious devil, green ghost, dragon overlord, god of death, Zhu Chun, and Jian Wushuang were the only 6 experts who had broken the 20 billionth mark. However, there were certainly more such experts in the Origin universe. Though they were not as many as the white cabbages sold on the streets, there were at least 2 such experts on each land. Old Granny Void's arrival seemed to dampen the atmosphere slightly. Even an expert like Old Granny Void has come, so we definitely have no hope of getting the 9 cauldrons. I've heard even Senior Heaven Sage Human Emperor would come in person. What? Senior Heaven Sage Human Emperor? That's right, Senior Heaven Sage Human Emperor is obsessed with refining pills, and he has been searching for a suitable divine cauldron. Now that the 9 cauldrons is about to appear, isn't it natural that he is tempted? He sent St. Heaven Palace's experts to inquire about the 9 cauldrons' appearance a few months back. Hearing that the Heaven Sage human emperor might appear in person, families' patriarchs grasping on a stroke of luck nipped their thoughts in the buds. Although there was a saying that a peerless treasure like the 9 cauldrons would choose the fated person, this kind of saying, fate or even luck were irrelevant before a supreme expert like the Heaven Sage human. Who had the guts to compete for the 9 cauldrons against an expert like the Heaven Sage human emperor? Wasn't that the same as banging one's head at the door with a fervor? Looking to die? While experts in the crowd talked in hushed whispers, a powerful momentum approached from the horizon, and this powerful momentum swept through the land. A middle-aged man of burly build and imposing aura, carrying a big blade, arrived with the wind howling behind him. Everyone froze when this person appeared, Even old Granny Void's nonchalant expression stiffened slightly. Domineering Blade Shihu. The Domineering Blade Shihu was another 20 billion mark expert. In fact, he had reached the 21 billion mark, which was above old Granny Void. It was not strange that old Granny Void didn't appreciate Domineering Blade Shihu appearing in this place at this time. Huang Xiaolong watched as he waited calmly. As time passed, 3 more experts of the 20 billion mark appeared. One of them, the Supreme Golden Devourer, had also reached the 21 billion mark. Until now, 5 experts with 20 billion mark and above had arrived, keeping the ancient races experts and families patriarchs at the 10 billion mark fidgeting on their toes. The initially rowdy crowd had quieted down considerably. Old Granny Void, Domineering Blade Shihu, and Supreme Golden Devourer's group of 3 stood high in the air above the Big River Mountain's winding river, staring fixedly at the river. The auspicious rays shining out from the riverbed had grown stronger and brighter, as if signaling that the 9 cauldrons was very close to emerging. It wouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Experts waiting on the surrounding mountain peaks looked on with feverish gazes, but none of them dared to move closer because of the 5 experts in the air, and all they could do was watch from afar. Huang Xiaolong too was watching from a distance away. Looking at the increasingly strong rays of light from the river, Huang Xiaolong frowned. The Heaven Sage Human Emperor isn't coming? The 9 cauldrons was that close to surfacing, and if the Heaven Sage Human Emperor wanted this cauldron, he should have arrived by now. Huang Xiaolong's 3 Dao Souls senses spread, but he still did not detect the Heaven Sage Human Emperor's aura. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to recover his Dao Soul's power, he let out a low exclamation of surprise. He looked towards the horizon and saw a majestic palace flying in the Big River Mountain's direction. This palace was more than enormous and obnoxiously enormous. Precious materials were inlaid on the roofs and walls of the palace, exceeding thousands in number, and they were glowing of prism colors. These precious materials were nothing in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, but to experts of 20 billion mark, any one of these items was a significant temptation. The present gods of creation were stunned for a second, but the faces of several families' ancestors changed greatly as they recognized the owner of the palace. Even old Granny Void, Domineering Blade Shihu, and Supreme Golden Devourer's group of 3 looked unprecedentedly solemn. Treasure Saint Palace. Treasure Saint Palace. The Treasure Sage Human Emperor's Palace. There were numerous ancient races in the origin universe, and the human race was the biggest race. The human race had 10 human emperors, and so far they were entitled the human race's 10 most powerful experts. The Heaven Sage Human Emperor that Huang Xiaolong was searching for was an expert breaking the 27 billionth mark, but amongst the 10 human emperors, he ranked at the bottom 10. Whereas, the Treasure Sage Human Emperor ranked 6th among the 10 human emperors. He was an expert breaking the 28 billionth mark. More accurately, it was the 28.2 billion mark. Since the Treasure Saint Palace had arrived, inside had to be the Treasure Sage Human Emperor. This explained the ugly expressions on old Granny Void, Domineering Blade Shihu, and the others' faces. Although the 5 of them were experts of 20 billion mark, it was the devastating truth that the 5 of them were only worth 1 palm strike from the Treasure Sage Human Emperor. The Treasure Saint Palace's speed didn't seem to be very fast, but before it arrived, a large part of the crowd of experts were kneeling on their knees in salute. Even patriarchs with 19 billion mark were on their knees, only old Granny Void, Domineering Blade Shihu, and the other 3 dared to remain standing at this point. Even so, the 5 of them lowered their heads, bowing to show respect towards the Treasure Sage Human Emperor. Only Huang Xiaolong stood straight as if he didn't notice the Treasure Sage Human Emperor's arrival. Many noticed Huang Xiaolong and were flabbergasted. The Treasure Sage Human Emperor was one of the human race's top 10 human emperors. He was the pillar of strength and belief of the human race. Some present families' patriarchs and ancient races' patriarchs were outraged that Huang Xiaolong didn't salute to show proper respect for the Treasure Sage Human Emperor. Before anyone could utter a word, the crowd saw Huang Xiaolong take a step forward in the Treasure Saint Palace's direction. Everyone looked like the cat had got their tongues. Old Granny Void and the others exchanged a baffled look, each thinking the same thing. Is this young man related to the treasure sage human emperor? Huang Xiaolong arrived in front of the flying palace while everyone had still to react. As the treasure saint palace looked like it was going to ram into Huang Xiaolong, an invisible power surged out from his body, directly stopping the treasure saint palace in its tracks. "EI!" A low exclamation of surprise sounded from inside the treasure saint palace. Old Granny Void was genuinely shocked that Huang Xiaolong stopped the treasure saint palace in its tracks. "Young man, which family are you from?" From inside the treasure saint palace, the treasure sage human emperor's majestic voice sounded. The questioning and condescending manner in his tone was obvious to all. Huang Xiaolong did not answer. Instead, he stated placidly, "The heaven sage human emperor must have known that you're coming, that he didn't show up. But even though it's you, the result will be the same." It was because the treasure sage human emperor too had entered the inner hall of the Devil Mirror Palace. Listening to Huang Xiaolong's words that made no sense in their ears, the crowd showed similar baffled expressions. Huang Xiaolong continued, "My question to you is, what did you see after entering the Devil Mirror Palace? Describe to me in detail everything you saw inside the Devil Mirror Palace." Laughter came from inside the Treasure Saint Palace. "I am to describe everything to you in detail? Listening to your tone, it sounds like I have no choice but to do as you say. Young man, do you know who you're talking to?" The calmness on Huang Xiaolong's face remained as it was. "Then, do you know who are you talking to?" The treasure sage human emperor was taken aback as he looked at Huang Xiaolong's fearless attitude and his nonchalant tone. He sounded a little surprised as he asked, "Who are you then?" "Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong stated his name. Huang Xiaolong. The treasure sage human emperor and the surrounding experts were slightly dumbfounded. One of the family's old ancestors laughed abruptly. "Here I was thinking this brat is some world-shaking big shot." He then joked with the experts close to him. "Huang Xiaolong? Have you guys heard of him?" Those around him shook their heads. "Never heard of him." Another family's old ancestor snickered. "Probably crawled out from under a rock somewhere." More joined in the laughter. Even old Granny Void and the other four couldn't resist raising the corners of their mouths. "Master, please allow this disciple to send this person packing, so as not to disturb the master anymore." At this time, a clear voice of a female disciple inside the Treasure Saint Palace traveled out. Obviously, she was one of the Treasure Sage Human Emperor's female disciples. "All right." The Treasure Sage Human Emperor agreed with a nod of his head. Right at this time, the auspicious rays from the river intensified a notch, and the vigorous flowing currents split in the middle as a giant golden cauldron soared out from the river. "It's the guardian treasure, 9 cauldrons." A voice cut across the air. The various families and ancient races' old ancestors immediately became spirited, searching the air with burning gazes. Although the present families and ancient races' patriarchs revealed their desires, no one dared to make a move, including old Granny Void, domineering Blade Shihu, and others. The 5 people looked towards the Treasure Saint Palace. Seeing that the 9 cauldrons had emerged from the river, the Treasure Sage Human Emperor couldn't be bothered with Huang Xiaolong anymore. His palm reached out to grab the golden cauldron, but there was someone faster than him. The suction force from Huang Xiaolong's palm latched onto the 9 cauldrons and pulled it back towards him. As it flew towards Huang Xiaolong, the 9 cauldrons shrunk in size, being suppressed by Huang Xiaolong's 3 worlds cosmos energy. This action completely stunned everyone present. Preposterous. Courting death. The treasure sage human was furious that a brat dared to compete with him for the 9 cauldrons, and his palm struck towards Huang Xiaolong across space. A mountain-sized palm imprint appeared and slapped down on Huang Xiaolong. As a supreme expert breaking the 28.2 billion mark, one could imagine the force of the treasure sage human emperor's attack in a fury. Watching the palm imprint falling down on Huang Xiaolong, old Granny Void and the others backed away in panic, afraid they would be implicated by the treasure sage human emperor's attack. Huang Xiaolong looked at the palm imprint that was falling down on him, but he was clearly unperturbed. He raised his hand that went straight through and unimpeded the treasure sage human emperor's palm force. The treasure sage human emperor's palm force brushed against Huang Xiaolong's palm like a gentle breeze. Then, everyone saw Huang Xiaolong easily pulling a person out of the treasure Saint Palace and flinging him down on the big river mountain. The big river mountain rumbled and quaked, and cracks began to run across the indomitable big river mountain that had been standing since ancient times. Cracks large and small started from the mountain peak and spread in all directions. But the crowd's attention was not on the big river mountain. Instead, all gazes were fixed on the person that Huang Xiaolong dug out from the treasure Saint Palace and flung onto the big river mountain. The person who Huang Xiaolong threw onto the big river mountain was someone clad in golden-purple brocade robe embroidered with a majestic dragon. There was an imperial and unique treasure chi around the middle-aged man. "Treasure sage human emperor!" Old Granny Void shrieked in astonishment. The middle-aged man pulled out by Huang Xiaolong from the treasure Saint Palace was none other than the treasure sage human emperor himself. Those who had never seen the treasure sage human emperor ashened when they heard old Granny Void's high-pitched shriek. That person thrown onto the big river mountain peak, looking disheveled and covered in dust, is the treasure sage human emperor. Looking at Huang Xiaolong again, the various families and ancient races' old ancestors' hearts gave birth to fear. It was especially the few that mocked Huang Xiaolong and said he crawled out from under a rock earlier, looking pale as a ghost. Almost at the same time, several figures flew out from the treasure Saint Palace in a hurry. "Master! Your Majesty!" For a moment, the treasure Saint Palace's experts were running around like headless flies, unsure of what to do. The treasure sage human emperor raised his hand, signaling the treasure Saint Palace's experts not to come over as he got up from the ground. Dazzling lights rippled over him as he shook off the dust and dirt off him. Under the crowd's attention, the treasure sage human emperor's robe fluttered without wind, and a golden light gleamed in his pupils. His unique treasure chi soared to the sky and 10,000 precious pearls appeared around him. It was a myriad of pearls. There were the primordial dragon pearl, eye of Qilin, and heart of the golden phoenix amongst these pearls, exuding an overwhelming coercive aura. The treasure sage human emperor was called the treasure saint because he had a habit of collecting all kinds of treasures, and his main preference was collecting all kinds of precious and powerful pearls in the world. He then proceeded to forge these pearls into an unfathomable grand formation consisting of 10,000 pearls. Some claimed this pearl formation was stronger than any guardian treasures. However, only a few people had actually seen the treasure sage human emperor using this set of pearl formations, because there were even fewer people that could make the treasure sage human emperor resort to using it. The treasure sage human emperor's body slowly rose into the air, and the thousands of pearls around him rose with him, flying in circles around him and glowing in various colors. "I very rarely use this set of pearl formation," the treasure sage human emperor said with a deadpan expression as he looked straight at Huang Xiaolong. "Ever since it was successfully refined, I have only used it twice, and today is the third time." His original plan was to get the 9 cauldrons to reforge the set of pearl formations to increase its power to another degree. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the glowing pearls around him and stated placidly, "You only have one chance to attack." Every single of these pearls contained amazing power, and it was even more so after being forged into one grand formation. But in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, it was nothing more than a decoration, and it was even worse than his collection of universe treasures. Hearing Huang Xiaolong say that he only had one chance to attack, treasure sage human emperor's face distorted for a split second. He had never been so insulted, and even the top of the 10 human emperors, the dragon sage human emperor, had never underestimated him like this. Treasure sage human emperor spurred the cosmos energy of his world, and glaring lights burst out from the pearls around him as he activated the formation. Glaring rays convened in midair and shot towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong merely raised his hand and waved gently to disperse the beam of light coming at him. At the same time, the treasure sage human emperor appeared above Huang Xiaolong and directed the pearl formation to slam down. These pearls contained layers of formation inscribed personally by the treasure sage human emperor. They slammed down at full force, and the immediate space warped from pressure. The land under Huang Xiaolong's feet was reduced to dust, turning into a bottomless abyss. But Huang Xiaolong didn't spare a look at these pearls, and directly punched upwards, sending all the pearls flying. The pearls scattered and crashed in different directions, reducing mountains to rubble, and more than a few people spotted cracks on these pearls. After releasing one punch, Huang Xiaolong took a step forward and came face to face with the Treasure Sage Human Emperor. Treasure Sage Human Emperor was shocked but reacted swiftly, punching out with both his fists. Huang Xiaolong let the fists land on his body, and at the same time he struck out with his palm at the Treasure Sage Human Emperor. Shocked faces dominated the crowd watching Huang Xiaolong's action. Is that young man planning to exchange injury for injury against the Treasure Sage Human Emperor? When the Treasure Sage Human Emperor's fists landed on Huang Xiaolong's body, a barrier formed from the 13 universes appeared around Huang Xiaolong. Boom! Treasure Sage Human Emperor's fists' force hit on the 13 universes' shadows instead. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's palm directly sent Treasure Sage Human Emperor flying, smashing an enormous hole in the Big River Mountain base. The Big River Mountain that was already on the verge of crumbling with cracks running through it, completely crumbled into pieces. The crowd looked at the phantom images of the 13 universes around Huang Xiaolong in astonishment and utter disbelief. Huang Xiaolong took on the full force of Treasure Sage Human Emperor's 2 punches and stood unscathed. In truth, Treasure Sage Human Emperor's punches did not hit Huang Xiaolong. Hence, Huang Xiaolong was completely unaffected. The impact was blocked by the 13 universes barrier. In recent years, Huang Xiaolong had been researching the esoterics and laws of the Nameless Devil Mirror's 13 universes, which contributed significantly to the perfection and completion of his own universe. Now, when Huang Xiaolong circulated the universe transformation art, he could employ the 13 universes esoterics and laws to condense the 13 universes barrier when facing his enemy. This was the first time Huang Xiaolong used the 13 universes esoterics and laws to form a barrier against his opponent, and its power greatly exceeded Huang Xiaolong's estimation. Originally, Huang Xiaolong thought that the barrier could block most of Treasure Sage Human Emperor's attack and remnants of it would land on him, but the amount of energy that reached him just now was less than 20%. In other words, the 13 universes barrier blocked off 80% of Treasure Sage Human Emperor's attack. Huang Xiaolong's current physical defenses were more than sufficient to withstand 20% of Treasure Sage Human Emperor's attack. Therefore, as everyone saw, he was unharmed. The Shock Old Granny Void, Domineering Blade Shihu, and the Supreme Golden Devourers group of 3 received after seeing Huang Xiaolong standing still unharmed was bigger than others present. Because they were clearer than other ancient races and families experts about how terrifying the Treasure Sage Human Emperor's strength was. Treasure Sage Human Emperor was born with an innate treasure physique. It was the highest grade of treasure physique in the entire Origin universe, and it possessed formidable explosive power. Not to mention the various treasures the Treasure Sage Human Emperor had used over the years to temper and strengthen his body. Under the support of countless resources, his physical body was comparable to some 29.1 billion mark experts. Yet Huang Xiaolong was unscathed after being hit by his fists. On the contrary, it was the Treasure Sage Human Emperor who crashed into the bottom of Big River Mountain from Huang Xiaolong's strike. Even though Treasure Sage Human Emperor was buried under a heap of rocks and stones, they spotted the palm print on his body. This palm print covered Treasure Sage Human Emperor's entire torso, and his chest had caved in from the palm strike. Strong as Treasure Sage Human Emperor's physique is, his chest actually caved in under that palm strike. Needless to say, all his ribs must be broken. The Treasure St. Palace's experts couldn't believe their eyes. The 10 human emperors were the human race's pillar of strength and belief in the Origin universe, and Treasure Sage Human Emperor was the Treasure St. Palace's sky. Now the sky had fallen. Fear and unease that they had never felt before gripped their hearts, making them feel lost, angry, and helpless, with all kinds of emotions jumbled up. Especially, Treasure Sage Human Emperor's one particular female disciple looked shocked and infuriated as she glared daggers at Huang Xiaolong. She was the one who said she'd pack Huang Xiaolong away so as not to disturb the Treasure Sage Human Emperor earlier. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with the array of complicated, anguished faces of Treasure St. Palace's experts. After he put away the 9 cauldrons, He arrived in front of the treasure sage human emperor in one step and pulled the man up into the air. "You! Let go of my master!" the female disciple shouted as she rushed up toward Huang Xiaolong. But before she even got closer, she was repelled by the pulse of energy from Huang Xiaolong's body. Raising treasure sage human emperor up by the collar, Huang Xiaolong tore up space and disappeared from sight faster than one could blink. Old Granny Void, Domineering Blade Shihu, and Supreme Golden Devourer's group wanted to chase after Huang Xiaolong by tracing his aura, but they soon discovered that both Huang Xiaolong and treasure sage human emperor's aura had disappeared completely. The experts left behind looked at each other in confusion, wondering what they should do. Things ended just like this? Neither Old Granny Void nor any of the other 4 experts got a chance to compete for the 9 cauldrons. Nor did treasure sage human emperor. All they knew was that the 9 cauldron was taken away by a mysterious young man of unknown origins, except that he was called Huang Xiaolong. Not only that, but the treasure sage human emperor was also injured and taken away. A human race expert of treasure sage human emperor level was taken away, and it was probably the first time something like this ever happened. That Huang Xiaolong, judging from his words, his target must have been the Heaven Sage human emperor, but since the Heaven Sage human emperor did not come, did the treasure sage human emperor became his substitute target? Domineering Blade Shihu recalled what Huang Xiaolong said in the beginning and said it out loud. When Huang Xiaolong had blocked the Treasure Saint Palace's path, he had mentioned that since the Heaven Sage human emperor had not come, the Treasure Sage human emperor would do as well. What purpose does he have in taking away Lord Treasure Sage human emperor? The Supreme Golden Devourer voiced his doubt. There's a grudge between them, but it doesn't look like it because they do not know each other. Then, Huang Xiaolong did not come for vengeance. Had that been the case, he wouldn't have merely snatched away the Treasure Sage human emperor. Perhaps he wants to find out some secret from the Treasure Sage human emperor? Old Granny Void deduced. She could probably guess what secret it related to. "Princess, what do we do now?" One of the Treasure Saint Palace's eminent elder asked the female disciple. "We will seek help from the Lord Dragon Sage human emperor to judge fairness for us," the Treasure Sage human emperor's female disciple decided. The Dragon Sage human emperor was the most powerful of the human race's cultivators, and he was an existence infinitely close to becoming the god of universe. Half a day after Huang Xiaolong took away Treasure Sage human emperor, they came to a desert island. He simply threw the Treasure Sage human emperor after sealing his strength. Treasure Sage human emperor glared ferociously at Huang Xiaolong from the ground. "Who are you really? Why did you kidnap me? We 10 human emperors are of one mind. Therefore, kidnapping me means the Dragon Sage human emperor and the others will come hunting for you soon." Dragon Sage human emperor? I'm looking forward to meeting him. Huang Xiaolong responded with a hint of apprehension. The Origin Universe's Dragon Sage human emperor's strength was comparable to Old Man Fortune, maybe even half a notch stronger than Old Man Fortune. If the Dragon Sage human emperor really came for him, Huang Xiaolong was truly interested to have a battle with him. Although the Dragon Sage human emperor was the number 1 human race expert, he was not the number 1 expert in the Origin Universe. In the whole Origin Universe, the Dragon Sage human emperor ranked 2nd. After all, apart from the human race, there were countless other ancient races in the Origin Universe. Huang Xiaolong did not waste time talking about irrelevant matters with the Treasure Sage human emperor. He directly branded Treasure Sage human emperor's Dao Soul with his soul mark. However, branding his soul mark in an expert at Treasure Sage human emperor's level took a little bit more time and effort. Although the process required a little bit more time and effort than usual, it didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to successfully break through Treasure Sage human emperor's Dao Soul's defenses and brand it with his mark. Huang Xiaolong then viewed the Treasure Sage human emperor's memories. From Treasure Sage human emperor's memories, Huang Xiaolong soon found the memories relevant to the Devil Mirror Palace. The nameless Devil Mirror inside the Devil Mirror Palace had 5 pointed corners like a pentagon, and it looked a little like the bagua that Huang Xiaolong was familiar with. The edges of the mirror were dense and there were intricate runes that seemed to originate from the same source as his nameless Devil Mirror. Runes, esoterics, and laws of the universe were all rolled into one. However, the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror was almost twice the size of his own nameless Devil Mirror, and other than that, there was no difference between the two. Upon confirming this, Huang Xiaolong's heart raced. As he had guessed before, that Devil Mirror and his nameless mirror were like mother and son. If all details on both Devil Mirrors were exactly the same, and once he truly comprehended the origin universe, and the 13 universes' esoterics and laws, he would be able to step into universe God realm. Fragments of the Devil Mirror, Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. From Treasure Sage Human Emperor's memories, Huang Xiaolong also learned that there were 3 people who had obtained similar Devil Mirror fragments inside the Devil Mirror Palace's inner hall. There was a rumor claiming that if one could completely comprehend the mysteries inside a Devil Mirror fragment, it would greatly raise one's chances of comprehending the Devil Mirror itself. One of the 3 people who obtained a piece of Devil Mirror fragment was none other than the Dragon Sage Human Emperor. Another person was the Lord of Ghost Desert, the 3rd-ranked expert of the origin universe. His strength was only second to the Dragon Sage Human Emperor, but his whereabouts had always been mysterious. From the beginning of origin universe to date, he hadn't appeared more than 10 times in public. The 3rd and final person was the origin universe's strongest cultivator, Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong was the monarch of all Origin Universe's origin beasts. Yet no one ever knew who origin beast Yuan Fong really was. Huang Xiaolong's pupils glimmered as he fell into contemplation. The Lord of Ghost Desert's whereabouts were unknown. Hence it was impossible for him to find him in a short time. Yuan Fong's strength was no weaker than the Black Nether King, so it wouldn't be easy for him to snatch the Devil Mirror fragment off Yuan Fong's hand. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong set his sights on the target with the highest chance of succeeding, and he was none other than the Dragon Sage Human Emperor. As long as he obtained the Devil Mirror fragment, when coupled with his nameless Devil Mirror, comprehending the origin universe's Devil Mirror would be easier. Prior to entering Half-Step Universe God, his strength was comparable to Old Man Fortune, and now that he had advanced to Half-Step Universe God, Huang Xiaolong was confident he was strong enough to suppress Dragon Sage Human Emperor. However, Huang Xiaolong decided against looking for the Dragon Sage Human Emperor. Even though he could suppress the Dragon Sage Human Emperor with strength, he wasn't absolutely certain that he could detain him. Currently, his comprehension of the 13 universes' esoterics and laws within the nameless Devil Mirror had reached perfection, but his comprehension was not thorough enough. Huang Xiaolong believed he could do so within 100,000 years. His strength would rise to another degree at the time, and capturing and detaining the Dragon Sage Human Emperor would be a certainty. Hence, Huang Xiaolong decided to push back looking for the Dragon Sage Human Emperor until he had thoroughly comprehended the Devil Mirror's 13 universes' esoterics and laws. Thus, Huang Xiaolong quickly laid out a supreme formation around the island and entered seclusion on the 3rd level of the universe boat. He continued to comprehend the nameless Devil Mirror within. As for the Treasure Sage Human Emperor, Huang Xiaolong threw him into one of the spaces inside the universe boat and left him at that. Whilst Huang Xiaolong entered seclusion to further comprehend the Devil Mirror, the news that the Treasure Sage Human Emperor was injured by a youngster called Hunag Xiaolong shook the many lands in Origin Universe. If it was a common 20 billion mark cultivator who was injured and whisked away, it naturally wouldn't garner this degree of attention. But the Treasure Sage Human Emperor was one of the human race's pillars of belief. On top of that, he was a supreme expert at the 28 billion mark. Yet, the Treasure Sage Human Emperor was injured by an unknown youngster called Huang Xiaolong. The news shook the whole Origin Universe, and it had reached that magnitude. When news of it spread, all the top forces of Origin Universe went searching for Huang Xiaolong and Treasure Sage Human Emperor's whereabouts. The Dragon Sage Human Emperor even appeared personally, and gathered the other 8 of the human race's human emperors to discuss the matter. Later on, with the Dragon Sage Human Emperor taking the lead, orders were issued from the 9 human emperors to find Huang Xiaolong and Treasure Sage Human Emperor. Somewhere in a deserted mountainous terrain in the Origin Universe sat a person who seemed to be completely condensed from the darkness. Yes, he was pitch black from head to toe, and his facial features were non-existent, nor did he seem to have any eyes. He was the epitome of darkness from head to toe. Despite the darkness of his body, it did not taint the environment. and yet it felt as if the whole mountainous terrain were enshrouded by indescribable darkness. Hi hey, Huang Xiaolong. You've arrived at the origin universe at last. Looks like you're also inquiring about the Devil Mirror. Hopefully you won't disappoint me when we meet again. 100,000 years went by like a short dream. During this whole time, the origin universe's human race cultivators had not given up on searching for Huang Xiaolong and the treasure sage human emperor, but their efforts bore no results. Even though they failed to locate Huang Xiaolong and the treasure sage human emperor, none of the human race's forces gave up. All of them were still exerting efforts and were hellbent on finding Huang Xiaolong and treasure sage human emperor. On this calm day out at the sea, glimmers of light lit up the surroundings of a certain deserted island, and moments later, a figure appeared. This person was Huang Xiaolong, who had just come out of seclusion. In truth, he had thoroughly comprehended the nameless Devil Mirror's 13 universes esoterics and laws several thousand years ago, and he had been solidifying his new state. Huang Xiaolong looked around to get a bearing, then left the desert island in a streak of light, disappearing in the horizon in the blink of an eye. Dragon Emperor Land. He was Huang Xiaolong's target this time. The Dragon Emperor Land was the sacred pilgrimage destination for the human race. It was the place with the biggest land surface in the origin universe, and also the land with the most experts. The Dragon Emperor Land was the Dragon Sage human emperor's territory. Similar to Huang Xiaolong, the Dragon Sage human emperor was human but possessed the dragon race's bloodline. Huang Xiaolong rushed to the Dragon Emperor Land on the universe boat without stopping. It was an understatement to say the origin universe was vast, and it took Huang Xiaolong more than a decade's journey to reach the Dragon Emperor Land. Entering the Dragon Emperor Land, Huang Xiaolong could clearly feel the prosperity and vitality of the land. The architecture of the cities was decorated with one kind of dragon or another. It is said that the Dragon Sage human emperor would be present at the Dragon Soul Mountains awakening this time. The Golden Gorge's Devil Mirror Palace is about to appear. Could the Dragon Sage human emperor intend to obtain the Dragon Soul Mountain's Dragon Soul source before the Devil Mirror Palace appears? Probably, if the Dragon Sage human emperor could obtain the Dragon Soul source and refine it, his chances of comprehending the Devil Mirror would increase. Dragon Soul Mountain? Huang Xiaolong's curiosity was piqued immediately. The Dragon Soul Mountain was the Dragon Emperor Land's sacred land, and within the Dragon Soul Mountain was the origin universe's most ancient Dragon Soul. This Dragon Soul was born around the same time as the Dragon Sage human emperor, but because of some circumstances or reason, this Dragon Soul had lost its physical body. This Dragon Soul had been living inside the Dragon Soul Mountain ever since, and it was referred to as the Dragon Source. If an expert with a dragon bloodline could capture this dragon soul to refine and absorb it, the benefits were unimaginable. However, absorbing and integrating the dragon soul into oneself was easier said than done, just like the Dragon Sage human emperor who had no success after so many years of trying. Due to the existence of this dragon soul source, many dragon race experts who lost their physical bodies in the origin universe would escape into the Dragon Soul Mountain to hide. As time passed, other than the initial Dragon Soul, there were other Dragon Souls of various levels in the Dragon Soul Mountain. At normal times, the Dragon Soul Mountain was enshrouded by the Dragon Soul Source's Dragon Chi. Hence, no one could enter the Dragon Soul Mountain. However, at every certain period, the Dragon Chi barrier around the Dragon Soul Mountain would weaken for some time. This is when the people outside the barrier said that Dragon Soul Mountain was awakening. During this awakening time frame, any god of creation would be able to break into the Dragon Soul Mountain. Thus, during this time, the Dragon Sage human emperor and many god of creation experts would swarm into the Dragon Soul Mountain to look for dragon souls suitable for themselves in order to tame and absorb them. This was all for increasing their strength. Huang Xiaolong's pupils gleamed. Since the Dragon Sage human emperor would be going to the Dragon Soul Mountain, he didn't need to make the long trip to the Dragon Emperor city. His current location wasn't far from the said Dragon Soul Mountain, and it would take Huang Xiaolong only half a month to reach the mountain at most. Thus, Huang Xiaolong changed his destination and made his way to the Dragon Soul Mountain instead. Half a month later, Huang Xiaolong stood looking at the Dragon Soul Mountain some distance away. The Dragon Soul Mountain was actually a great mountain range that stretched into the horizon. At a single glance, one could hardly see the edge of it. No one could really tell how many miles of land made the Dragon Soul Mountain, except that the mountain range encompassed 1/3 of the Dragon Emperor land. 1/3 of the land. On top of that, the Dragon Emperor land has the biggest land surface in the Origin universe. When Huang Xiaolong reached the Dragon Soul Mountain, the Dragon Soul Mountain had already awakened. Experts from various corners of Dragon Emperor land and Origin universe had rushed inside. Huang Xiaolong inquired around and learned the Dragon Sage Human Emperor and experts from the Dragon Saint Palace had already gone into the Dragon Soul Mountain. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to enter the Dragon Soul Mountain, a group of experts appeared, and the leader was actually Domineering Blade Shihu. Domineering Blade Shihu was leading several hundred subordinates to enter the Dragon Soul Mountain when he spotted the familiar figure up ahead. A violent shiver ran down his body. Huang Xiaolong. Domineering Blade Shihu blurted out subconsciously, and because he was used to talking loudly, his exclamation was heard by many experts who were also entering the Dragon Soul Mountain. In an instant, the atmosphere outside the Dragon Soul Mountain exploded. Huang Xiaolong? Is he the same Huang Xiaolong who kidnapped the Treasure Sage Human Emperor? Which one is Huang Xiaolong? His Majesty Dragon Sage Human Emperor has ordered that anyone who finds Huang Xiaolong will be rewarded with 10 peak-level dragon races, universe origin spiritual veins. And they can also choose a treasure from the Dragon Emperor's treasury. After a brief moment of shock and disarray, almost all gazes followed Domineering Blade Shihu's line of sight and locked onto Huang Xiaolong. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong became the center of attention among these thousands and thousands of experts. Huang Xiaolong furrowed in dislike. He turned and glanced at the Domineering Blade Shihu. Merely a glance caused Domineering Blade Shihu to plummet from high air. Fear was clearly written on Domineering Blade Shihu's face, and pangs of regret twisted his gut, as he chided himself for his lack of control over his mouth. While Domineering Blade Shihu was filled with fear and regret, Huang Xiaolong turned and sped into the Dragon Soul Mountain, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Domineering Blade Shihu was stupefied for a second. He initially thought that Huang Xiaolong suddenly looked at him to slap him. After all, the scene where Huang Xiaolong sent the Treasure Sage Human Emperor crashing into the base of Big River Mountain with one palm strike was still clear in his mind. Other experts were too stunned to react after Huang Xiaolong disappeared into the Dragon Soul Mountain. They exchanged glances, and none of them dared to chase after Huang Xiaolong in the end. Quite a few of them were experts over the 20 billion mark like Domineering Blade Shihu. Several 100,000 experts stood silently even after Huang Xiaolong had left. But a while later, when everyone was certain that he had truly left, they were in a furor. Huang Xiaolong actually came to Dragon Soul Mountain. What is he doing here? Is he coveting the Dragon Soul Source? A family's old ancestor took a wild guess. The Dragon Soul Source belongs to His Majesty Dragon Sage Human Emperor. How dare he covet it? He is really overestimating himself. There are numerous Origin Universe experts in the Dragon Soul Mountain, yet Huang Xiaolong has the guts to show up here. He is seeking to die fast. All the experts were talking about Huang Xiaolong. Before long, the Dragon Sage Human Emperor, who had entered the Dragon Soul Mountain earlier than Huang Xiaolong, learned that he had entered the mountain. Oh, Huang Xiaolong is also here? The Dragon Sage Human Emperor wondered out loud. Huang Xiaolong's got guts. Despite knowing that His Majesty is within the Dragon Soul Mountain, he dares to appear. From what others are saying, he should be here for the Dragon Soul Source. A Dragon Saint Palace's marshal stated. I say he's purely here to die. Another Dragon Saint Palace's marshal sneered with disdain. Dragon Sage Human Emperor spoke objectively. He must have a certain level of confidence since he dares to show up here. I must get the Dragon Soul Source this time. Pass my order to obtain Huang Xiaolong's exact location. After getting the Dragon Soul Source, I will check him out myself. Yes, Your Majesty Dragon Sage Human Emperor. Upon entering the Dragon Soul Mountain, Huang Xiaolong did not stop anywhere. His Tao souls spread out as he moved deeper into the mountain, searching for the Dragon Sage Human Emperor. The dragon soul source was located in the deepest part of the mountain. Therefore, if the Dragon Sage Human Emperor wanted to get the dragon soul source, he would be heading in that direction. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong encountered more than a few powerful dragon souls. To the general half-step universe god, these dragon souls were treasures, but to Huang Xiaolong, they were useless. As Huang Xiaolong did not conceal his aura or movements, the Dragon Sage Human Emperor continuously received reports on his location. Oh, Huang Xiaolong is coming to the deepest part of Dragon Soul Mountain? Dragon Sage Human Emperor was surprised. He really came for the Dragon Soul Source. Your Majesty, should this subordinate go and deal with Huang Xiaolong? The Dragon St. Palace's Grand Marshal inquired. Dragon Sage Human Emperor shook his head. There is no need. It is more important for me to integrate with the Dragon Soul Source at this point. Moreover, even if all of you join hands, you might not be Huang Xiaolong's match. Tell the people to continue watching Huang Xiaolong. Dragon Sage Human Emperor continued advancing further with the experts from Dragon St. Palace, while trying to sense the Dragon Soul Source's location with a dragon pearl he had refined. The group finally reached a huge cliff wall. This enormous cliff wall stretched several 100,000 miles wide, and from afar, it looked like a barricade that prevented others from crossing and moving forward. The Dragon Sage Human Emperor stared at the enormous cliff wall before him. Surging dragon chi appeared around him as he shouted towards it. Aoshan, stop hiding. This time, I will definitely subjugate you, and have you integrate into me. Aoshan was the name the Dragon Soul was born with. It was silent for a while after the Dragon Sage Human Emperor finished speaking, but they saw bright light emerging to the surface of the cliff wall after a while. A dragon condensed from golden light, and this was the Dragon Soul Source, Aoshan. Aoshan, you think you're capable of absorbing me? The Dragon Soul Source Aoshan sneered. After so many years, you're still dreaming when the sun is out. Dragon Sage Human Emperor wasn't angered by Aoshan's mocking words. I couldn't do so in the past, but this time, I have collected materials from the Origin Universe and outside of the Origin Universe that can suppress Dragon Race's Dragon Souls. I spent several 100 million years forging a Dragon Soul Bind. With this Dragon Soul Bind, you won't be able to escape from me. A golden rope flew into the air as soon as he finished speaking. The golden rope wasn't particularly thick, but when the Dragon Sage Human Emperor channeled his dragon energy into it, the golden rope grew twice its size and length, standing vertically between heaven and earth as if it was about to bind the heavens. The golden rope exuded a faint but bright glow, and under the scope of the glow, the Dragon Soul Source Aoshan was pinned on the spot. Aoshan was genuinely alarmed. The rest of you guard the surroundings, and don't allow anyone to approach this place. Dragon Sage Human Emperor ordered the Dragon St. Palace's experts. The Dragon St. Palace's experts respectfully complied and spread out a distance around the area to prohibit others from approaching. Dragon Sage Human Emperor waved his hands in the air as if he was orchestrating the golden rope. The golden rope wriggled in the air and formed a loop that went after the Dragon Soul Aoshan. Just as the golden loop was reaching the cliff wall, the dragon light condensed by the Dragon Soul Source burst in glaring rays of light that soared to the sky, and the startling dragon chi repelled off the Dragon Soul Bind. Dragon Sage Human Emperor was inwardly startled. This dragon soul has grown stronger again since the last time. Aoshan, this Dragon Soul Bind of yours can indeed suppress me, but do you really think you can capture me based on some rope? Dragon Soul Aoshan sneered. If you're able to capture me relying on a mere rope, I won't be called the Dragon Soul Source. Dragon Sage Human Emperor remained calm on the surface. That's because you still have not seen the true power of the Dragon Soul Bind. I will have you witness the true power of this Dragon Soul Bind. Dragon Sage Human Emperor rose to the sky, standing in the middle of the Dragon Soul Bind. The golden rope coiled around him, and dragon chi from his body surged and spread into an ocean of dragon chi. Glaring lights dominated the sky as countless phantoms of divine dragons flew out from the Dragon Soul Bind. A shocking dragon might descend onto the land like a tsunami. This is... Dragon Soul Aoshan couldn't help but exclaim in shock and burning anger. Ao Xian, in order to forge this dragon soul bind, you killed so many god of creation realm dragons. Your sins are unforgivable. Sins are unforgivable? Dragon Sage Human Emperor stood in the air with his hands clasped at his back. Once I successfully comprehend the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror, I can break through to a universe god. At that time, all the universe's living beings will kneel before me, and I will rule them. Even Yuan Fang won't be an exception. At that time, who will dare to say I have sinned? As the Dragon Sage Human Emperor spoke, his hands moved, and the numerous divine dragon souls formed the Grand Formation of Dragon. The Grand Formation of Dragon locked the immediate space around the Dragon Soul Source Ao Shan. Ao Shan distinctly felt his strength and body being greatly suppressed, reducing his agility. Dragon Sage Human Emperor blurred in a flicker and appeared above the Dragon Soul Source with the Dragon Spear in his hand thrusting downward. Dragon Soul Source Ao Shan struck out with his claw in panic. In the past, his strike could easily scatter the Dragon Sage Human Emperor's spear chi, but this time around, the spear chi pierced through his attack and landed on his palm. Ao Xian, you're relying on the Dragon Soul bind to suppress me, but you yourself have no ability, the Dragon Soul Source roared. A win is a win. To me, the process is not important, the Dragon Sage Human Emperor stated nonchalantly. You're right. A win is a win, and the process is not important. Right at this time, a voice repeated the Dragon Sage Human Emperor's words, applauding in agreement. Both the Dragon Sage Human Emperor and Dragon Soul Source were startled by the unexpected voice. Who is it? Dragon Saint Palace's experts barked curtly from the four directions. A figure approached leisurely from the horizon. He was a young man, and he reached the enormous cliff wall in the blink of an eye. Stop right there! A Dragon Saint Palace's marshal shouted, trying to stop the intruder in his tracks. But no one saw what Huang Xiaolong did, and in the next second, that marshal was knocked into the air, and he fell into a dirt puddle not far away. The air seemed to solidify. That Dragon Saint Palace marshal was a supreme expert with 23.1 billion mark battle strength. A thought flashed in the Dragon Sage Human Emperor's mind as he stared at the uninvited visitor. Are you Huang Xiaolong? Other Dragon Saint Palace experts were shocked to hear that. Only the Dragon Soul Source Ao Shan seemed baffled as he had never heard of Huang Xiaolong's name. That's right, the young man was Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong continued to walk forward, bypassing the Dragon Saint Palace's experts and stood meters from the Dragon Sage Human Emperor. Yes, I am Huang Xiaolong. He glanced at the Dragon Sage Human Emperor's Dragon Soul Bind and the Dragon Soul Source. The Dragon Sage Human Emperor frowned slightly at Huang Xiaolong's abrupt appearance, as he was on the verge of successfully capturing the Dragon Soul Source with the Dragon Soul Bind. Who knew the most crucial moment would be interrupted by Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong easily defeated the Treasure Sage Human Emperor, proving that he was no walkover, and his strength was probably comparable to the second-ranked Human Emperor, the Buddha Sage Human Emperor. It would be troublesome if Huang Xiaolong joined hands with the Dragon Soul Source. Huang Xiaolong, you're also here for the Dragon Soul Force? The Dragon Sage Human Emperor asked in a sullen tone. How about this? We can cooperate to capture this Dragon Soul Source and divide it between the two of us. I will take 80% and you can take 20%. But Huang Xiaolong shook his head and stated, I didn't come for the Dragon Soul Source. Didn't come for the Dragon Soul Source? The Dragon Sage Human Emperor and Dragon Saint Palace's experts had not expected that. Huang Xiaolong then said to the Dragon Sage Human Emperor, I heard that you've got a piece of Devil Mirror fragment from the Devil Mirror Palace. The Dragon Sage Human Emperor's face sank, and he laughed without mirth in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, are you telling me that you've come to the Dragon Soul Mountain for my fragment of Devil Mirror? As he spoke, his momentum rose dangerously and a suffocating dragon might rush towards Huang Xiaolong. He had not settled the account with Xiaolong for kidnapping the Treasure Sage Human Emperor, yet Huang Xiaolong had the audacity to covet the Devil Mirror fragment from him. That's right. Huang Xiaolong ignored the rising momentum from the Dragon Sage Human Emperor and went on casually, hand over the mirror fragment if you don't wish to end up like the Treasure Sage Human Emperor, and don't force me to take it. Insolent. The Dragon St. Palace's experts were enraged by Huang Xiaolong's words, and all of them lunged towards him. But all of them were sent flying with a wave of Huang Xiaolong's hand even before they got close, and they crashed to the ground in various directions. These Dragon St. Palace experts coughed up blood as they crashed to the ground. Both the Dragon Sage Human Emperor and Dragon Soul Source were astonished. The Dragon Sage Human Emperor could barely accept it. After all, he knew Huang Xiaolong took away the Treasure Sage Human Emperor, whereas the Dragon Soul Source was completely ignorant. Therefore, he received a bigger shock watching Huang Xiaolong send several hundreds of Dragon St. Palace experts flying with a wave of his hand. Among these several hundreds of Dragon St. Palace experts, there were existences with 21 billion marks battle strength. Huang Xiaolong didn't spare those Dragon St. Palace experts a second glance and further shortened the distance between him and the Dragon Sage Human Emperor. I don't like to repeat myself, so hand over the Devil Mirror fragment. The Dragon Sage Human Emperor's face turned unsightly, as he was the human race's strongest cultivator, the second strongest person in the entire Origin universe. Since when did someone dare to talk to him so? Dao brother Huang Xiaolong, we can join hands to suppress the Dragon Sage Human Emperor, and the Devil Mirror fragment on him will go to you. The Dragon Soul Source Ao Shan suddenly interjected. After witnessing Huang Xiaolong's strength, the Dragon Soul Source was ecstatic. Join hands. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the Dragon Soul Source from the corner of his eye and asked, "Who told you that I would agree to join hands with you?" The Dragon Soul Source was rendered awkward by Huang Xiaolong's directness, and anger and humiliation burned in his chest. The Dragon Sage Human Emperor suddenly appeared behind Huang Xiaolong, and he directly stabbed the dragon spear towards Huang Xiaolong. There was only a small distance between the two. On top of that, the Dragon Sage Human Emperor attacked suddenly. Hence, the dragon spear was mere inches from penetrating Huang Xiaolong's back. Right at this time, 13 spheres of light appeared around Huang Xiaolong. Zhang! The dragon spear in his hand stabbed into one of the 13 spheres. While the Dragon Sage Human Emperor was stunned that his sneak attack failed, he was knocked back by the repelling power from the 13 light spheres. The Dragon Soul Source was just as shocked as the Dragon Sage Human Emperor. Not only Huang Xiaolong was fine after taking a blow from the Dragon Sage Human Emperor, but the Dragon Sage Human Emperor was sent staggering backward instead. Probably the Origin Universe's #1 expert also wouldn't be able to do this, right? The Dragon Soul Source looked at the 13 spheres around Huang Xiaolong that were exactly the mini versions of the 13 universes, with each one containing Supreme Universe esoterics and laws. These are the Dragon Sage Human Emperor and Dragon Soul Source exclaimed in astonishment. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder as he fixed his icy gaze on the Dragon Sage Human Emperor. Originally, I merely wanted you to hand out the Devil Mirror fragment, but unfortunately, you forced me to act. Huang Xiaolong's universe transformation art had already reached great perfection state, for he had thoroughly comprehended the nameless Devil Mirror's 13 universes esoterics and laws. It was no exaggeration to say that with Huang Xiaolong's current battle strength, even if the Dragon Sage Human Emperor and Dragon Soul Source joined hands against him, they were no match against Huang Xiaolong. After saying that, Huang Xiaolong stepped towards the Dragon Sage Human Emperor at a slow pace. However, every step he took, the Dragon Sage Human Emperor's heart tightened a notch. As Huang Xiaolong got closer, the Dragon Sage Human Emperor felt suffocated. This was the kind of feeling he got when in awe while looking at an indomitable great mountain. No, more accurately, Huang Xiaolong was an avatar of the universe's heaven and earth, whereas he was merely a lowly existence in the universe, the same like many others. How is this possible? At this moment, the Dragon Sage Human Emperor's heart actually gave birth to fear. Even when facing Yuan Fong, he did not give birth to apprehension, much less fear. But now, he felt genuine fear towards the human race's junior. Amidst his fear, the Dragon Sage Human Emperor let out a roar to the sky, and sound waves of a dragon's roar shook the air. With a wave of his hand, he sent the Dragon Soul Bind towards Huang Xiaolong while yelling at the Dragon Soul Source. Ao Shan, we'll join hands and deal with him. If I lose here, you won't fare much better because Huang Xiaolong definitely won't let you off. Aoshan was caught off guard by the proposal. But in the next second, he snickered. Even if I won't fare well, I would rather watch you being abused to death. A while ago, he was nearly captured by the Dragon Sage Human Emperor to be absorbed. As forgiving as he might be, it hadn't reached the point where he would cooperate with the Dragon Sage Human Emperor. The Dragon Sage Human Emperor was infuriated upon hearing that. The 13 light spheres around Huang Xiaolong flew up and rammed against the Dragon Soul Bind. With the 13 spheres circling around, the Dragon Soul Bind's thousands of divine dragons were pulverized and scattered away. The golden rope that was connected from head to tail to form a circle was cut into several sections, and it scattered all over. The Dragon Sage Human Emperor paled visibly. The Dragon Soul Bind was something he had put a lot of effort and time in, as well as the effort of many experts in the Dragon Saint Palace, but it got cut into pieces just like that. While the Dragon Sage Human Emperor was in the cusp of panic, Huang Xiaolong punched out with his fist. When Huang Xiaolong punched out, the Dragon Sage Human Emperor had a fleeting feeling that there were 13 universes slamming towards him. He didn't have time to think too much, and he hollered as he gathered every shred of cosmos energy in his body. Glaring light burst out from his palms and shot straight at Huang Xiaolong. It was obvious that the Dragon Sage Human Emperor was desperate, but it was futile. As Huang Xiaolong's fist landed, the dragon spear broke into several sections, and even the dragon head handle of the spear shattered. Huang Xiaolong's fist force finally landed on the Dragon Sage Human Emperor. The Dragon Sage Human Emperor tumbled in the air like a broken kite to the horizon. A long time later, someone reacted. "Your Highness Dragon Sage Human Emperor!" The Dragon Saint Palace's experts shouted, their voices filled with despair. In a single step, Huang Xiaolong arrived where the Dragon Sage Human Emperor fell. His punch had broken several of the Dragon Sage Human Emperor's ribs, causing his chest to cave in, and the dragon chi around him dissipated, revealing his bloody and gravely wounded body. This was the power of Huang Xiaolong's 13 universes. Horror was written all over the Dragon Sage Human Emperor's face when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. A force dragged the Dragon Sage Human Emperor off the ground. Huang Xiaolong sealed the Dragon Sage Human Emperor's strength and returned to the previous spot in a flicker. Before long, the news spread about Huang Xiaolong, the Dragon Sage Human Emperor, and the disappearance of the experts of Dragon Saint Palace. It is said that Huang Xiaolong tried to snatch the Dragon Soul Source from the Dragon Sage Human Emperor, and the Dragon Sage Human Emperor killed Huang Xiaolong. He then got the Dragon Soul Source and entered seclusion, said a family's old ancestor. Didn't I say it earlier, that Huang Xiaolong is practically seeking death to try to snatch the Dragon Soul Source from His Majesty? For a period of time, rumors flew about. Huang Xiaolong didn't know about the rumors flying outside. At this time, Huang Xiaolong was sitting cross-legged in the depths of Dragon Soul Mountain, and there was a Devil Mirror fragment suspended in front of him. This was the piece of Devil Mirror fragment the Dragon Sage Human Emperor obtained from the Devil Mirror Palace. This piece of Devil Mirror fragment was made of the same material as Huang Xiaolong's nameless Devil Mirror. His full attention was on the piece of Devil Mirror fragment, and from the mirror surface, he could see flashes of images like what he saw in the nameless Devil Mirror in the beginning. However, the images on this Devil Mirror fragment were incomplete. Sitting there, Huang Xiaolong was as still as he could be, comprehending the Devil Mirror fragment. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years went by, stopping only when it was almost time for the Devil Mirror Palace to open. Golden Gorge, Devil Mirror Palace. Huang Xiaolong put away the Devil Mirror fragment and disappeared at the edge of the horizon in a streak of light. The Dragon Soul Source Aoshan looked in the direction Huang Xiaolong left with a complicated gaze, muttering under his breath. Perhaps, not too long from now, the 14 universes' true lord will appear. Counting the origin universe and the 13 universes, there were 14 universes in all. From the time when the 14 universes were born, there had never been one true sovereign lord. But the Dragon Soul Source had a feeling that not too far in the future, the 14 universes' true sovereign lord would appear. While Huang Xiaolong was rushing to the Golden Gorge, the many emperors of Origin Universe were also making haste to the same destination. The Devil Mirror inside the Devil Mirror Palace held the secret to their breakthrough into Universe God Realm. Who wouldn't be tempted? Not to mention, inside the Devil Mirror Palace were countless treasures, many top-level techniques, peak-level origin universe spiritual veins, guardian treasures, and rare treasures like universe source stones. Some of the top-level cultivation techniques were left behind by experts. The Devil Mirror Palace had appeared many times, and every time it appeared, scuffles and conflicts between experts who rushed inside were inevitable, as well as killings. Thus, the top-level cultivation techniques and treasures of these people remained inside the Devil Mirror Palace. Of course, there were many treasures that existed since the beginning together with the Devil Mirror Palace, such as peak-grade origin universe spiritual veins, guardian treasures, and universe source stones. In the 13 universes, a treasure like the universe source stone had only appeared twice. One was obtained by the universe first race, and Huang Xiaolong obtained the second stone not long ago at the White Deer Cave. Universe source stones were rarer than rare. However, every time the Devil Mirror Palace appeared, there would be experts who obtained universe source stones within. The Golden Gorge was located in a vast desert, and the desert was within the territory of the third-ranked strongest cultivator in the Origin universe, the Lord of Ghost Desert. When Huang Xiaolong reached the Golden Gorge a year later, the area was already crowded with experts. In the 4 directions of the Golden Gorge were experts from various celestial empires' families, and all of them were cultivators of God of Creation realm. At a rough glance, there were at least several million people. There were layers of restrictions around the Devil Mirror Palace, even in the outermost area. Only God of Creation realm experts could enter, thus only experts of God of Creation realm and above gathered here. The Golden Gorge stretched miles across the desert, just like a gaping abyss across the barren desert viewed from above. Throughout the year, the Golden Gorge was filled with a kind of golden fog, and that was where the Golden Gorge got its name. No one knew exactly how deep the Golden Gorge was. The Lord of Ghost Desert had once descended down the Golden Gorge, but even after several thousand years, he still did not reach the bottom of the gorge and had to return to the surface. Moreover, the further down he went, there was a devouring force coming from below. Therefore, no one had ever reached the bottom of Golden Gorge. Some people claimed the bottom of the Golden Gorge was the deepest part of the Origin universe. However, this remained a myth with no way of proving its authenticity until someone successfully reached the gorge's bottom and came back out. At the time Huang Xiaolong arrived, he took a quick look around, then headed straight to the center of the Golden Gorge because every time the Devil Mirror Palace had appeared in the past, it was always at the center of the gorge. However, the Golden Gorge's 100,000 miles radius area had been blocked off by Yuan Fong, Lord of Ghost Desert, and the rest of the human race's 10 emperors. Other races' old ancestors and patriarchs were unable to get close at all. Experts that broke the 20 billion mark like Old Granny Void and Domineering Blade Shihu were all waiting outside of the 100,000 miles radius, and no one dared to take one step across the line. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to enter the Golden Gorge's center area, a half-step Universe God Realm expert breaking 10 billion marks in battle strength saw an unknown human race youngster bypass him. His face sank. "Brat, scram to the back, or else." But before he could finish the rest of his sentence, he was overwhelmed by the monstrous momentum coming from Huang Xiaolong's body. The 10 billion mark expert was startled, and just as he thought of dodging, it was already too late. In a split second, he was struck by the force from Huang Xiaolong's body and sent flying. This sight shocked the surrounding experts who noticed the commotion there. The expert Huang Xiaolong sent flying ended up with severe injuries, and he was quite famous in the Origin universe. Many experts recognized him, and because of that many experts were shocked. Who is this youngster? Could he be one of the human emperor's disciples or juniors? Many experts had the same guess. Whilst these guesses were shared through low whispers, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Huang Xiaolong!" The noisy environment suddenly died abruptly. "Huang Xiaolong? Which Huang Xiaolong?" An old ancestor asked in confusion. "He's the one who kidnapped His Majesty Treasure Sage Human Emperor, that Huang Xiaolong." The person who recognized Huang Xiaolong blurted out in excitement. This family patriarch happened to be at the Big River Mountain at that time. The scene exploded upon hearing the old ancestor's explanation. What? It's him. That human race youngster is Huang Xiaolong. Aren't they saying that he was killed by the Dragon Sage human emperor for trying to snatch the dragon soul source? Did His Majesty the Dragon Sage human emperor spare him? Or did he escape by a stroke of luck? These experts' astonished and bewildered gazes followed Huang Xiaolong. The news of Huang Xiaolong's arrival traveled fast, from one person to 100, and before long, almost everyone at the Golden Gorge had heard about it. Oh, Huang Xiaolong. Yuan Fong, who was waiting at the frontmost area in the center of the Golden Gorge, made a small gasp of surprise. The Lord of Ghost Desert remained expressionless. 8 human emperors looked towards the outer edge of the barricaded area, and each had a different expression on their face. Your Majesty Buddha Sage Human Emperor, that Huang Xiaolong, should we? One of the Buddha St. Palace's experts couldn't help but ask, referring to whether they should capture Huang Xiaolong. Other human emperors also looked to the Buddha Sage Human Emperor for his decision. The Devil Mirror Palace will appear in half an hour. It won't be too late to capture Huang Xiaolong once we're inside, said the Buddha Sage Human Emperor. Everyone nodded in agreement. After Huang Xiaolong got the annoying expert out of his sight, he continued towards the center area. This time, no one dared to stop him anymore. In fact, the crowd separated and opened a wide berth for him to pass through. Even experts breaking the 20 billion mark like Old Granny Void and Domineering Blade Shihu dared not block Huang Xiaolong's path. Soon, Huang Xiaolong reached the edge of the center area, and before everyone's eyes, he stepped into the center area and continued forward until he was behind the 8 human emperors' camp. The 8 human emperors' cold gazes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong, and the overwhelming momentum from their bodies came crashing down on him. All eyes were on Huang Xiaolong and the 8 human emperors. Say, do you guys think that Huang Xiaolong would dare to bypass the 8 human emperors and stand in front of them? Domineering Blade Shihu asked in a hushed whisper. Probably not, right? The gold-devouring Supreme shook his head. After all, the ones in Huang Xiaolong's path were 8 of the human race's human emperors. The remaining 8 human emperors were in full attendance. The crowd thought that if there was only one human emperor present, Huang Xiaolong would have probably dared to get ahead of him, but there were 8 human emperors gathered, and the magnitude was completely different. If the human race's 8 human emperors join hands, even an expert like the Lord of Ghost Desert would ashen. A 20 billion mark expert snickered harshly when he saw Huang Xiaolong suddenly stop. Looks like even Huang Xiaolong has to cower in front of the 8 human emperors. Other experts snickered as if that would vent the anger in their hearts. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong lifted his foot and continued onward, rendering the crowd dumbfounded. Buddha Sage Human Emperor's eldest disciple rebuked Huang Xiaolong coldly. Huang Xiaolong, if you dare to take another step forward, my master and other majesties human emperors will absolutely kill you. Huang Xiaolong took a nonchalant glance at the Buddha Sage Human Emperor's disciple. Just one glance from him knocked the disciple into the air for no apparent reason. The crowd of experts in the Golden Gorge was stupefied. The Buddha Sage Human Emperor had not expected Huang Xiaolong to suddenly attack. After the initial split second of shock, his face sank, and he stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong as he said to the other 7 human emperors, "Brothers, the Devil Mirror Palace is about to appear. The 8 of us should join hands and swiftly deal with Huang Xiaolong. What do you think?" The 3rd-ranked Horned Sage Human Emperor nodded in agreement. Brother Buddha Sage's intention is exactly my meaning. Seeing that the Horned Sage Human Emperor agreed, the remaining 6 human emperors also nodded. Immediately, the Buddha Sage Human Emperor, Horned Sage Human Emperor, and the rest of the 8 human emperors' momentum soared as they released their full force. Boom! Influenced by the 8 human emperors' momentums, the sky darkened, and the wind howled, making sand swirl into a sandstorm. Sensing the overwhelming momentums coming from the 8 human emperors, everyone present paled and retreated as if they could not back away fast enough. Even the Lord of Ghost Desert looked solemn. Kill! When the 8 human emperors circulated their energy to the limit, the Buddha Sage Human Emperor opened his mouth and thundered, and his voice shook heaven and earth. Whilst everyone was shocked, the 8 human emperors attacked at the same time. All 8 human emperors used their most powerful guardian treasures to attack Huang Xiaolong. The Buddha Sage Human Emperor's guardian treasure was an, whereas the Horned Sage Human Emperor's guardian treasure was a long curved horn that didn't look like metal or non-metal material. The surface of the curved horn was densely covered with runes. Some of the other 6 human emperors used blades, swords, and even a giant axe. There were also strong and weak guardian treasures, and the 8 human emperors' guardian treasures were naturally top-tier powerful guardian treasures. With 8 powerful guardian treasures infused with 8 human emperors' power, the dazzling rays blinded everyone and lit up the entire desert gorge and even the outside area. The weaker god of creation realm experts felt pain in their eyes the moment they laid eyes on the light. The 8 human emperors' guardian treasures arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong at lightning speed. There was no ripple of panic on Huang Xiaolong's face as a small golden boat appeared in his hand. The small golden boat took on the 8 guardian treasures' attacks as it expanded into 1,000,000 zhang in length. Rumble! The giant golden boat collided with the 8 human emperors' guardian treasures one by one. Consecutive blasts shook the sky. To Old Granny Void and the others' horror, the 8 human emperors' guardian treasures were knocked away. When the Buddha Sage Human Emperor saw the golden boat, he was shocked to his soul. Universe treasure! In the next second, the golden boat slammed into the 8 human emperors, and the overwhelming destructive energy caused their faces to turn deathly pale. No one dared to hide their trump cards anymore and tried to parry the universe boat the best they could. Boom! Almost at the same time, the universe boat slammed into the 8 human emperors. Another wave of blasts thundered across the sky, shaking the land. Some families' old ancestors' eardrums burst due to the collision impact, and many more suffered concussions. All of the 8 human emperors possessed battle strength above the 20 billion mark, especially the Buddha Sage Human Emperor who had crossed the 29 billion mark. One could imagine how terrifying the combined strengths of these 8 human emperors were. Even the Lord of Ghost Desert looked extremely solemn. The universe boat was finally stopped right in front of the 8 human emperors' faces with their joined effort. But the Lord of Ghost Desert, Old Granny Void, and the others' eyes widened as they stared at Huang Xiaolong. Although the universe boat was stopped in its tracks by the 8 human emperors, Huang Xiaolong had been standing in the same spot from the beginning without moving an inch. With one arm, Huang Xiaolong steadied the universe boat's other side. In other words, Huang Xiaolong merely used one hand to withstand the 8 human emperors' combined attacks without moving an inch. Even Yuan Fong, who had been watching everything with a blasé expression, couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The 8 human emperors' eyes protruded in shock, staring at Huang Xiaolong on the other side of the universe boat. Before the crowd recovered, Huang Xiaolong's palm emitted brilliant rays as he circulated the universe transformation art, and robust cosmos energy of 29.9 billion mark roared out. The universe boat shone glaringly as a startling energy burst out from it, hitting the 8 human emperors. The 8 human emperors were alarmed and moved to dodge, but their action was still a beat too slow. Boom. The universe boat quivered and shook off the 8 human emperors, and Huang Xiaolong went on to push the universe boat forward. The 8 human emperors got the air knocked out of them. Pooh! 8 figures crashed into the gorge like meteors, with blood spurting out from their mouths. The 8 human emperors soon disappeared into the gorge, and they were obscured from view by the golden fog. What? The Lord of Ghost Desert, as well as the present family's old ancestors and patriarchs, shrieked. Yuan Fong was genuinely shocked for the first time in his life. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent as he retrieved the universe boat and continued onward towards the Lord of Ghost Desert. Seeing Huang Xiaolong approach, apprehension flitted across the Lord of Ghost Desert's pupils. His face darkened as he pondered if he should give way to Huang Xiaolong, but his decision was made swiftly as he stepped to the side. When Huang Xiaolong passed by the Lord of Ghost Desert, he didn't even give the Lord of Ghost Desert a direct gaze. The Lord of Ghost Desert's nerve twitched at being treated as invisible. When Yuan Fong saw Huang Xiaolong come at him, he was stunned for a second. It seemed like Huang Xiaolong didn't only want to stand in front of the Lord of Ghost Desert, but he wanted to bypass him as well. Sharp golden light burst in Yuan Fong's eyes. All other experts held their breaths, watching Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Fang. Their hearts twisted in nervous tension and faint anticipation. There was no expression on Huang Xiaolong's face as he got closer to Yuan Fang with each step he took, and soon, there was merely 10 meters distance between them. Then it was 9 meters, 8 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. When he was 1 meter away from Yuan Fang suddenly took a step to the left, rendering everyone dumbfounded. Huang Xiaolong walked past the spot Yuan Fang was standing earlier and stood in the first spot in the Golden Gorge's center area. Huang Xiaolong stood 100 meters in front of Yuan Fang with his hands clasped behind his back. Yuan Fang stared sullenly at Huang Xiaolong's back. Huang Xiaolong stood nonchalantly as if he did not feel the gloomy gaze piercing his back, exposing his back to Yuan Fang without any vigilance. All the present God of Creation realm experts looked at Huang Xiaolong with complicated gazes. They were shaken, baffled, filled with disbelief and other tumultuous emotions. Yuan Fang's hands were tightly clenched into fists, quietly, as killing intent gathered in his chest. But soon, he unclenched his hands finally. He did not attack in the end. While an array of expressions flickered across the crowd, several figures flew out from the Golden Gorge. These were the 8 human emperors smashed into the Golden Gorge. It could be seen that the armors on their bodies were broken, and it looked like every part of their bodies was bleeding. Gasps of shock and hiss of breaths could be heard from the crowd. These were the human race's 8 human emperors. Moreover, there was the Buddha Sage Human Emperor with more than 29 billion mark battle strength. Buddha Sage Human Emperor and the other 7 human emperors glared furiously at Huang Xiaolong. But this time around, their eyes were strained with apprehension and no one dared to attack Huang Xiaolong anymore. "You're not a native of the origin universe," the Buddha Sage Human Emperor suddenly stated in a moment of fury. "What? He's not a native of our origin universe?" The several million God of Creation experts exploded in a furor. Before the Buddha Sage Human Emperor pointed that out, this thought had never occurred to anyone. Huang Xiaolong responded simply, "Correct. I'm not a native of origin universe." It was unnecessary to conceal this point. Huang Xiaolong knew the matter would be exposed when he used the universe boat. The origin universe only had one universe treasure, but it wasn't the universe boat. Hence, it wasn't hard to guess that Huang Xiaolong wasn't a native of the origin universe. "You're really not from our origin universe?" The Horned Sage Human Emperor was incensed. "Listen up, all origin universe's experts. Join hands and eliminate Huang Xiaolong. Join hands and eliminate this Huang Xiaolong." The immediate reaction was baffled glances all around, and no one took a step forward. The Horned Sage Human Emperor did not expect this less than lukewarm reaction. He looked around and his gaze stopped on the Lord of Ghost Desert. But the Lord of Ghost Desert looked straight at a certain point of the Golden Gorge as if he did not sense the Horned Sage Human Emperor's gaze, and the golden fog in that area was different from others. The Horned Sage Human Emperor then looked at Yuan Fang. Yuan Fang's face was extremely gloomy. Even so, he did not respond to the Horned Sage Human Emperor's call. The Horned Sage Human Emperor felt extremely embarrassed. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell on the Horned Sage Human Emperor. "If you continue to jump in front of me, I won't mind exerting some force to burst you before the Devil Mirror Palace appears." The Horned Sage Human Emperor choked over Huang Xiaolong's threat, and his face turned red and green from suffocated fury. But despite that, he quieted down. Buddha Sage Human Emperor returned to his initial spots, feeling his face burn under the strange gazes falling on him from various experts. Huang Xiaolong looked at the roiling golden fog in the center area, and his tepid voice rang, "Black Nether King, Old Man Fortune, since both of you are here, why bother hiding like sewer rats?" Although Black Nether King and Old Man Fortune hid themselves well, their auras fluctuated when Huang Xiaolong used the universe boat to smash the 8 human emperors into the Golden Gorge. Huang Xiaolong's perplexing words baffled Yuan Fang, Lord of Ghost Desert, the 8 human emperors, and the others. Who's Black Nether King? Old Man Fortune? People Huang Xiaolong spoke with specifically wouldn't be simple, but they had never heard anyone with these names in the origin universe. Neither Black Nether King nor Old Man Fortune appeared after Huang Xiaolong's words. Huang Xiaolong did not pursue the matter because with his current strength, he was not afraid of whatever schemes those two had. Half an hour soon passed. Suddenly, the golden fog around the Golden Gorge churned like angry waves as rays of auspicious light shone from the depths of the gorge to the sky. "It's the Devil Mirror Palace. The Devil Mirror Palace is coming out," an expert exclaimed in joy. This was a sign the Devil Mirror Palace was about to appear. Yuan Fong, the Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and the others' eyes lit up, and burning gazes were affixed to the center of the gorge. Under these anticipative gazes, the Devil Mirror Palace did not disappoint as it rose slowly. Waves of energy swept in the four directions, and the weaker god of creation realm experts were sent tumbling into the air as they failed to keep their footing. Huang Xiaolong stood stable as a mountain where he was, letting the energy waves rush past him as the corners of his robe fluttered loudly. Finally, the entire Devil Mirror Palace was in full view as it emerged out from the gorge into high air. Merely the radius of Devil Mirror Palace was several million miles, and there were various kinds of diagrams depicted all over the surface as well as runes. But these diagrams were profound, just like the runes, ethereal and difficult to grasp, much less see through their profundity. In one stride, Huang Xiaolong arrived before the Devil Mirror Palace's great door that was still closed at this point. Huang Xiaolong pressed his palm against the door, and the tightly shut door emitted a bright light, followed by rumbling noises as the door slowly opened. In a flash, Huang Xiaolong's figure disappeared into the Devil Mirror Palace. The Devil Mirror Palace was divided into an inner and an outer hall. However, there were numerous overlapping dimensions between the two halls, as well as restrictions. To reach the inner hall, Huang Xiaolong has to cross the outer hall's many layers of restrictions and dimensions. Generally speaking, only those with 27 billion mark battle strength could safely pass through the layers of restrictions and dimensions in the outer hall. Even existences like Old Granny Void and Domineering Blade Shihu could only circulate around the outer hall. After Huang Xiaolong entered the Devil Mirror Palace, he did not pause for a second. He took out the universe boat and drove it towards the inner hall at full speed. He needed to enter the inner hall before Black Nether King, Old Man Fortune, Yuan Fong, and the others. He had thoroughly comprehended the nameless Devil Mirror's 13 universes' esoterics and laws. Along with that, counting the fragment Devil Mirror in his hand, if he moved faster than Black Nether King, Yuan Fong, and Old Man Fortune in entering the inner hall, he was confident to take away the Origin Universe's Devil Mirror. Hence, Huang Xiaolong was pushing the universe boat's speed to the limit. On the way, the universe boat directly flew past the layers of restrictions and dimensions without stopping for a second. While Huang Xiaolong was speeding towards the inner hall, several people were doing the same thing. One of them was a pitch-black light, and another was a bright golden light, both moving at a rapid speed that was no worse than Huang Xiaolong. The bright golden light was Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong was shocked when he saw the black light with speed that rivaled his. Who is this? Other than Huang Xiaolong, there was another person with strength no less than him. Right behind Yuan Fong and Black Nether King was an azure figure that was right on their heels, and he was faster than the Lord of Ghost Desert. The Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and the others were astonished and alarmed seeing the people enshrouded in black and azure light. Huang Xiaolong spotted many rare treasures as he sped towards the inner hall that was comparable to White Flower Spiritual Herb inside the White Deer Cave. There were also peak-level Origin Universe spiritual veins. However, Huang Xiaolong treated all these as non-existent. He continued to speed inside. Even so, it took Huang Xiaolong several years to reach the Devil Mirror Palace's inner hall. Later on, Huang Xiaolong approached the center of the inner hall. A month later, Huang Xiaolong saw a huge Taiji symbol, and on it was a pentagon-shaped mirror. The mirror was spinning slowly, exuding a faint halo, and it was just like Huang Xiaolong's nameless Devil Mirror, except for its bigger size. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air to suppress his excitement. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Huang Xiaolong summoned the nameless Devil Mirror. The moment his nameless Devil Mirror flew out and came near to the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror, it emitted the same light as if it was a resonance, a signal, a reunion of a family. As expected, this sight further proved Huang Xiaolong's conjecture. Huang Xiaolong no longer hesitated and circulated the universe transformation art to control the nameless Devil Mirror to assimilate with the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. Time was crucial at the moment. The Black Nether King, Yuan Fong, and the others would reach the inner hall in a few days. Therefore, this was the best and fastest method Huang Xiaolong could think of to take away the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. As long as he could take it away, he could take his time to comprehend the esoterics and laws within. Supported by Huang Xiaolong's universe transformation art, the nameless Devil Mirror emitted dazzling rays of light, and these rays fell on the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror-like sea waves, entering the big Devil Mirror. The Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror did not reject the nameless Devil Mirror's rays of light, absorbing all of them. Seeing things go smoothly, Huang Xiaolong breathed in relief. As long as the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror did not reject his nameless Devil Mirror's energy, then it significantly increased the chances of assimilating the two mirrors. Even so, Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to relax even for a moment, and he was fully focused on the assimilation speed and progress between the mirrors. A day passed. There didn't seem to be any changes to the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror, just like a bottomless abyss that continued to devour his nameless Devil Mirror's energy and light. Huang Xiaolong could feel the Devil Mirror Palace attempting to swallow his nameless Devil Mirror into itself. 2 days went by. There still weren't any visible changes in the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. Soon, the 3rd day passed. Finally, the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror emitted a different light that tried to stop the nameless Devil Mirror's light and energy from penetrating into it further. Huang Xiaolong frowned when he noticed this. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to take away the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror even if another 3 days passed. By that time, the Black Nether King and the others would have reached the inner hall. Huang Xiaolong took out the Devil Mirror fragment to test a new idea. Despite spending almost 100,000 years comprehending the Devil Mirror fragment, Huang Xiaolong couldn't say he had thoroughly comprehended its contents. Hence, he didn't plan to take it out originally. The Devil Mirror fragment immediately floated towards the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. The Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror hummed in protest and emitted a burst of blinding light, startling Huang Xiaolong. All of a sudden, a powerful suction force came from the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror, and it devoured Huang Xiaolong's Devil Mirror fragment in the blink of an eye. Watching the Devil Mirror fragment being swallowed by the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror Palace, Huang Xiaolong froze on the spot. He was utterly blindsided. As Huang Xiaolong tried to sense the situation, the Devil Mirror fragment was indeed swallowed by the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. The shock receded quickly, and Huang Xiaolong calmed down. Although he had not thoroughly comprehended the Devil Mirror fragment, there was his soul mark on that piece of Devil Mirror fragment. In that case, he would attack both internally and externally. While the nameless Devil Mirror assimilated with the Devil Mirror Palace from outside, he could use his soul mark on the Devil Mirror fragment to attack the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror on the inside. Having figured out his action plan, Huang Xiaolong executed his plan. As he estimated, the result was better than he had expected. In a short half an hour, the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror's resistance was largely reduced. Half a day later, the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror had almost lost all power to resist. Huang Xiaolong was delighted and accelerated the process. Another day passed, and the light coming off the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror had become gentle. At this rate, in a few hours, Huang Xiaolong would be able to fully assimilate the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. Even so, Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to relax. Another half a day went by. Huang Xiaolong paid close attention to the changes in the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror, and it had reached the most crucial stage of assimilation, but he already detected that the Black Nether King and Yuan Fong were rapidly closing in on him. He detected the Black Nether King's darkness energy and frigid Yin energy. However, Huang Xiaolong had added some roadblocks along the path to the inner hall when he entered. These formations probably could delay Black Nether King and Yuan Fong for half an hour. Half an hour. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong only had half an hour to make a safe exit. If he couldn't finish the assimilation process within half an hour before Black Nether King and Yuan Fong arrived, his progress would be interrupted, and the second attempt would be more difficult. However, Huang Xiaolong knew very well that it was in these kinds of pressing crucial moments that one couldn't lose their calm. Thus his mind became clearer and calmer instead. Half an hour later, two overwhelming auras arrived with world-shaking momentums. Naturally, these two were Black Nether King and Yuan Fong. When they arrived and saw Huang Xiaolong's nameless devil mirror, it immediately rang an alarm in their heads. Huang Xiaolong, you want to take away the devil mirror? Don't dream of it. Black Nether King snorted coldly as his palm struck at Huang Xiaolong. Sky-high waves of darkness energy and frigid energy slammed towards Huang Xiaolong. Yuan Fong took out something that resembled a squarish item that looked like a cube and began attacking Huang Xiaolong. This magic cube was the Origin Universe's universe treasure, comparable to the universe boat. The magic cube emitted colorful dazzling lights that shone on Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Facing the double attacks from Black Nether King and Yuan Fong, the universe boat flew out from Huang Xiaolong's body and fended off Yuan Fong's magic cube attack. At the same time, the Star Dragon Divine Tree appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head. Its branches lowered, spewing robust Star Dragon Qi, which created a protective barrier around Huang Xiaolong. The four Origin Divine Fires also protected Huang Xiaolong's four directions. The Golden Sun Circlets, Blade of Death, Three Gods Halberd, Yin Yang Flame Will, Crow Devil Spear, Ghost Staff, and other universe treasures all flew out while Huang Xiaolong continued with the process of taking away the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. Black Nether King's palm force knocked the Golden Sun Circlets, Blade of Death, Three Gods Halberd, Yin Yang Flame Wheel, Crow Devil Spear, Ghost Staff, and other universe treasures out of the way one after another. Even so, Black Nether King's palm force bulldozed forward, until it collided with the four Origin Divine Fire's Sea of Fires. Shockingly, the four Origin Divine Fire's Sea of Fires were actually frozen. The four Origin Divine Fires were the bane to darkness and frigid coldness. But now, they were actually frozen by the Black Nether King's power of darkness and frigid cold energy. Black Nether King's palm force hit on the Star Dragon boundary created by Star Dragon Divine Tree. The Star Dragon power scattered and the Star Dragon boundary shattered. Black Nether King watched with a grim face. After Black Nether King's palm force shattered the Star Dragon Divine Tree's protective boundary, Yuan Fong's magic cube collided with the universe boat. A thunderous explosion ensued. The universe boat was knocked out of the way, and the magic cube shot towards Huang Xiaolong. As Huang Xiaolong was trying to take away the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror, he merely allotted 1/10 of his strength to the universe boat, which was why the universe boat failed to block the magic cube. Seeing that Black Nether King's attack and Yuan Fong's magic cube were about to land a blow on Huang Xiaolong's body suddenly emitted dazzling light as 13 images appeared around him. Black Nether King and Yuan Fong's attacks all fell on these 13 images. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The shock waves from Black Nether King and Yuan Fong's attacks shattered numerous dimensions within the Devil Mirror Palace's inner hall. The 13 images' light also dimmed considerably, and the collision caused a certain degree of internal injury to Huang Xiaolong, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. This was the first time Huang Xiaolong suffered injury since his battle against the Heaven-Devouring King in the unknown space. Black Nether King and Yuan Fong stared at the 13 images of universes around Huang Xiaolong in astonishment. Both of them had a good understanding of their own strengths, and their attacks just now could have shattered anything in the universe, yet both of their attacks were blocked by those 13 images. These are... Black Nether King was genuinely shocked looking at the esoterics and laws within the 13 universes' images. Right at this moment, the Taiji symbol altar shook, and the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror fell straight into Huang Xiaolong's palm. Huang Xiaolong was overjoyed, as he had finally succeeded in obtaining the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. Without wasting any time, Huang Xiaolong put away the Nemesil's Devil Mirror and the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror into his body. Seeing this, Black Nether King and Yuan Fong tacitly made their moves, one from the front and one from the back, pinching Huang Xiaolong in the middle. Huang Xiaolong, hand over the Devil Mirror, Yuan Fong demanded with an unsightly expression as he extended his palm. Hand over the small Devil Mirror as well, You won't be able to escape today. Never in his wildest imagination did it occur to him that Huang Xiaolong would be able to take away the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. The Devil Mirror Palace had appeared many times before, and he had tried many methods to take away the Devil Mirror without any success. What's with Huang Xiaolong's small Devil Mirror? In the universe, is there a set of big and small Devil Mirrors? Black Nether King did not speak. He was entirely enshrouded in darkness. But it did not diminish the coldness of his gaze on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong let out a sarcastic sneer at Black Nether King and Yuan Fong. Black Nether King, Yuan Fong. The Origin Universe's Devil Mirror is in my hands now. It's already a certainty that I will break through to Universe God Realm after comprehending the Devil Mirror. If you two submit to me now, I won't treat you badly after my advancement. However, if you block my path, you two will absolutely die once I break through to Universe God. Yuan Fong was too stunned to react for a second, then erupted into hysterical laughter. Huang Xiaolong, you sure can talk big. So what if you've got the Origin Universe's Devil Mirror? Do you really think you can break through to Universe God Realm? The universe has existed for countless eras, but no one has ever crossed that step and successfully broken through to Universe God Realm. That is because it's simply impossible. Stop daydreaming, Yuan Fong mocked. Enshrouded in the darkness, Black Nether King stated in a flat tone, "Hand over the Devil Mirror, or die." Huang Xiaolong roared with laughter. In that case, fight. Even if Black Nether King and Yuan Fong joined hands, what did he have to fear? Kill! Huang Xiaolong recalled the universe boat and blocked off Yuan Fong's attack. And Yuan Fong's magic cube rammed forward instead of retreating. Dong! The universe boat and magic cube once again collided. This time, Yuan Fong's magic cube was knocked away, and Yuan Fong himself staggered quite a distance from the impact. Although Yuan Fong was hailed as the Origin Universe's #1 expert, his comprehension towards the 13 universes' esoterics and laws was a little lacking compared to Huang Xiaolong. A wave of terrifying energy suddenly loomed behind Huang Xiaolong's back, but Huang Xiaolong didn't even give it a look, and he merely sent a palm strike to the back. Bang! Huang Xiaolong and Black Nether King's palms met head-on in the air. A wave of extreme frigid coldness drilled into Huang Xiaolong's body through his palm, spreading to other parts rapidly. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback, and quickly circulated his 3 worlds cosmos energy. Yet he failed to expel the frigid coldness out of his body. He had never encountered such overbearing and frightening frigid coldness. No wonder the 4 Origin divine fires were frozen. Black Nether King's true body had always been a mystery, for no one had ever seen his true body. Black Nether King's second attack arrived while Huang Xiaolong was still in shock. In a ball of black light, resembling a falling black meteor that crashed straight on Huang Xiaolong. Even before the second attack arrived, terrifying darkness energy and frigid coldness had frozen Huang Xiaolong's immediate space. Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless, and he circulated the universe transformation art. The 13 universe images reappeared, and at the same time, he held the Crow Devil Spear in his left hand, and the universe boat in his right. He attacked the Black Nether King simultaneously with both the weapons. Seizing this window, Yuan Fong's magic cube made a sneak attack on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, Black Nether King, and Yuan Fong's intense battle caused a great deal of damage to the surrounding space. Even the Taiji symbol altar hummed incessantly due to the 3 people's destructive force. Other than the altar, everything else within the inner hall was reduced to chaotic space, shattering into nothingness. As the battle between the 3 intensified, a monstrous cosmic storm of darkness energy and light of nothingness rampaged. At any other time, any one of these elements could easily reap the life of an expert of 20 billion mark. Old Man Fortune, Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and other experts above 20 billion mark battle strength still had not made it into the inner hall, yet they could feel the violent energy fluctuations from billions of miles away. The Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and others' faces turned white as ghosts at the magnitude of the destructive power. Even Old Man Fortune's expression had never been so solemn. The weakest one amongst these people, Heaven Sage Human Emperor, looked deathly pale as he asked feebly, "Are we heading there?" He had barely asked out the question when he saw Old Man Fortune float silently in the direction where Huang Xiaolong, Black Nether King, and Yuan Fong were. Seeing this, Buddha Sage Human Emperor took a deep breath and said, "With all of us joining hands, what's there to be afraid of? Go!" He acted first and floated towards Huang Xiaolong's direction, and the other 7 human emperors followed, including the Heaven Sage Human Emperor, albeit reluctantly. When Buddha Sage Human Emperor and others got close, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air watching Huang Xiaolong, Black Nether King, and Yuan Fong's battle. There was no longer sky or land in their battlefield, only nothingness. Nothing remained under Huang Xiaolong, Black Nether King, and Yuan Fong's overwhelming destructive powers. "Where's the devil mirror?" someone suddenly asked out loud. The one who spoke was an expert called Lucid Emperor, the old ancestor of the Illuminate race of Origin Universe. He was one of the Origin Universe's top 10 experts, with battle strength at 29 billion mark. Being reminded by the Lucid Emperor's question, the others immediately noticed that the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror was gone. "Huang Xiaolong has taken away the Devil Mirror. Everyone, come, kill Huang Xiaolong." While everyone was looking around suspiciously, Yuan Fong in the far distance suddenly yelled towards them. Yuan Fong's words raised a tsunami of furor, shocking all the experts who finally reached the inner hall. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong. Old Man Fortune blurred into a flicker and started attacking Huang Xiaolong without a word. Seeing this, other experts exchanged a glance, and all of them swarmed into the fray, bombarding attacks on Huang Xiaolong. Even though Huang Xiaolong had 3 worlds, 29.9 billion mark battle strength, and comprehended the 13 universes' esoterics and laws, being besieged by a group of powerful experts consisting of Black Nether King, Yuan Fong, Old Man Fortune, and others made him fall into a disadvantage. In the end, Huang Xiaolong had to retreat as he battled deeper into the Devil Mirror Palace's inner hall. This battle went on for several months. In these several months, Black Nether King, Yuan Fong, Old Man Fortune, and a dozen other experts persistently dogged Huang Xiaolong. If it wasn't for the 13 universes' images to protect him, his physical body would have been destroyed by now. Even so, Huang Xiaolong suffered heavy injuries. Then again, Huang Xiaolong also burst the bodies of 20-plus experts who had been chasing after him, and one of them was the Heaven Sage Human Emperor. Currently, only experts with 29 billion mark battle strength remain standing. This battle could only be described as tragic. "Huang Xiaolong, you won't be able to escape. In front is the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Light region. Even I won't be able to last 1 hour inside the Devil Light region," Yuan Fong said as he pointed at Huang Xiaolong's back and mocked coldly. Behind Huang Xiaolong were beams of devil lights booming down from the void. They were thick as an adult's arm and looked like a single-colored rainbow hanging from above. Although Huang Xiaolong had not crossed over to the Devil Light region, his gut was already screaming danger. Clearly, what Yuan Fong had said was the truth. "Huang Xiaolong, there's no place for you to retreat anymore. Hand out the big and small devil mirrors. As long as you hand them out, I can guarantee that you'll leave safely." Black Nether King's cold, gloomy voice sounded. Huang Xiaolong merely snorted. Then he turned around and leaped into the Devil Light region. His figure soon disappeared from sight in the depths of the Devil Light region. It was already too late for Yuan Fong to stop Huang Xiaolong when he realized Huang Xiaolong was leaping into the Devil Light region. In a hurry, he also entered the Devil Light region, but it wasn't long before he exited in a sorry state. Black Nether King also entered and came out a short while later. Old Man Fortune didn't fare any better than the two. "Damn it!" Yuan Fong cursed angrily under his breath. The Devil Mirror was on Huang Xiaolong's body, and now that Huang Xiaolong had entered the Devil Light region, it meant that the Devil Mirror would be left inside the Devil Light region, and no one would be able to get the Devil Mirror anymore. Old Man Fortune's expression was just as ugly. He had traversed countless spatial dimensions and triumphed over various obstacles to arrive at the Origin Universe, all for finding a chance to break through to Universe God Realm, but now the path of advancement was broken off by Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, you damn bastard!" Old Man Fortune couldn't help bellowing to vent his frustration and anger. Black Nether King did not utter a sound. except for staring at the spot where Huang Xiaolong disappeared with an icy gaze. On the other hand, Buddha Sage Human Emperor was inwardly relieved seeing Huang Xiaolong disappear into the Devil Light region. Even so, no one left immediately, but they stayed and waited outside. A day later, the Buddha Sage Human Emperor said to the other human emperors, "A day has passed, so Huang Xiaolong's definitely died inside. Let's go." There were many other treasures inside the Devil Mirror Palace after all. They couldn't be guarding there the whole time. Every time the Devil Mirror Palace appeared, it was only for several years. After several years, it would return to the bottom of the gorge, therefore, they needed to seize the time to look for as many treasures as possible. As the group of 8 human emperors left, the Lucid Emperor and others also left soon after. In the end, only Black Nether King, Yuan Fong, Old Man Fortune, and Lord of Ghost Desert stayed behind. When another day passed, Old Man Fortune and Lord of Ghost Desert also gave up. Until 4 days later, Yuan Fong said to Black Nether King, "Huang Xiaolong must be dead inside. Waiting here anymore is useless. Huang Xiaolong won't show up anymore." With that said, he left rapidly. But Black Nether King waited another 2 days before he finally gave up and left. On the other side, Huang Xiaolong, who was forced to enter the Devil Light region, was subjected to pressure akin to great mountains coming at him from all around. Huang Xiaolong quickly circulated the universe transformation art, and the 13 universes images appeared. In the beginning, the 13 universes images did reduce the Devil Light beam's pressure. But as time passed, the 13 universes images began to float unsteadily. These Devil Light beams' destructive power had far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's estimation. Every beam of Devil Light's destructive power was comparable to a combined attack from Black Nether King and Yuan Fong. Just imagine what would happen to Huang Xiaolong under endless barrage from Black Nether King and Yuan Fong's combined attacks. But just as Huang Xiaolong considered leaving the place, suddenly, an alarming and powerful devouring force swallowed Huang Xiaolong into its depths. By the time Huang Xiaolong reacted, he realized he had arrived in a world of light. Everywhere he looked was light, there was nothing else. All around was hazy light, and this scene reminded him when he passed through the light waterfall to reach Origin Universe. The difference was that the light in this place was a gentle kind of light. Huang Xiaolong found the light here contained unbelievable vitality and power of life. It gave him the feeling as if the Origin Universe was born from here. Huang Xiaolong tried to fly out of the place, but no matter which direction he flew, he was unable to reach the edge. In the end, Huang Xiaolong stopped. Since he couldn't leave this place, he decided to comprehend the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. As long as he successfully comprehended the Origin Universe's esoterics and laws within the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror, he would be able to break through to Universe God Realm, and then he could figure out how to get out of this place. Thus, Huang Xiaolong found a comfortable spot and sat cross-legged and took out both the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror and his own nameless Devil Mirror, and began to focus on comprehending them. Several years went by in the blink of an eye. Experts that entered the Devil Mirror Palace all rushed out when the time was up, and the Devil Mirror Palace once again returned to the bottom of the Golden Gorge. Black Nether King, Yuan Fong, Old Man Fortune, Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and the others watched the Devil Mirror Palace descend into the Golden Gorge and disappear from their sights. Even if Huang Xiaolong survived inside the Devil Light region, he's bound to lose his life at the bottom of the Golden Gorge. No one could come out alive from the bottom of the Golden Gorge, Yuan Fong said with absolute certainty before he turned and left. Other experts also left, either alone or with their companions. The last people to leave were the Black Nether King and Old Man Fortune. Before long, the news about Huang Xiaolong being besieged by Black Nether King, Yuan Fong, and other experts, and finally dying inside the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Light region spread. The Devil Light region. Even Lord Yuan Fong couldn't survive an hour inside. Huang Xiaolong did not come out after several days, so probably even his Tao soul had turned into dust. What a pity. I've heard that the Devil Mirror was in Huang Xiaolong's hands, and he brought it into the Devil Light region. Who can get the Devil Mirror now? The only chance to break through to Universe God is lost. Huang Xiaolong's death caused a storm in the Origin Universe. After all, The shocking sight of Huang Xiaolong repelling the 8 human emperors was still fresh in the minds of the gods of creation gathered at the Golden Gorge. But as time passed, Huang Xiaolong was gradually forgotten by the Origin universe. And the news of Huang Xiaolong's death also reached the 13 universes' unknown space. What? Huang Xiaolong's dead? When the ferocious devil heard the news, he highly doubted it. Yes, Old Man Fortune said it himself. It is said that Huang Xiaolong was besieged by Black Nether King, and Origin Universe's strongest expert Yuan Fong and several others, and he ran into a place called the Devil Light region. Even the Black Nether King couldn't last for an hour in there, whereas Huang Xiaolong didn't come out even after several days. Green Ghost sighed with a complicated expression. Pity. Ferocious Devil looked extremely gloomy. Huang Xiaolong was his hope, as well as the hope of the unknown space and the 13 universes. If Huang Xiaolong was dead, then who was going to hold off the universe first race? There is another bad news. Green Ghost hesitated for a second before speaking. It's said that Black Nether King found the universe source stone inside the Devil Mirror Palace. In fact, he found 2. What? Ferocious Devil exclaimed in utter loss. Black Nether King actually found 2 universe source stones. But I've heard there's a problem with the universe first race's extermination grand formation, so Black Nether King ordered them to refine the boundary-breaking grand formation anew, and increased the formation's power at the same time. Therefore, there are still several million years before Black Nether King can use the boundary-breaking formation. Green Ghost elaborated. Problems occurring with the formation were naturally due to Huang Xiaolong's little trick on the formation's rune in the past. Several million years. Ferocious Devil sighed. That means we only have that long to live? Everything within the 13 universes would be reduced to nothingness after that. Green Ghost nodded. I've heard Old Man Fortune has already led the entire Fortune Space's experts to submit to Black Nether King. Several million years went by in the blink of an eye. Black Nether King had refined the extermination formation anew, doubling the formation's power. On this day, all the experts in the unknown space saw a burst of light in the horizon. Space suddenly cracked and shattered as a destructive force swept towards every corner of the unknown space. Ferocious Devil stood in the air above the capital city, staring into space as he spoke. Black Nether King, do you think you would be able to break through to Universe God Realm by extracting and absorbing all 13 universes' vitality through the extermination formation? Stop dreaming, because you'll never step across that line for eternity. In the void, Black Nether King emerged from the darkness that usually shrouded around him, and let out a snicker of disdain. I've got 2 universe source stones, doubling the power of extermination formation. I definitely can break through to Universe God Realm, but unfortunately, Ferocious Devil, you won't be able to see that day. With that said, he increased the extermination formation's power, and immediately the Devil Capital's space shattered. Everything was on the verge of being reduced to dust. Ferocious Devil, Green Ghost, Dragon Overlord, Death God, Zhu Chan, and others were enveloped by the extermination formation's power. Their bodies shattered and turned into speckles of vitality, including their Tao souls, and accumulated in the center of the extermination formation. Then Jian Wushuang, Tao Hainer, and others, including other emperors in the unknown space, were broken into vitality and sucked into the formation. Your Majesty Black Nether King, the unknown space is completely exterminated. Is our next target the first universe? One of the universe first race's experts asked Black Nether King. Black Nether King paused for a second before stating, I heard that Huang Xiaolong's master and family, and his women are all in the Blazing Dragon universe. Is that right? Yes. According to our investigation, Huang Xiaolong's master, family, and women are all in the Blazing Dragon universe. The universe first race's experts promptly replied in a respectful manner. Black Nether King snorted coldly. To show my respect to Huang Xiaolong, we'll exterminate the Blazing Dragon universe. I want to go there personally and pinch Huang Xiaolong's women to death one by one. If it wasn't for Huang Xiaolong, he would have gotten the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Mirror. Yes, Your Majesty Black Nether King. Black Nether King personally led the universe first race's experts to the Blazing Dragon universe, and activated the extermination formation. The blazing dragon universe's layer shattered and crumbled, and the entire universe fell into panic and despair, as cries of fear and horror reverberated. Black Nether King and First Universe Races experts had kept the world of departed souls for last. Inside the world of departed souls, Pangu, Huang Long, Blazing Dragon, Huang Peng, Suyen, Huang Jiuan, Wang Milan, as well as Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and others were looking apprehensively at the First Universe Races expert gathered at the world's boundary. Black Nether King's indifferent voice rang. "Do you think that I won't be able to do anything to you all if you hide inside this innate world?" With that said, he raised his fist and punched in front of him. Merely one punch was all he needed to break the world of departed souls' defenses into pieces, and the whole world shook violently. Black Nether King took one stride forward and entered the world of departed souls. All of Universe First Race experts swarmed inside. Pangu and the others paled at this sight. Black Nether King stood high in the air with his hands clasped behind him, and his condescending gaze swept over Pangu, Blazing Dragon, Huang Long, and the others. "You guys are Huang Xiaolong's master, father, and mother?" Lastly, his gaze fell on Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and other women. "And Huang Xiaolong's women? Huang Xiaolong's taste is so bad. He's interested in rubbish below God of creation realm." Black Nether King's mocking contempt rang loud and clear. Though Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others were beautiful in their own rights, their cultivation was below the God of creation realm. Thus, in Black Nether King's eyes, they were rubbish. These kinds of women weren't even qualified to be rewarded as the lowest grade of maid to his disciples' subordinate. Pangu's sonorous voice sounded. "You're the Universe First Race's Black Nether King? Even if you extracted the 13 universes' vitality, you will never break through to Universe God realm. The winner in that spot will definitely be my disciple, Huang Xiaolong." Black Nether King snickered harshly upon hearing that. "Your disciple Huang Xiaolong? Let me tell you that Huang Xiaolong died several million years ago." "What?" Blood drained off Pangu, Huang Long, Blazing Dragon, and the others' faces. Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi's group of women looked even worse. No, impossible. Xiaolong won't die," Shi Xiaofei denied with her heart and soul despite the tears running down her face. "Impossible?" Black Nether King sneered. "Several million years ago, Huang Xiaolong, and Old Man Fortune entered the Origin Universe. Later on, inside the Origin Universe's Devil Mirror Palace, he tried to snatch the Devil Mirror away, and ended up being besieged by more than a dozen experts of 27 billion mark battle strength. In the end, he was forced to flee into the Devil Light region. The Devil Light region, that kind of place even I won't last an hour inside. But Huang Xiaolong entered such a place and didn't come out after several days." Black Nether King's voice reverberated above the world of departed souls. Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the other women swayed unsteadily, looking as if the sky had fallen. Although Huang Xiaolong did not return all these years, he had always been their sky. Now their sky was gone. "Bullshit!" Pangu roared at Black Nether King. "Xiaolong can't be dead. He has 3 worlds, and he is the only person who accomplished that. He won't die." A cold sneer escaped Black Nether King's lips as he pointed a finger at Pangu, and Pangu exploded, leaving golden blood mists scattered in the air. With a grip, Black Nether King was holding Pangu's Dao soul in his hand. "Brother Pangu!" Huang Long and Blazing Dragon cried out. There was no temperature in Black Nether King's eyes as he looked at Pangu's Dao soul. "Anyone who opposes me must die. Huang Xiaolong is no exception. You are not an exception. However, killing an ant like you dirties my hand. If you're not Huang Xiaolong's master, I'm too lazy to spare a glance on an ant like you." With that said, he threw Pangu's Dao soul into the center of the extermination formation. Huang Long and the others were outraged and fought desperately against Black Nether King, but their bodies exploded simultaneously with one strike from Black Nether King's palm. Their Dao souls subsequently were thrown into the extermination formation. Black Nether King dealt with Huang Peng, Suyen, Huang Jiuan, Wang Milan, and the rest in the same manner, bursting their bodies and throwing their souls into the formation until the last group of Huang Xiaolong's women remained. Looking at Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, and the others, Black Nether King suddenly changed his mind. Well, their looks are not bad. It seems a bit wasteful to kill them just like that. The corner of his lips curved into a sinister smile as he said to the experts behind him, "Take them all back to the firmament of the universe. They should be rewarded to the disciples below according to merits as chambermaids." Chambermaids? Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others paled visibly and immediately thought of exploding themselves. But to their horror, they were unable to move, and their bodies were completely out of their control. At the bottom of Golden Gorge, inside the Devil Mirror Palace's light space, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in the air. There was bright light everywhere as 13 universes' images circulated around him, and suspended above his head were brightly shining small and big devil mirrors. At this moment, a startling transformation was happening inside Huang Xiaolong's body. The cosmos energy within Huang Xiaolong's three worlds roared, and then an abrupt explosion happened. His golden-colored cosmos energy evolved into a color of nothingness. At the same time, his three Dao souls grew increasingly bigger, until at one point, they floated out of Huang Xiaolong's body and integrated with the Devil Mirror Palace. No, in essence, the three souls integrated with the entire universe as one entity. Strands of universe esoterics and laws condensed in front of Huang Xiaolong and solidified, and finally, they formed an image of light that was bigger than the 13 universes' images. The origin universe's image. Now, there were 14 universe light images. When the 14 universes' image gathered, indescribable energy spread through heaven and earth, and the whole Devil Mirror Palace's space quaked, as the tremors spread throughout the entire Golden Gorge. Then, the desert where the Golden Gorge was located shook. The quaking continued to spread further to the surrounding lands. What's going on? Inside the hall, the Lord of Ghost Desert was alarmed and flew out to investigate. "Master, it seems to be coming from the Golden Gorge. Something happened in the Golden Gorge." His disciple pointed out uncertainty as he observed the horizon. Golden Gorge? The Lord of Ghost Desert blanked momentarily. The quaking extended further outwards, and soon, all the experts of Origin Universe felt the frightening quakes. The quaking even extended out from the Origin Universe, passing through the 3008 barriers, reaching the 13 universes. One after another of the 13 universes' experts felt the quakes that were happening throughout the whole universe. Lastly, the quaking reached the blazing dragon universe, reaching the world of departed souls. Black Nether King was stunned when he sensed the abnormality. He raised his head and looked up with a stunned expression. What's going on? The universe first race's experts exchanged baffled glances amongst themselves. A moment later, the quakes abruptly disappeared. In the Origin Universe's Golden Gorge, Huang Xiaolong's eyes opened, and in the next second, he disappeared from the Golden Gorge. When he reappeared, he was already in the blazing dragon universe. Almost in a matter of a split second, he had reached the blazing dragon universe from Origin Universe. If Yuan Fang saw this sight, he would be astounded. As Huang Xiaolong appeared in the blazing dragon universe, his Dao soul spread and coldness filled his eyes. In a single stride, he reached the world of departed souls. At this time, Black Nether King was about to leave the world of departed souls with the universe first race's experts with Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, and others in tow. He turned around only to discover there was actually someone standing behind him without him realizing it. Huang Xiaolong. When Black Nether King saw who it was, the shock was written all over his face, thinking his eyes were playing a trick on him. Didn't Huang Xiaolong die inside the Devil Mirror Palace? How did he appear here suddenly? Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others were in despair when they heard an unexpected yell from Black Nether King. A shiver ran down their backs as they raised their heads and saw Huang Xiaolong's familiar face. Xiaolong! Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and others cried out with tears of joy. Black Nether King suddenly laughed as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect you to have survived inside the Devil Mirror Palace's Devil Light region. What now? Do you want to save your women? I originally planned to take your women back and reward them to my universe first-race disciples. He was surprised but unconcerned by Huang Xiaolong's sudden appearance. Huang Xiaolong might be slightly stronger than him, but only slightly. Huang Xiaolong raised his arm and caught Black Nether King enshrouded in darkness energy by the neck. His fingers clutched tightly as he dragged Black Nether King towards him. Black Nether King's eyes protruded from the pressure, and there was an unknown fear in his eyes, as well as bewilderment. How did I end up in Huang Xiaolong's hands? He didn't understand how Huang Xiaolong laid his hands on his neck. More importantly, he couldn't muster any strength to resist. It was just like how he used to strangle the necks of the insignificant ants while they were powerless against him. You've already? Black Nether King's voice trailed off. The universe first race's experts were scared stupid on the spot. Huang Xiaolong looked at Black Nether King's pale face with an indifferent gaze. You've guessed right. I've already broken through to Universe God. No, impossible. Black Nether King denied dazedly. No, this can't be happening. In order to break through to Universe God realm, he had been diligently making effort for countless years. He had imagined many times the moment he advanced to Universe God. Even if there was only one person who could rise to that place, it could only be him. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to waste time with Black Nether King anymore, so he exerted force in his fingers and burst Black Nether King's body. When Black Nether King's Tao soul ran out to escape, it exploded into smithereens with one tap from Huang Xiaolong's finger. In the next second, a burst of light shot out from Huang Xiaolong's pupils and all universe first race's experts were reduced to nothingness in an instant, and they disappeared from the world. The breaths that Xiaofei and the others held onto left their bodies, and their bodies relaxed. They rushed towards Huang Xiaolong, crying out of joy. Xiaolong, father, mother, and the others were killed by Black Nether King. Xiaofei cried woefully. It's fine. Su Yan and Wang Milan beamed when they heard Huang Xiaolong agree to work hard that night. Smelly brat, you've given your word. Su Yan smiled at Huang Xiaolong. If you don't make an effort to give us a few grandsons and granddaughters, we won't spare you. Huang Xiaolong smiled. Don't worry, mother. Xiaofei, Li Lu, and the others will give birth to 10 children, each of them. Each of us will give birth to 10 children. Xiaofei, Li Lu, and Yao Qi were especially frightened, thinking how Huang Xiaolong would treat them that night, and their faces reddened further as their heartbeat raced. Then they heard Wang Milan's voice. How could each person giving birth to 10 children be enough? Each of them must give birth to at least 20. Xiaofei, Li Lu, and Yao Qi felt like fainting on the spot. Huang Long, Huang Peng, and Huang Jiwen smiled wryly in silence. Huang Xiaolong could only grin in agreement. All right, 20 children each of them. He winked at Xiaofei and the others, causing the women to blush even harder. Xiaolong, the blazing dragon universe, except for the world of departed souls, and all other worlds were exterminated by Black Nether King. Can you see if? Blazing Dragon struggled internally before bringing up the matter to Huang Xiaolong. Master, don't worry. Huang Xiaolong reassured him. With a wave of his hand, all the vitality devoured by the extermination formation flowed in reverse, and as Huang Xiaolong's hands continued to move, the returning vitality restored everything to what it used to be. The worlds that were destroyed, the continents, creeds, and sacred lands were rebuilt like a movie being played backwards. The mountains and rivers, spiritual beasts, mortals, and everything within these great worlds were restored until there was no difference from before. Soon, the Blazing Dragon universe was also restored completely. Blazing Dragon, Huang Long, Pangu, Xiaofei, Li Lu, and others were wide-eyed with astonishment watching everything that transpired. This, the Universe God realm, is fucking heaven-defying. Pangu couldn't resist muttering. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. In the future, I will be the 14 universes' heaven, and everything in the 14 universes would live or die based on my thought. Pangu swallowed hard. Xiaolong, does that mean you can create anything we need out of thin air? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. and then smiled as he answered, "You can say so. As the sovereign of the 14 universes, the things he wanted to create merely requires a single thought." Hearing it straight from the horse's mouth, Huang Long, Old Dragon, and the others were jarred speechless. Can create anything? Does that mean whatever wishes they had could be fulfilled? Huang Xiaolong looked at Huang Long and Ilong Riley. "Father, mother, just tell me what wishes you have. As long as it does not go against nature and harmony, I can fulfill them." Huang Long and Ilong's hearts jumped. Could Huang Xiaolong see through other people's thoughts as well? Huang Xiaolong merely smiled as he went on. "The unknown space was exterminated by Black Nether King as well, so I'll go over there now." Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the other women paled with worry when they heard that. "Xiaolong, you're going away again?" Shi Xiaofei asked with an obviously anxious face. Seeing Shi Xiaofei and other women's expressions, he understood their worries. "Don't worry, it won't take long. I'll be back before you know it. It'll be an hour at most." He playfully reminded them as he continued, "I promised Mother that I'll work hard tonight." Huang Xiaolong's latter sentence made the women shoot him fierce glares with blushing faces. Before Shi Xiaofei and the other women's blushing glares, Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a blur, leaving a soft chuckle in the air. He left the blazing dragon universe and arrived at the edge of the first universe where unknown space used to be in the next moment. In the original location where the unknown space used to be was a broken and chaotic void, and there wasn't a trace of vitality. Death Qi loomed and faint scent of blood was left behind by the extermination formation. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand across the space in front of him, and immediately, strands of light broke through the darkness and enveloped the void. Slowly, the shattered, unknown space began to piece itself back, and it was finally restored to its original state. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the vitality that belonged to the ferocious devil, green ghost, dragon overlord, death god, Zhu Chen, Jian Wushuang, Tao Hainer, and the others from the extermination formation and released them. As Huang Xiaolong's fingers danced in the air, the Devil Land, Limitless Land, Zhulan Land, and other lands recovered one by one. It was like a magic show, and everything that had once disappeared was recovered and restored. Mountain ranges on the Great Lands, the towering ancient trees as well as the smallest of seedlings, the insects and spiritual beasts, everything reappeared. In the end, ferocious devil, green ghost, dragon overlord, death god, Jian Wushuang, Tao Hainer, and many others were resurrected. Ferocious devil, green ghost, dragon overlord, death god, Jian Wushuang, Tao Hainer, and all experts in the unknown space had incredulous expressions on their faces when they discovered they were resurrected. We're resurrected?" Green Ghost asked in amazement as he checked his own body from top to bottom several times, pinching and squishing here and there. "Correct. All of you are resurrected." A voice brought them out of their state of shock. They turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, who appeared out of nowhere. Seeing Huang Xiaolong, Ferocious Devil fell loudly on his knees and kowtowed in gratitude. "Ferocious Devil thanks Lord God Universe for resurrecting my life." Green Ghost, Dragon Overlord, Death God, Jian Wushuang reacted when they saw Ferocious Devil's action, and all of them followed, full of gratitude towards Huang Xiaolong. Their Dao souls too had witnessed the scene where Huang Xiaolong had killed Black Nether King. Huang Xiaolong had everyone stand up. Tao Hainer called out shyly to Huang Xiaolong, "Lord." Huang Xiaolong turned and smiled, looking at Tao Hainer. "Hainer, I'll bring you back to the blazing dragon universe with me after this." Now that he had broken through to Universe God Realm, Huang Xiaolong also thought through many things. "Yes." Tao Hainer flushed with excitement and joy as she nodded her head. "Wait here a while for me. I need to go to the origin universe." Huang Xiaolong smiled and said, seeing Tao Hainer agree. He vanished from sight, and before the foot he raised fell in place, he was back at the origin universe almost instantaneously. In the past, he had crossed many obstacles and hardships to reach the origin universe, but now it was merely the effort of a thought. Huang Xiaolong spread his Dao souls and soon found Yuan Fong, Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and the rest. A cold snort escaped his lips, and he chose Yuan Fong as the first target. At this time, Yuan Fong's celestial palace was extremely lively. He was holding a banquet and had invited various experts from the origin universe. Several 100 million years ago, Yuan Fong had managed to comprehend a supreme technique inside the Devil Mirror Palace, and his strength had improved further during this time. Yuan Fong felt his hope of breaking through to the universe god realm was closer within his reach. Due to this, he was overjoyed and held a banquet. In the banquet, the Lord of Ghost Desert raised his wine cup to make a toast at Yuan Fong in a respectful manner. Congratulations, Lord Yuan Fong, in successfully comprehending a supreme technique. When Lord Yuan Fong breaks through to Universe God Realm, you'll be the only sovereign of the 14 universes. Buddha Sage Human Emperor and others also stood up, raising their wine cups for a toast, with a hint of flattery. Yuan Fong laughed heartily. I'll borrow everyone's auspicious words, and if I break through to Universe God Realm in the future, I, naturally, won't treat anyone badly. The Lucid race's ancestor, Lucid Emperor, stood up and said, I've heard that, upon returning, Black Nether King used the 2 universe source stones he obtained to forge out an extermination formation to extract all 13 universes' vitality to help him break through to Universe God. Hearing that, Yuan Fong's unconcealed harsh snicker sounded through the hall. Black Nether King is a fool through and through. Those methods are merely external resources. Even if he extracts the 13 universes' vitality 100 times over, he wouldn't be able to break through into the Universe God realm. To break through to that realm, one should comprehend supreme techniques like me and advance. Yuan Fong barely finished his words when a cold and derisive sneer sounded. Like you? Yuan Fong. Do you think you'll be the one who breaks through to Universe God? Yuan Fong was startled by the familiar voice and slowly stood up from the main seat, looking towards the door. The Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and others present also stood up and looked outside the hall. A young man was approaching at a leisurely pace. Who else could it be but Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong, yo, you didn't die? The first thought that came to Yuan Fong's mind was that Huang Xiaolong didn't die inside the Devio Mirror Palace's Devil Light region. I said it before on the day you besieged me that all of you will die the day I break through to Universe God. Huang Xiaolong's placid tone cut across the hall. Huang Xiaolong strode into the hall. Listening to your tone, it's as if you've taken that step and broken through to Universe God. Yuan Fong mocked. Merely several million years had passed since the last time the Devil Mirror Palace appeared, and he naturally did not believe Huang Xiaolong had advanced to Universe God in that short time. He walked down from the dais towards Huang Xiaolong. We forced you to death's end that time in the Mirror Devil Palace, and today we can kill you once and for all. Even without Black Nether King and Old Man Fortune, we can kill you just the same. He signaled others with his eyes, and the Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and others all spread out and encircled Huang Xiaolong. Yuan Fong then activated the formation around the hall, and bright lights soared to the sky, completely trapping Huang Xiaolong. Yuan Fong regained his confidence and composure. Huang Xiaolong. Just as Yuan Fong wanted to speak, Huang Xiaolong directly struck his palm at Yuan Fong, burying him through the floor and into the ground. The hall crumbled to the ground. The Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and the rest were waiting for Yuan Fong's order to attack, but they were flabbergasted after watching Yuan Fong slapped into the ground by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong moved a little closer and looked into the pit in the ground where Yuan Fong was. What did you want to say just now? Yuan Fong coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he was bleeding all over. Even the corners of his eyes were cracked. Huang Xiaolong's strike had completely shattered his Dao heart and Dao veins, and there were even cracks all over his great world. He was horrified. You've already? Huang Xiaolong stated without any emotion. Not long ago, I killed Black Nether King. A chill ran down Yuan Fong's back. The Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and the others felt their knees soften. What else do you want to say? Huang Xiaolong asked as he peered at Yuan Fong. A bitter and tragic smile flashed across Yuan Fong's face, but he was stubborn. Kill me if you want to. Do you think I will beg you? Dream on. Huang Xiaolong struck out with another palm strike. Violent quakes shook the entire great land. That strike sent Yuan Fong to the very, very depths of the land. His physical body and Dao soul exploded from the force. As for the pieces of remains, everything was left deep underground. That's nothing to dream about. Huang Xiaolong merely glanced at Yuan Fong's remains, and then looked away. You think it's funny, but I don't. The Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and the others almost pissed themselves and quickly fell to their knees after seeing this. Lord Universe God, spare us. We're willing to submit to you. We were wrong. The Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and all present experts sobbed woefully. Stupid as they might be, but they too had guessed that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to Universe God. Huang Xiaolong remained unaffected. That day, you all besieged me, wanting to snatch my devil mirrors. Did you give me a chance? Huang Xiaolong's killing intent did not escape the Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and other experts. All of them were prepared to flee for their lives, however, before they could turn around. All of them were sent deep underground with one palm strike. Just like Yuan Fong, their physiques, Dao souls, and Dao hearts shattered into particles. After dealing with Yuan Fong, Lord of Ghost Desert, Buddha Sage Human Emperor, and other experts, Huang Xiaolong left the Origin universe. However, Huang Xiaolong did not return to the Blazing Dragon universe immediately but made a detour to the firmament of the universe. Although Huang Xiaolong had killed Black Nether King, the White Feather King, and Old Man Fortune weren't there. White Feather King and Old Man Fortune were currently at the firmament of the universe. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong finished dealing with White Feather King, Old Man Fortune, and remnants of Universe First Race, and made his way back to the Blazing Dragon universe. That night, inside the world of departed souls' grandest palace, spring was blossoming where Huang Xiaolong showed the might worthy of a universe god, and to attest to that were the endless screams and pleadings of several women.